Alright, you and I are about to meet Kang Jayama, a totally normal-looking dude who just got reincarnated into his favorite video game. And right now, he is taking the entrance exam for the prestigious Nobles Academy. Everyone here is filthy rich while he is totally broke. When he goes to register his sword, the professor completely loses his mind. The teacher thinks this kid is some senior pulling a massive prank, but our boy does not back down. Showing off his cheap swords, he explains he is poor. That is when the professor spots the green badge on his chest. It is the mark of a special scholarship student, and the old teacher gets all choked up over his pure hustle. But the snooty rich kids are definitely not feeling this vibe. They start complaining that the broke scholarship kid is making the place stink, but despite the hostile trash talk, Jayama is not fazed at all. His past life was a stressful mess, so this time around, he is absolutely determined to live a super chill life. He is young, handsome, and unlocked a rare special ability, but there is a major catch to his overpowered magic. He can only use swords under 30 centimeters long. Talk about a massive handicap. The first time he tested his power, absolute lightning surged from the blade and shattered his system. The physical pain of activating it is just too brutal. He swears he is never using it again if it always hurts this much, though maybe it is just a painful first time, right? But testing it again, same agony. Now pay attention because nearby, the critical student ranking ceremony is about to kick off. Every prodigy in the empire is present, and sitting high above them is one of the 7 legendary heroes. That is Klinga Siegfried von Nibelung, the direct disciple of the Academy founder and ultimate savior, Yuim. The crowd is completely starstruck, but the old warrior is bored out of his mind. Even the arrival of another legendary hero cannot cheer him up. Enter a gorgeous woman whose stunning curves are somehow even more famous than her official title as the legendary sage of heroes. Her name is Medea, and Siegfried instantly roasts her for being 70 years old while still dressing like a trendy teenager. Medea does not take offense. In fact, she takes the roast as a total compliment. She offers him a magic blessing to make him look 10 years younger, but the stubborn old man refuses, saying elders must accept aging. Medea is literally packed with youthful energy, which is why she stays looking so flawless. Despite the teasing, she agreed to watch the academy opening. She used to despise being around so many people, but she decided to make an exception. Why? Because she is dying to see Siegfried's granddaughter. Below them, the crowd of noble students is a colorful sea of dyed hair. Jayama is the only one sporting plain black hair, making him an easy target for cruel insults about his peasant status. But the teasing stops instantly when a stunning girl arrives. Her icy blue hair and gorgeous presence make every guy blush hard. This is the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Abel von Nibelung, and she is the absolute main heroine of this game. And now, the exam begins. Years ago, a legendary hero created a special magical training zone called the subspace. Let's pause here. In this zone, students can get brutally injured or eliminated, but when they wake up in reality, absolutely nothing happens to their physical bodies. Because of this, literally any combat method is fair game, even lethal moves. Talk about a crazy school tradition. Basically, the students who survive the longest earn the highest ranking. The 2 veteran heroes are keeping their eyes on the special scholarship kid, while the rest of the class only cares about the top talents. Jayama could easily join the simp herd chasing after Abel, but he knows the dark truth behind her legendary divine blessing. So while everyone else acts on pure hormones, he runs the other way. He is casually reading a self-help book on how to live peacefully, knowing that to fight here, he will have to activate that painful skill. Honestly, he would rather just forfeit. As the teleportation to the subspace begins, everyone is hyped out of their minds except for Jayama. But once he lands, he locks in. Within just 7 minutes, multiple students are brutally sent back. The pure trauma of their virtual defeats leaves the remaining crowd visibly shaken. Watching the scoreboard, Medea notes that Abel took the top spot, which is obvious given her legendary genes. She is super excited to watch the young girl dominate the competition. But the old man is unimpressed. She did not break the ultimate academy record, which Siegfried himself has held for decades. Just as he turns to leave, a massive, crushing pressure hits his gut like a physical blow. Everyone feels it. Terror grips the students as they look up, while media asks Siegfried if he knows what is happening. Even the legendary hero is clueless. They look up in absolute shock because the sky itself is shattering. It is completely unreal. Suddenly, two figures fall straight from the sky, crashing violently onto the arena floor. Pure, dead silence. As media calls for medics, you and I have to go back to see how this started. Alright, you and I are about to watch a pair of crazy brothers, absolutely wrecking everyone else, instead of actually fighting each other. Thanks to these two goons, this match was basically over before it even started, no cap. This is no friendly rumble. It is a straight-up death match, and Gamma knows who is behind it. Meet the brutal twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, two absolute menaces who love catching bodies, for 30 straight minutes. They have been straight-up bullying the weak kids, just loving the vibes of tearing people apart. Gamma looks so completely harmless, they did not even notice him. Eventually, all their victims are down, leaving the brothers bored and hunting for more. Only a terrified girl is left shivering as they point right at her. They are clearly up to no good, and Gamma just cannot sit back anymore. Shunmao struts over to the crying girl, saying she is totally his type. Alright, that is the absolute last straw. Gamma yells out from the back, instantly grabbing the twins' attention. He jumped in without a second thought, and now the big bads are locked onto him. Spotting his cheap name tag, they laugh him off as some trashy special admission kid who does not belong. They decide to delete him real quick so they can get back to their prey. Gamma is panicking, facing them head-on when his painless blessing only lasts for 30 short seconds. Now watch closely, because his only shot at survival is sitting right inside his bag of sashimi knives. But if he pulls out a blade, his crazy power activates, bringing back that absolute torture of a pain. He just wanted a quiet life, but his day is already ruined. He pulls out a kitchen knife, making both brothers laugh their heads off. Shunmao decides to stop wasting time and charges straight ahead to erase our boy Gamma. Gamma cannot afford to be picky here, so he cooks up a wild plan. Use 30 seconds of painlessness to block out the agonizing sword god power. He just needs to survive. He pops the painless skill right before drawing the kitchen knife. Instantly, the god tier sword blessing ignites just as Shunmao leaps at him with a nasty grin on his face. It is a do-or-die moment for Gamma. If he cannot slice his way out, he is totally cooked. But think about it, can a sashimi knife really slice a guy? He remembers asking his ex-mobster master why movie gangsters love using these blades. The old man said it was all just Hollywood garbage. He said you cannot slice a human like a raw fish, even with god-level help, but his blessing says otherwise. If he wants to cut it, he can. Trusting the system over his teacher, Gamma stabs at the giant falling on him. And just like that, Shunmao gets sliced clean in half. The crowd and his brother, Mao Jun, are completely frozen in shock. This quiet, emo kid just pulled off a miracle with a basic kitchen knife. Shunmao drops to the floor in two halves. His brother panics, trying to remind himself this is a virtual space and he is not really dead. He cannot unsee that horror show. Mao Jun tells himself his brother was just being clumsy. Now, as the only twin left, he has to handle this himself. He grabs the power gauntlet from his brother's body. Once he equips them on both hands, the real heavy artillery activates. Mao Jun gets a massive defense buff. His jumps increase by 200%, and his fists hit like meteorites. He is totally sure that not even an S-tier weapon can break his shield now, but Gamma is not even looking at him. He is just staring at his countdown timer, watching his precious seconds of painlessness tick away. Mao Jun sees a chance and rushes in for a dirty punch while Gamma is zoned out. Then, blink and you miss it. Maojun is face down in a pool of blood, barely breathing, while Gamma casually finishes counting down. The second it hits 0, the painless shield turns off, and the crushing agony of the sword god blessing hits him. He screams, holding his knife as he drops unconscious. Later, Gamma wakes up inside a sterile white hospital room. Before he can sit up, two strangers walk in. He has never seen them, but he knows their faces instantly. They are two of the legendary 7-star heroes, the strongest warrior, Siegfried, and the academy director, Medea Poison. He cannot help but wonder why two of the most powerful people on Earth are standing in front of him. Medea asks for his name, but Siegfried gets straight to the point with his hand on his sword, demanding to know what he did. He explains that during the battle, they both felt a massive shockwave of energy that definitely came from him. The tension is absolutely insane. Realizing he is being pressed by the strongest guy alive, our boy Gamma makes a super big brain play. So what do you and I take from this? Apologizing immediately to avoid getting obliterated is always the move. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Medea steps between these two before blows start flying. She tells Siegfried to quit scaring the kid, then drops a massive bombshell. While Gamma was totally knocked out, Siegfried actually cleared up all his clogged meridians. Gamma can't believe a legendary swordmaster would actually do that for him. But checking his own body, he definitely feels a whole lot lighter. Medea then explains they watched the replay and saw he was just protecting a girl in trouble. She can't help but drool a little, calling Gamma the handsome prince of her dreams, forcing Siegfried to drag her back. Basically, she says she isn't going to punish him for what he did. Even better, those twins had a trash reputation anyway, and after getting wrecked by Gamma, they both decided to drop out of the academy completely. That's a massive weight off his shoulders, but they aren't done. The actual reason they dropped by was to congratulate him for scoring first place in the entire entrance exam. Boom, just like that, Gamma's dream of a quiet, low-key life is officially dead. Later, back in Medea's office, the two elders regroup. She's complaining about a wild situation she's never seen in her 20 years running this academy. Some kid scored number 1 out of all the applicants, and then completely rejected an invite to the ultra-elite star class. They tried begging him to change his mind, but Gamma is just not having it. Medea asks Siegfried if he's salty that Gamma took first place instead of his own granddaughter, especially after seeing the kid's insane potential. But pay attention here, Siegfried isn't buying it. He thinks it is just a brat testing the system. He says the pocket dimension holds the literal will of the founding hero. If that zone picked Gamma as number 1, then the school itself chose him as the ultimate student, period. But the old man has some personal theories too. To him, Gamma is just a total mystery. If the kid had crazy physical stats, top-tier talents, or even a tiny bit of training, it would make total sense. But Siegfried knows he has none of that. Yet, watching that fight replay, there was a master-level refinement in the way Gamma was moving around. It looked like the peak of godly swordsmanship, the exact peak the old man spent his whole life chasing. While unblocking Gamma's pressure points, he felt just how weak the kid's body was, clearly lacking any actual conditioning. But at the same time, some crazy hidden power is sealed inside him that normal people can't even comprehend. Because of that, he's getting super competitive with a kid who's literally the exact same age as his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Medea is way more focused on how cute he is, totally swooning over how he used his skills to rescue a girl in danger. I know what you're thinking. She even jokes about dating him if she were 10 years younger. Deep in his own thoughts, Siegfried stays completely silent until she asks him what's on his mind. He dodges the question and asks what she thinks the students actually call administrators like her around campus. His answer is definitely not what she wanted to hear, making her absolutely blow her top. Meanwhile, Gamma heads off to class. Since he turned down the elite star class, the absolute lowest they could drop him to was the wolf class. He wanted the bottom-tier tiger class, but Media practically begged on her knees for him to take the wolf class instead. In return, she promised to hide the fact that he's actually the #1 ranked student in the school. He just wanted to fly under the radar in a safe class, instead of constantly fighting tryhards in the high-tier ones. Wolf class is still pretty high level, but it's at least within the range of what he can tolerate. Gamma slides open the massive doors and walks inside. For a second, all the students stare with mild curiosity. But once they notice he's just a special admission student, they immediately stop giving a single care. Gamma's totally fine with that, since getting ignored means Media actually kept her end of the bargain. Now all he has to do is live the peaceful life of his dreams. He sits down, but then a familiar girl nervously walks over. She nervously thanks him for saving her earlier, but Gamma has absolutely no clue who she even is. She explains she's the girl from the exam, but Gamma tells her there's no need to thank him. He says anyone else would have done the exact same thing in that crazy situation anyway. Sure, it looked like he rescued her, but he only did it to save his own skin, so accepting thanks feels super fake. Gamma quickly switches the topic and introduces himself, and she reveals her name is Chloe. Talk about a crazy coincidence that they both ended up in the exact same class. And with that, you and I are left wondering if this girl Chloe is a major character from his game. Let's dive into this head-scratcher. Maybe she joined after he quit playing, but honestly, that makes zero sense. Back then, the main story was so far along that introducing someone new would be totally pointless. Looks like our boy just ran into a background character, exactly like him. Gamma begs her to keep that exam disaster on the down low. He doesn't want anyone hyping up his power and ruining his cozy, lazy lifestyle. Chloe agrees, but right as she's about to make her own demand, their homeroom teacher crashes through the door, yelling like a total maniac. Gamma tells her to hurry back to her seat so they can chat later. The teacher, calling himself Lee Wanbin, welcomes the brand new faces of Wolf class. Since it's day one, he kicks things off with light cardio, 100 push-ups, sit-ups and squats, topped with 10 laps around the gym. For those high-end mighty nobles who have been training since diapers, this is an absolute breeze. But for Jayama, this crazy routine is definitely going to make him lose his hair. He awkwardly slinks over to the teacher once the room clears, claiming he's way too weak for this kind of workout. Turns out, not only does the teacher know his name, he also thinks Gamma is some kind of god. Seems like Medea couldn't keep her big mouth shut about how strong he is. Now pay attention here, Lee Wanbin already knows Jayama has total freedom to take any class he wants. But instead of jumping to the elite star class, our boy just asks to hit the restroom. And just like that, Jayama is dragged into doing the boring workout with the rest of the kids. Everyone else zooms right past, while he struggles to keep up, honestly feeling like he's going to die. Chloe jogs up next to him, pointing out that he looks like hot garbage, and casually brags that she's on lap 9. She gives him a quick pep talk, and then speeds off to finish her final run. After surviving the day, Jayama collapses in his room, chugging water like crazy. It's only been 1 week at school, and he's already completely overwhelmed with drama. To make matters worse, he rushed to the cafeteria after workout only to realize the food isn't free. The moment he saw the price tag for a bowl of spicy pork rice, he totally froze. Just thinking about that bill makes him smash his water bottle against the wall in pure rage. He's officially broke and desperately regrets turning down the cash his dad offered. For the last couple of days, he's been surviving solely on the cheapest tap water around. He actually misses the free, gross dinners from his military days. At this point, he needs a major distraction to forget his rumbling stomach. Naturally, his mind drifts to his legendary blessing. On cue, the status screen pops up with his stats. It's looking way longer than before. You and I both know that level-ups are huge, and his stats boosted his sword god blessing to work with slightly longer blades. Peeking in the mirror, he can definitely see his body is getting way more toned. probably because the swordmaster unlocked his pressure points, making him feel like a super soldier. Even so, his sword god cheat only works on weapons the size of a kitchen knife. If he keeps grinding, maybe he can wield a real sword someday. His hands are literally twitching when he isn't holding a weapon. Must be a side effect of his power. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door and it's Kh-Lo. She politely asks if she's bothering him, and he wonders why she's here. Turns out, she noticed he skipped lunch and got worried. He lies, saying he only eats food he cooks himself. Though on the inside, his stomach is begging for mercy. Chloe looks bummed, admitting she wanted to grab dinner together. Before she can even finish her sentence, Gamma is fully dressed and dragging her to buy groceries. A bit later, they're feasting on an amazing meal cooked by Gamma, totally blowing her mind. Since Kh-Lo is a beach girl who loves seafood, and Gamma's specialty is cooking fish, they're basically soulmates. Plus, that weird urge to hold a blade is still bothering him, making this the perfect excuse to slice some sashimi. There's just one tiny problem. His sword god buff activates the moment he touches any kitchen knife. He asks Chloe if she has a bigger blade, since pulling out his actual weapons to prep food would look super weird. She runs to her room and returns with a massive sword, which is totally overkill for a tiny fish. Left with no choice, he prepares his blessing. His painless skill only lasts for 30 seconds, so he needs to slice and dice with lightning speed. He used to be hailed as the top swordsman around, and slicing fish is his actual specialty. Time to show her how it's done. He cleanly shreds the fish, finishing in just 21 seconds with 9 whole seconds left on his skill. And that's why you and I have to call this prep work an absolute masterpiece. Alright, stick with me here as Chloe asks how he became such a master chef, and he confesses his secret part-time restaurant gig. But since she is high class, she has absolutely no clue what a side hustle even is, showing just how massive the class divide between them really is. With dinner over, Chloe offers to handle the dishes since he did all the heavy lifting in the kitchen. And he backs off to give her some elbow room. For the first time in a whole week, his belly is full, and he is straight up humming with pure happiness. That happy humming immediately stops when Kh-Lo shatters a plate behind his back. She has probably never washed a dish in her entire life, which reminds him of his own clumsy days when he was her age. While he looks out the window, ignoring the sound of breaking porcelain behind him, a notebook suddenly slips off her desk. Turns out it is her secret diary, and it literally lands open on the exact page where she wrote about him saving her during the placement test. Her writing is super bubbly and covered in cute little stickers. And he cannot help but pick up the book with a giant grin. Suddenly, a gust of wind flips the pages to a section where she admits how hyped she was to end up in the same class as him. He thinks it is absolutely adorable and keeps on snooping through the pages, totally hooked by her cute thoughts. Wait for it, he flips a few more pages, spots his name, and then sees the words "I love you" written over and over again. Crash, another plate shatters, and he turns around to see Kh-Lo staring at him with lifeless, terrifying eyes, calmly asking if he read her diary. This cold, blank look is nothing new for her. It is a defense mechanism built into her since she was a little kid. See, heroes usually get famous by slaying crazy monsters, which helps them climb the social ladder and gain clout across the globe. But behind all that glory, some corrupt high-ranking jerks love to bully the weak just to flex their authority. When the system fails to bring these bullies to justice, a secret organization from the shadows is called to handle the dirty work. That is the Sicily family, a legendary clan of elite assassins who exist solely to keep order. They work deep in the dark to guide everyone else toward the light. Kids born into this family are trained to be cold-blooded killers before they even hit their teenage years. Their feelings are completely locked away through brutal training, turning them into flawless, stone-cold killing machines. Chloe is the heir to this bloody legacy, and she took her very first life when she was only 15 years old. She was raised to never doubt her deadly skills, making her fully aware of just how dangerous she really is. Over time, that relentless training warped her mind, casting a heavy, dark shadow over her entire soul. You and I can see her identity was totally erased, leaving her with barely any human emotion when she finally enrolled in the academy. Walken Academy is the top-tier school where students get sorted into classes based on their raw talent. Every single student there has talent that is off the charts, but since the Sicily family thrives in the shadows, they ordered her to blend in with the regular class. That was the top-secret deal made between her clan and the school. She had to stay invisible, and growing up, her family completely stripped away any chance of her having a normal life. Khlo just rolled with it without complaining, fully convinced that her dark destiny was set in stone. But then, she met the one guy she would never forget, right when she was completely cornered by two villainous brothers. Suddenly, the scrawniest-looking dude in the entire room stepped up to protect her. Sure, dying in the virtual battle royale is not real, but this random guy still put his virtual life on the line for her. Chloe had already given up, and was just waiting to be eliminated. She was done struggling, and was trained to always act like a quiet, invisible background character. But when he stepped in, it was like a bright ray of sunshine finally broke through the dark clouds in her mind. She watched him swing his sword, not to sneakily assassinate someone, but to protect her with everything he had. Seeing him fight for her brought back memories of a fairy tale she used to read in secret under her blanket. It was a story about a trapped princess rescued by a handsome prince. Just thinking about that old tale made her heart skip a beat, and her cheeks turn totally red. This weird, warm feeling inside her was definitely, absolutely love. But now, Gayama has committed the ultimate crime by snooping in her diary. As she stares him down, he tries to play it cool, but he knows he is utterly doomed. He is desperately trying to figure out how his life went so totally wrong. Was it reading the secrets of a teenage girl, or the exact second he foolishly followed her home just for some free food? Either way, you and I are looking at a guy staring directly into the eyes of absolute, terrifying doom. Alright, you and I are about to watch this dude try and escape before his head gets chopped off. He casually mentions the moon, desperately looking for any way out. She completely cuts him off, demanding to know if he looked inside her secret diary. Our boy tries playing it cool, pretending he only saw her study notes and praising how hard she works. Too bad none of this desperate flattery is going to save his life right now. He is totally shook, she even caught him peeking. Like, bro, how did she see him reading it when she was busy washing the dishes? She even dropped her polite, formal tone out of nowhere. It is like she did a complete 360 and turned into a totally different person. He swears he did not look, but she keeps pressuring him until he finally cracks. The second he confesses, Chloe decides it is game over. She pulls out that massive sword she offered him earlier for the fish. Gama panics and weighs his options. They are way up on the 4th floor, so yeeting himself out the window is not happening. His only escape route is the front door, but Chloe is not letting him stroll out with all his limbs still attached. She is closing in with that blade, and it looks like his clock is ticking fast. He tries to decode her sudden shift, but only one crazy theory makes sense. Those lifeless, dark red eyes and frozen pupils say it all. Now pay attention here, he is dealing with a classic textbook Yandir. Going from an adorable strawberry to a cold-blooded killer, that is a total nightmare. She has got a dual personality disorder. Dealing with a standard Yandir is already hard enough, but a split personality makes this 10 times worse. Turns out, opening her diary was the exact trigger that switched her personality. He knows this is risky, but she will stalk him to the grave if he does not find a way to snap her out of it. He has to make a clutch play right now to secure his future, otherwise things will get incredibly ugly. His only hope is securing a weapon, but he only has 9 seconds left after using 21 seconds to cut the fish. His sashimi blade is back in his room, but he could grab that kitchen knife. Though there is no way he reaches it, without getting his arms sliced off first. He spots a tiny box cutter on her desk. It is the only option, but can this tiny thing even trigger his legendary sword god blessing? But don't blink, because she's about to rush him with that katana. Time to see if this works. He snatches the box cutter, knocking the rest of her pens all over the floor, and slides the blade out. Boom, a bunch of status screens pop up. Being super clutch in a crisis boosts his mental resilience, granting him a sweet intimidation buff before the system activates his legendary blessing. Chloe lunges at him with her blade, just as Gamma winds up with his tiny box cutter. Before she can strike, he calmly tells her that her hair is looking a bit long. Stunned by his intimidation buff, Khlo hesitates just as Gamma unleashes his crazy blade technique. Everything fades to black. When Khlo finally wakes up later that evening, her room is dark, clean, and empty. She instantly wonders where Gamma went. She calls out for him, but only dead silence answers. He is completely gone. The last thing she recalls is watching him stare out the window, but after that, her memory is completely blank. She gets the urge to find her sword, but notices it resting against her desk. She usually blacks out whenever she wields her katana, but it seems like she held it together this time around. Or so she thinks. When she was younger and training, she would always pass out the second she held her weapon. And whenever she woke up, the entire room would be splattered in blood. But her family elders always brushed it off when she asked questions. They just kept reminding her not to deny her absolute genius as an assassin. Still, forgetting what she did with Gamma makes her super embarrassed, so she buries her face in her pillow. But that embarrassment quickly turns into deep infatuation, as she keeps fantasizing about him. Then she spots the box cutter on the floor and realizes her hair feels lighter. Looking in the trash bin, she sees clumps of her hair neatly cleaned up. She realizes he gave her a fresh haircut, and she instantly opens her journal to write about how much she adores him. Gamma, however, is not down bad like Chloe right now. In fact, our boy can barely believe he is still breathing. And that's where we leave him, barfing behind a wall, totally traumatized. You and I would probably do the exact same thing. Yo, stick with me. Our boy barely survived 5 seconds after his 9-second cheat code ran out. And honestly, he still feels completely wrecked, no cap. After losing his only good meal in a week, Gamma sits on a bench, questioning his life choices. Now he is starving again, feeling way worse than before Khlo showed up to ruin his day. His mind drifts back to Khlo, and he starts wondering what her deal actually is. Her sword skills are clearly designed to delete someone in one hit, or at least completely shut them down. The way she swings that blade, she is constantly aiming for vital spots. It is almost like her whole style is made for stealth kills. If she had actually caught him off guard, Gamma would be straight up dead. Sensing his life was on the line, he instinctively aimed right for her neck. Lucky for her, his blade was too short, so he only gave her a haircut. Before dipping, he cleaned up the mess, so there should not be any issues later. But this is just more proof that living a chill, safe life is not going to be that easy. Turns out, being basic is the hardest part. When he first dropped into this game, he actually had some big dreams. Back in his past life, he literally became the absolute GOAT using nothing but a kitchen knife. So letting go of his dreams is tough, but everybody has a role. And in this world, he was summoned as a literal extra. Miracle Blessing is the name of this game, and it is also the main character's cheat skill. It was also the exact power of the founding hero, Valor Jason. Now pay attention. Only the main character and the founding hero ever had this legendary blessing, and its description was straight up simple. Their sole job is to save the world from the Demon King. So the main character gets chosen by Bamong, a double S-rank sword that is both holy and cursed, while Gamma just gets a trash kitchen knife. Nothing more to say, he is basically destined to be a total nobody. The constant wave of overpowered characters and crazy events since he joined the academy almost made him forget his main goal. There are endless reasons to dump his dream of a simple life, especially since it feels like there is not a single normal person left in this entire universe. Since he already played this game before, he has a solid grasp of the main characters, but his actual knowledge of the world itself is still pretty limited. It has already been a week since he arrived at the academy, meaning the main character probably woke up his blessing and started the late admission process by now. This is where the actual game story kicks off, and while Gamma knows the main plot, he never actually finished playing it. You feel his pain, right? He is seriously regretting quitting this game halfway through. But hey, since he knows the canon route for the first half of the story, he has a massive advantage. All he has to do is stick to that path no matter what. If he starts messing with the timeline, he will lose the only cheat code he actually has. According to his memory, the plot takes a dark, chaotic turn around the second semester of their third year, which is exactly when the demons realize the hero has awakened and launch a massive raid led by a legion commander. As the battle heats up, humanity and the demon race spiral into an all-out war. And from that point on, it becomes a typical dark fantasy novel. When he first played it, he just wanted to live a chill, youthful life he missed out on as a teen, so he deleted the app without a second thought. The issue is, he is now trapped in a world headed straight for war, meaning there is a very real chance he could get deleted too. He still has 3 years before the chaos hits, though, so he needs to stop hiding and focus on surviving. He refuses to die, and he is going to lock in and get strong enough to survive. Besides, basic games like this always have happy endings, where the main character saves the day. He just needs enough power to protect himself, so he cannot remain a total weakling who gets taken out instantly. He just needs to grind enough to stay safe while keeping his head down. To do that, he will have to strictly limit using his sword god blessing, because the few times he has actually relied on it, it put a massive strain on his body. It is an overpowered skill, but it comes with way too many drawbacks for his liking. Just thinking about the blessing activates his status window again, showing him all the details. But surprisingly, there are brand new stats on the screen that he completely missed before. These 3 new stats are body, mind, and weapon grades, and the numbers next to them are levels. And that's where we leave it. Each level will make using his power much easier on his body. Alright, stick with me here. There is this weird stat called synchronization, but the description is just question marks. He tries clicking it, but nope, access denied because he lacks the requirements. Just another mystery piled onto this crazy blessing, but honestly, he has bigger fish to fry right now. His main goal right now is hitting the gym and finding a decent weapon. He cannot rely on that 30-second pain free cheat code forever. So he needs to learn how to swing a sword without relying on his blessing. Lucky for him, there is a monster hunting midterm exam coming up in a month. The grand prize for this event is a sweet longsword. It is a B-tier weapon that will carry him through graduation, plus it is too big to trigger his blessing, making it the perfect match. There is still a ton to figure out, but he is already making solid progress. While he is daydreaming, a random voice snaps him back to reality, and standing right in front of him is the last person he ever expected. It is Abel von Nibelung. She is the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, and honestly, we know he must avoid her to keep the game's plot intact, but she claims he is sitting in her spot. But he is too starstruck to move, forcing her to bark at him before he finally gets the hint and scoots over to give her some room. He cannot get over how gorgeous she is, Loki catching himself staring like a total creep. When he tries to walk away, she tells him he does not have to leave, he can just slide over. It is pretty weird that she is gatekeeping a public bench, but he lets it slide since he wants zero drama with her. He still cannot help but sneak peeks, and seriously, she is every bit as stunning as a main game heroine should be. Suddenly, she strikes up a convo, snapping Gamma right back into the real world. This is super weird because the Abel he knows from the game is usually cold and hates talking to anyone. Even the game's hot main character could not get her to open up. She keeps talking, asking if he is a swordsman too, and he awkwardly nods before asking how she even figured that out. She explains that her granddad always said real swordsmen have a completely different look in their eyes. Then she whips out her blade and asks if he wants to give it a spin. Since he is still feeling super awkward about this whole vibe, he politely declines, which immediately makes her pout in frustration. It seems he hurt her feelings, but honestly, you and I wouldn't know how to act either. Then she asks if he knows who she is. Gamma is caught off guard because that is a wild question to ask. Literally everyone in the academy knows who she is. He gives a blank response, saying he obviously knows her, but she hits him back, saying she has no idea who he is. She complains that it is totally unfair that he gets to know her, while she is left completely in the dark. Gamma disagrees because they literally just met, so exchanging names is not really a big deal. But she warns him that he could be a spy sent by the Demon King, undercover as a student. It is super sus that he is chilling alone this late at night, and while she seems to be joking, she is definitely testing Gamma. So he flips the script and asks her why she is out so late herself. It is pretty obvious from her outfit and gear that she just finished a brutal workout session. She claims she was just doing breathing drills, pointing at him, and accidentally giving Gamma a clear view of the heavy scars on her hands. She quickly hides her hands, but Gamma already noticed. Those scars are proof of her insane grind, and Abel admits it since everyone expects her of all people to work the hardest. People just do not get the heavy pressure of carrying the Nebulan family name. They have to be absolutely perfect all the time. One tiny slip-up, and they instantly become a massive target. Abel then confesses that she actually did not get the #1 spot this year. This is the very first time she has ever taken an L, but surprisingly, instead of being mad, she feels weirdly free. Still, she cannot help but wonder who exactly took her down and grabbed the top score. She wants to meet them just so she can tear them to shreds, making Gamma choke on his own spit as he asks why she is being so aggressive. Because she is totally humiliated. She begged her grandpa to reveal the mystery winner, but turns out, they are not even in her class. Worse yet, they skip the freshman speech, forcing her to deliver it instead, which was insanely embarrassing as the second-place finisher. She quickly stops herself before she rants any further. It is crazy weird for her to spill all these secrets to a complete stranger. So Gamma finally asks the one burning question that has been bugging him this whole time. He wants to know why she is even talking to him, and trust me, you and I are dying to hear her answer next time. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where looking weak is actually a massive win, because her family code is literally smash the strong but protect the weak. Plus, her classmates are absolute nightmares, which explains why she is a total loner with zero friends. And yeah, that totally explains her icy attitude toward the game's main character. With that sorted out, Abel stretches and gets ready to bounce. But as she stands up, she stops in her tracks and asks if he is seriously keeping his name a secret. Just like before, Gamma shuts her down with no room for bargaining. Days fly by, and to Gamma's shock, his school life is actually super chill with zero drama. Chloe even makes some new buddies and fits into class perfectly fine. While Gamma spends all his free energy actively dodging her ever since that wild room incident. Whenever they make eye contact, her new squad glares at him like he is trash just because he is a special entrant. Honestly, Gamma could not care less about these haters throwing shade over his special entrant status. Besides, he is not even the only special entrant in their classroom anyway. Even though there are only a few of them, they are world-class at avoiding each other. There is definitely some major inferiority complex going on here. But check this out, Gamma knows things would be a million times worse in a high-tier class. The High and Mighty Star and Dragon classes have probably already split into factions and are playing petty power games. Even back when he was just playing the game, that drama was pretty wild to watch. but actually living in this reality, just the thought of that mess makes him shudder. On the bright side, at least he is finally getting some real, delicious food. That is all thanks to a sweet perk Medea hooked him up with for bagging the top score in the whole school. He got a special faculty card that lets him eat whatever he wants from the cafeteria completely free. He is so insanely grateful for this gift that bowing toward the director office 3 times a day feels like the bare minimum. And on top of that, he is crushing his student duties like a pro, making absolutely sure he does not do a single thing to ruin the main storyline. If he can just keep this up for the next 3 years, his life is going to be smooth sailing. The days cruise by, and Gamma hits up all his classes with zero issues whatsoever. In one lecture, an old teacher explains how the legendary hero Valor Jokin built this academy because the world desperately needed a place to train the next generation of saviors. Gamma basically knows all of this lore already from his gaming days. The founding hero, Valor Jokin, clashed with Lycan, the Demon King right-hand man and First Legion commander. That brutal war dragged on for 20 years before the hero finally won. But that epic victory cost Jokin one of his arms as a brutal consequence, forcing him to retire. The war was packed with pure carnage, and even though the hero won his big fight, neither side could claim a true victory in the end. And just like that, the first massive human-demon war ended in a tense truce. To prep the next generation of fighters, Jokin built this academy while both sides signed a strict peace pact. That treaty is the sole reason they have enjoyed 700 years of peace that still holds up today. The kids here are sure they will never see war, but you and I know Gamma is the only one who sees the storm coming. At this point, everyone is way too comfortable with the peace, and honestly, can you blame them? The only person he actually wants to warn about the impending doom is Medea, but changing the canon storyline could trigger some crazy butterfly effect he cannot predict. Even though she constantly whines about wanting to quit her job as the academy director, Medea is actually the first to sense the danger, thanks to her insane blessing of perception. To protect her beloved students, she will be the very first of the 7 stars to charge onto the front lines. Now, Gamma never actually played the game that far, but he spoiled her tragic fate by reading the fandom wiki. Medea becomes the first of the legendary 7 stars to die fighting against the Demon King army. Knowing this makes holding onto the secret pure torture, and he honestly wishes he had never read that wiki. Once class wraps up, students start flooding into the hallways because of some major commotion going on outside. It looks like the main event is finally kicking off. Gamma takes a quick second to check his phone, and yep, it is May 5th. Today is the exact day the actual protagonist arrives at school. He crowds near the classroom door with the other students, who are already totally losing their minds, calling this new kid a shoo-in for the elite star class. Right on cue, the legendary main character struts down the hallway as the crowd literally parts like the Red Sea. Leon Van Reinhardt walks with absolute main character energy, radiating from every single step. But as we leave it here, Gamma knows today is the day their 700 years of peace officially starts to crumble. Let us dive in. Everyone in school is totally fawning over this guy, Gamma. But he totally saw this coming. In this game, literally every girl falls head over heels. If this was an adult-rated game, Leon would have been a goner before facing the demon boss. And honestly, the girls who end up lining up to join his squad are all absolute, top-tier badasses. It is super annoying, but Leon Van Reinhardt, the main character of Miracle Blessing M, gets drafted in 3 years. He calls it a draft, but it is basically mandatory military service. If Gamma gets dragged in, that is his second enlistment. But the hero barely even managed to seal the very first Legion commander. Which makes Gamma wonder how crazy strong the Demon King actually is. No way our main character loses, right? Now pay attention. His eyes lock with Leon, who flashes him the most charming hero smile. Almost like he is reassuring our guy without even knowing it. He is the main character, after all. There's zero chance the guy cannot handle this stuff. Gamma turns to bounce, but suddenly, a soft voice calls out from behind. It is Chloe, meekly asking if she did something wrong. He wants to scream that she literally almost chopped his head off, but they are stuck together for a whole year, so making it awkward would totally suck. So he lies, claiming everything is totally fine, just to keep the peace and avoid making any deadly enemies. Chloe looks super relieved, instantly flipping back to her cute self like nothing ever happened. It is a total 90-degree spin from the psycho killer he faced. Even passed out, her sword felt so full of deep sadness. It was like a blade literally begging to be saved. Yet, that insane bloodlust radiating from the edge still made his skin crawl. If her style is purely meant for slaughter, she is probably way more dangerous than the Mao siblings. He snaps out of it when she suddenly asks to treat him to dinner again tonight. She wants to treat him, but warns that her cooking skills are nowhere near his level. The thought of dinner brings back instant memories of her crazy bloodlust, making him want to reject her on the spot. But those puppy dog eyes of a cute girl are an absolute cheat code. Saying no to that face is basically impossible, and he feels awful even thinking it. But if he says yes, he might literally wake up inside a fridge tomorrow morning. But check this out, he has a way better idea for them to hang out. He asks for a favor, telling her she is the only one who can do it, which immediately makes Chloe super docile. Gamma wants her to teach him swordsmanship. Honestly, he really needed a solid instructor anyway. Later at the training grounds, he swings a wooden sword to test his limits. Just as he hoped, the size of the sword does not mess with his blessing at all. Now all he has to do is actually build up some decent sword skills. Plus, Chloe is insanely strong, making her the perfect teacher. It is also a pretty good excuse to dodge those scary dinner dates. Ever since that crazy day, he has literally been watching how to survive a Yandere videos before hitting the sheets. And somehow, it actually seems to be helping him handle her vibes for now. Chloe rolls up in casual clothes with her katana right on her hip. He showed up on time at 8, but she has literally been waiting since 6. Gamma takes a second to look her over, and her crop top shows off some seriously impressive muscles. He never noticed in her school uniform, but yeah, that totally explains why her strikes are so devastating. He hands her a wooden sword, leaving Chloe totally confused as to why they are not using real ones. There is absolutely no way they are training with real blades or fighting to the death here, so there is zero need for live weapons at all. Chloe happily snatches the wooden sword and gives it a test swing. And the sheer power of her thrust instantly sends a mini shockwave blasting right between them. She is so insanely strong that the air around them actually shakes from that single strike. Gamma is seriously starting to regret asking her to train him. For now, he has got to play it super safe. Before they start, he decides to double-check his blessing one last time. The sword length is fine, thank goodness, and his body has been steadily leveling up. But thinking about it, a blessing upgrading with experience is just straight up weird. He has no clue if there are hidden side effects, and honestly, he has no idea how much more he needs to grow to unlock that mystery trait. Chloe walks up and asks him what is wrong. And that is where we leave things, you and I to her. He probably just looks like a total weirdo spacing out into thin air. Alright, you and I are jumping right in, as he nervously begs Khlo to take it easy on day 1, before drawing his wooden sword to face her. See, in his past life, hands-on experience was his only teacher. He truly believes that mastering any skill means you can't hold back. You've got to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The sole reason he adjusted to this wild academy so fast, the brutal training from his actual class. Since he was a kid, he could instantly tell if he was improving or just stuck. Even now, he knows his stance and grip are completely off. But despite all those flaws, he knows his very last strike absolutely has to find its target. Opening his eyes to start the duel, he sees Chloe already charging straight at him with full force. He barely slips her first strike before she instantly shifts her stance and throws out another crazy attack, which he just barely parries. Somehow, she keeps cranking up the speed as the clash goes on, leaving Gamma struggling to even track her movements. And the craziest part, she is probably holding back big time since he asked her to go easy on him. Their wooden swords slam together again, and this time, his blade starts cracking from the pure impact. Her relentless barrage of attacks does not slow down at all, forcing him to desperately block and weave. With this level of insane power, a single clean hit would literally end him, and he cannot find a single opening to strike back. But pay attention, because before he can even think of a counter, his wooden sword finally gives up and snaps right in half. Chloe tries to apologize, claiming she was being as gentle as possible. But she still broke it anyway. Honestly, that is the absolute least of her worries. Because the sword is now shorter, it accidentally meets the exact conditions for his overpowered sword god blessing to trigger. But something is seriously broken. The weapon is damaged, which triggers a major error in the system. The safety lock that usually holds back the blessing's true power glitches out, completely twisting Jayama's personality. By the time the system is done, his humanity drops to zero, turning Jayama into a ruthless fighting machine. The sword god's blessing goes full overdrive. Gamma turns to face her with that broken stick as a terrifying aura explodes around him. Kh-Lo backs off as Gamma's entire vibe takes a dark turn. While his physical body goes on total autopilot inside his mind, he's back in his old body, standing in a kitchen. It all feels like a strange dream. Right now, his only goal is prepping and slicing the fish that just appeared before him. I know what you are thinking, what about the fight? Well, he just wants to get back to work. It has been a minute since he prepped a fish like this, so he decides to grab a heavy Chinese cleaver. But as he reaches for it, a system alert pops up telling him he cannot equip it. Since that did not work, he tries grabbing a standard kitchen knife, but once again, a pop-up tells him he cannot pick it up. There is only one tool left, the sashimi knife. The system actually lets him grab this one, but he instantly remembers that holding this specific blade is going to bring nothing but pain. He picks it up anyway, and surprisingly, he's totally fine. Honestly, he feels completely refreshed. Suddenly, a voice in his head whispers for him to just accept this and let go. Meanwhile, back in reality, Gamma slowly stalks toward Kh-Lo with that broken blade. She screams his name, but he keeps marching forward, dripping with absolute bloodlust. He suddenly lunges at her, and she barely manages to block his strike with her own sword. With a massive shove, he sends her flying backward until she crashes hard into a wall. His strength feels completely different from their casual sparring session earlier. He leaps forward, trying to impale her with the sharp end of his broken weapon, but she barely dives back in time. Chloe only blocked a single strike, but her body can barely move. She has no idea why Jayama suddenly snapped, but she needs to stop this duel right now before he actually ends up killing her. She begs him to stop, but Jayama ignores her and charges again. He is moving so fast that in her battered state, there is absolutely no way she can dodge this next hit. All she can do is desperately beg him to stop. She screams his name right as that lethal blade swings down toward her face. Meanwhile, back in his peaceful dream world, Gamma wonders why the fish he is trying to slice keeps dodging him. On top of that, the fish is making a ton of noise while flopping around. And he can just barely make out what it is trying to say. It sounds like a name. The muffled sound slowly clears up until he hears the fish screaming out the name Jayama. So what do we take from this? Chef Kim finally snaps back to reality, realizing he is actually Jayama, right as his broken blade is inches away from Kh-Lo. Stick with me, that wood is about to pierce her. Gamma yeets the sword, pinning it to the wall. Before he accidentally ends his friend, Chloe opens her eyes to find Gamma holding her, smiling down like a big goofball because he finally let go of that blade. The crazy blessing is finally over, and he's back to normal. Chloe nervously asks if he is okay, but he just chilly tells her he is totally fine, thanks her for the awesome sparring session, and starts walking away. Once he leaves, Chloe slowly makes her way back to her dorm too. She had a hunch during the exam, but Gamma's powers are definitely more bizarre than just strong. During their clash, she noticed he had zero actual technique, just pure beast mode instinct. Even though he accidentally triggered his divine cheat code, she stood absolutely zero chance. Seriously, with just a broken wooden sword, he totally wrecked her. While she strolls through campus, some shady dude pops out of the shadows, teasing that Chloe looks pretty happy. Meet Nox Editor, Chloe's big brother. This guy immediately starts trash-talking her for hanging out with a low-class loser at school. Chloe instantly knows he's dissing Gamma, and snaps at him to shut his mouth about her friend. Nox did not even know the kid's name, but warns Chloe to stay away before the Editor family deletes him. But pay attention here, because she just walks away, claiming their family stands zero chance against Gamma. As she storms off, Nox is left wondering who this random guy is to change his sister so much. Speaking of Gamma, on his walk home, he starts overthinking this whole blessing situation. This crazy power he was given is a far cry from some divine favor. If anything, it is a straight-up curse. To avoid relying on that annoying sword god, he tried switching to different weapons. But that power literally stalked him, hijacking his body just to mock his struggle. Plus, when he clashed with Chloe, he felt absolutely zero pain. Instead, it felt amazing, like he was totally drunk on power. The blessing was playing him like a puppet, whispering sweet, creepy stuff in his ear, telling him to slash, slice, and wreck everything. He almost lost control completely, until Chloe's screaming snapped him right out of his daze. That shock made him remember his own name, dragging him back to reality. Because of that, he woke up just in time to chuck that wooden sword away. He knew if he did not get rid of it instantly, he would lose his mind forever. Now, you and I have to laugh at the fact that a literal Yandir, who almost ended him, is the one saving him from his days. Sure, he was mad she broke his toy at first, but deep down, he felt incredibly grateful to her. That is why he stayed so chill afterward. He was honestly terrified of triggering that creepy sword god mode again. But today proved, he can't just play pretend and ignore this curse forever. This cursed gift is something he is stuck with forever, meaning his dream of living a totally peaceful, normal high school life is officially dead. As he basically crawls back to his room, Gamma knows something deep inside is trying to eat his sanity. This is 0% a blessing, it is a parasite trying to swallow him whole. 3 days later, school goes on, and while Chloe hangs out with classmates, something is clearly eating at her. Ever since their crazy spar, Gamma has been completely ghosting class, and they never even swapped phone numbers. So she cannot even drop him a text. Plus, whenever she checks his dorm, the only response to her knocking is some super painful groaning from inside. She seriously thought about busting the door down, but was terrified he would absolutely hate her for doing it. She honestly loved staring at him from her desk, and totally lost count of how many times she would sneakily peek at him. First, she told herself she liked him because he saved her life, but let us be real, that is just an excuse now. Honestly, whatever the reason is, she just really, really misses the guy. By the next day, Gamma is still missing in action, while the teacher is screaming at everyone to shut up and sit down. Since it is pouring outside, the instructor calls off combat training and announces a boring study hall instead. As the kids scramble to their desks, even the teacher notices that Gamma has been a complete no-show for days. Still knowing Gamma, he must have a solid reason. So the teacher decides to just chill and wait for his return. But right as he is quieting down the class, the door slowly creaks open, and Gamma strolls in sporting a totally different vibe. Chloe literally jumps out of her seat in pure shock, while Gamma casually apologizes for being late. His eyes are totally sunken and lifeless, and a lock of his hair has turned completely snow white. And honestly, you and I can see why, he looks like a straight-up zombie. Let's dive in as our teacher nervously tells Gamma to sit, while the class whispers about his major glow-up. By the end of the day, everyone else clears out, leaving Chloe to slide up to Gamma for the first time in 4 days. She nervously asks what happened and why he has been ghosting the academy for so long. He stays quiet for a bit before hitting her with the classic excuse that he was just under the weather, but hearing her super shaky voice, he knows she is not buying his story at all, but he has got zero options to convince her otherwise. For the past 3 days, he was battling insane withdrawal symptoms that left him completely fried. He could not leave his room or eat a bite, just burying himself in bed, praying the shaking would finally stop. The agony he went through this time was next level bad. And it was all the price for flexing that broken weapon. Worse, checking the mirror showed his face looking totally drained and his hair starting to turn white, even if he generally looked the same. Now pay attention here, this is clearly a penalty from the sword god. Chloe looks super guilty, probably because they last met at the gym, so she thinks it is all her fault. To chill her out, he asks if she still wants to grab that dinner they talked about. That shocks Chloe way more than his return, almost making her tackle him with a hug. Looks like he made the right call, because she is absolutely loving the idea. When she asks what he wants to eat, the absolute first thing on his mind is fish. While they are chatting, he feels a creepy vibe and spots someone staring at them from down the hallway. It is Chloe's brother Knox, and the whole mood instantly turns super frosty. Gamma walks right up to confront him, telling him to stop creepily staring and just come talk instead. Immediately, Gamma spots something totally off in the guy's eyes, but Chloe steps in before things go sideways. Her voice is shaking, and she is clearly hesitating, but she is still trying to shield him her own way. Knox asks Chloe if this is really the scrub she is breaking Adaro's rules for. Chloe tells him she is done with her family, but her brother warns her she cannot just wash off the blood. Once an auditor, always an auditor. Chloe is talking like a total rebel, while her brother sounds like a historical drama villain. You and I both know Gamma is just annoyed by this drama, but Knox keeps talking trash until Chloe totally snaps. She screams at Knox to stop dissing the guy she loves, and her fury actually catches him off guard. Gamma hoped they could keep things chill, but no such luck. Still, he is getting used to the chaos. The real issue is the Auditor clan. He knows they are a shady group that works in the dark, specializing in hits, and they show up later to play a massive role. They might be weaker than other heroic houses, but their assassination game is completely unmatched. Every member of this clan is ridiculously strong, because of brutal training since childhood that molds them into the ultimate killing machines. With Chloe coming from a squad of killers, it means her super cute and bubbly personality actually makes her the major weirdo in this family. Her brother Knox, on the other hand, has the face of a cold killer. Gamma does not care either way, but it is clear Chloe wants a normal life. Just like his own sword god blessing, this assassin life was forced onto Chloe with zero say. She is forced to be a mindless murderer, and that is honestly pretty sad to think about. Gamma does not play the hero role and has zero plans to start, but if he cannot save the world, he can at least save this one girl. He steps right between the siblings and confronts Knox face to face. He tried running from the sword god's blessing but failed, so now he is stepping up and embracing the curse. After all, Gamma means sword demon, so he breezes past them and tells Knox to follow. Meanwhile, Lee Wanbin sits in his office, his mind totally occupied by his troubled student. When Gamma showed up to class earlier, it was super obvious that some bad stuff went down. He looked totally lifeless and deeply troubled, but before the teacher can overthink, a cheerful coworker struts in and immediately roasts his bald head. But before they chat further, and trust me, you and I are about to see him get a call asking for permission to let a student use the subspace. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild showdown. Leewin urgently demands to know who requested the subspace arena, only to find out it is Kangiyama, ready to throw hands with Nox. The stage is set for Gamma and Nox to rumble, and our main character is just chilling in the waiting room with 15 minutes on the clock. He thought scoring access to the subspace would be a total headache, but the whole process was actually a breeze. Shout out to media for that. Who wanted to keep him safe from a literal professional hitman. Since this is a virtual battle, he does not have to worry about getting his bones crushed for real. But there is still a massive chance his brain could get completely fried. But hey, none of that matters as long as he snags the win. The crowd outside is roaring, and it seems this high-stakes match between two academy kids has built up some serious, accidental hype. It is hilarious because he tried so hard to fly under the radar before, but now, that plan is dead and gone. Next to him, Kh-Lo is absolutely drowning in guilt, probably beating herself up for dragging him into this mess. But Gamma tells her to chill because it is not her fault, and since she hooked him up with gear, they are totally good. She warns him that Nox is a beast, a straight-up prodigy with talent like nothing their family has ever seen. Pay attention here, when it comes to the dark arts, literally nobody can touch him. At just 14 years old, they called him the Peak of Darkness. Super edgy name, sure, but the guy is a menace. Gamma looks down at his pinkish blade, thinking about the crazy choices that got him into this crazy spot. His old master always said he was destined to live by the sword for his entire life. But he never thought he would be flexing a kitchen knife in his brand new reincarnated life. Suddenly, the speakers blare, letting everyone know that this virtual showdown is finally about to kick off. He stands up, heading out of the room, but gives Kh-Lo one last promise that he is bringing home the win. The second he steps onto the battlefield, the massive crowd goes absolutely wild with insane cheering. Gamma literally feels like an old-school gladiator, with how intense and wild the whole stadium has become. Over in the stands, he spots the VIP class watching, including the main squad of characters from the game. Nox struts into the arena and starts talking trash, looking totally offended that our boy actually dared to show up with a basic kitchen knife. This dude's killing intent is seriously off the charts, so poking the bear is probably a terrible idea. So of course, Gamma double downs and insults him, saying real pros never complain about their gear. Nox unsheathes his weapon, an S-rank sword called the Twin Hungarian Blades. Along with top-tier gear, he's rocking one of the best passive buffs in the game, the Crow's Blessing. Now I know what you are thinking, but our boy pulls out cheap kitchen knives. Absolute cinema, right? The barrier goes up, and before it even fully charges, both of them instantly fly at each other. Gamma turns on his painless buff and unsheathes both knives, triggering the legendary sword god's blessing. Everyone in the crowd is losing their minds because the action is too fast to follow. This was supposed to be a total blowout where a newbie gets wrecked by a pro. But they are moving like absolute lightning. And no one can track their movements. Even the elite class is shocked by how wild this fight got. Especially Abel, who is totally stunned that the guy she thought was a weakling is actually this cracked. Steel clashes against steel, as Gamma easily weaves through every single one of Nox's strikes. The assassin loses his cool, unleashing a blinding strike that leaves 3 afterimages in the air. But somehow, even with the attacks landing right on him, Gamma walks away without a single scratch. The crowd keeps hyping up Nox's crazy speed, thinking Gamma is just running for his life like a coward. But Abel sees the truth that everyone else is missing. Only a true expert can grasp what is actually happening. Gamma is casually sidestepping every single blade slash, acting like he is not even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Nox is getting super ticked off because he activated his special crow blessing, expecting a quick, easy victory. But Gamma dodges everything like it is nothing, now that Nox knows his opponent is actually legit. He decides to play it smart, gearing up for one massive swing that will cut down the whole area at once. Suddenly, Gamma tosses aside his kitchen knife and grips the pink sword Kh-Lo lent him. And trust me, that insane confidence is about to drive Nox completely off the deep end. Alright, you and I are about to watch this clown Nox underestimate our main character Gamma. As Gamma preps his move, Nox charges up a massive, one-hit strike to end this once and for all. But before Nox can even twitch, Gamma strikes first. In a literal blink of an eye, it is game over. See, Gamma just wanted a chill, quiet life, and to get that, he kept his head down and tried his best to blend in. But now, he lets the sword god take the wheel, aiming to slice Nox so insanely clean that the guy won't even realize he got chopped up. The entire arena goes dead silent as Nox's arm, still gripping his sword, goes flying and thuds right onto the floor. This is where Kang Jayama's legendary tale starts, and where he kisses his quiet, normal future goodbye. Jayama spins around and finishes the job, slicing and dicing Nox to officially wrap up the fight. The barrier drops, but everyone is still frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Nox is on all fours, gasping for air on the ground. Gamma sheathes his blade while the announcer names him the winner. He is not surprised that the crowd is too stunned to even cheer. I mean, he just flexed godlike power out of nowhere, using nothing but a cheap fish-gutting knife. Even with all that power, he still thinks chopping people up is just super gross. The only real comfort is that since they were fighting inside a virtual subspace, he was not actually ending anyone's life. As Nox continues to pant on the floor, Gamma actually respects the guy a little bit. He is exactly as tough as Chloe said, boasting some seriously sharp combat instincts forged from real battles. But his dark aura made his bad intentions way too obvious. Once again, the announcer yells that Gayama won the duel. And that second shout is finally enough to snap the crowd out of their massive shock, unleashing a wave of wild cheers, because a brand new freshman just absolutely wrecked a second-year student. Yep, our boy's quiet life is totally over. But you and I both know he chose this path, and now he just has to grit his teeth and push through. Even 24 hours later, the entire school is still buzzing about that wild freshman versus sophomore showdown. Over in the star class, Abel stares out the window, completely distracted by the guy who has been rent-free in her head. Ever since that fight, she cannot escape his name. It is like the entire campus has literally nothing else to talk about. She was in total denial at first, but seeing him pull off god-tier sword skills with simple kitchen knives, insane. Seeing his absolute mastery of the blade makes her feel like an amateur forever bragging about her own sword skills. Honestly, he was so amazing that she is convinced he is the secret star pupil her granddad was hiding from her. I know what you're thinking. She's kicking herself for treating him like a weakling when he's actually a beast. Her loud groaning even wakes up her deskmate, Rachel. She quickly apologizes, but Rachel instantly notices that something is majorly bothering her bestie. The blue-haired girl tries to act cool, claiming she is just annoyed about missing her recent gym workouts. But Rachel sees right through that weak excuse. She throws out some playful guesses to see what's up, and completely hits the bullseye when she teases her about boy drama. Rachel bursts out laughing, finding the idea of the proud Lady Abel falling in love absolutely hilarious. Abel desperately tries to deny the whole thing, but Rachel completely ignores her, focusing all her energy on unmasking the mystery guy who has her best friend blushing like crazy. She starts listing potential candidates, beginning with Leon, the legendary class heartthrob with the pretty face, but Abel looks so completely bored that it is clearly not him. Which leaves only one option, that insane transfer student whose duel yesterday totally broke the school's hype meter. Right on cue, Abel freezes and cannot even deny it, which is all the proof Rachel needs. Immediately, she grabs Abel's hand and drags her straight to Tiger class to meet the school's newest superstar. The two girls barge right into the classroom, with Abel dragging her feet behind her hyperactive friend. The entire room freezes in absolute shock as these two high school beauties strut right past them. Rachel hops right onto a desk, and a classmate tries to yell at her for jumping on someone's chair. but she easily shuts the guy down just by flashing a gorgeous smile, leaving poor Abel to facepalm in total embarrassment at her antics. Finally, she spots Gamma passed out at his desk, while Chloe is busy babying him. At first, Rachel thinks Chloe is his girlfriend, but she does not care because it just makes this game way more entertaining. She sneaks up and blows in his ear, shocking everyone. As he wakes up, she sits on his desk with a flirty smirk, asking for his name. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see how this plays out next time. Trust me, Gamma already knows who she is. And he is definitely not hyped to see another game heroine randomly pop up in his face. She leans in, pokes his cheek, and calls him cute, while he just stands there totally stunned. He has zero clue what is going on, but his gut is screaming that this chick is pure trouble. Then boom! An angry Chloe grabs Rachel's hand before she can touch him. Chloe is fuming and demands to know what she is doing, but her killer vibe just makes Rachel laugh. Yep, Gamma's danger alarm was totally warning him about Chloe. Her sweet vibe instantly flips as she pulls a box cutter straight out of the Yandir dimension. If a literal blade fight starts in class, it is going to ruin his whole quiet life. He has never seen these two interact in the game, so he is just wondering why everything is going off script. Abel steps in and tries to drag her buddy away, especially since they are in the wrong classroom, but Rachel is not moving. She claims she only wanted to say a friendly hello. Then, to rub salt in the wound, she pats Chloe's head and tells her not to interrupt when the adults are talking. That sends Chloe over the edge, so she clicks her box cutter open and gets ready to slash. Now pay attention, because Chloe actually tries to stab her, but Rachel easily grabs her hand with raw, overpowering strength. By now, she is just straight up baiting Chloe into a brawl, prompting Abel to scream at her to stop before blood gets spilled. Rachel sighs and literally throws Chloe aside like a piece of paper, though Chloe manages to land on her feet. This gets all the classroom boys cheering for a legendary catfight, but Gamma is just super annoyed by all the stupid drama happening right in front of him. Then Rachel taps into her blessing, a power passed down from her family, the legendary Spear Saint clan. In her house, they believe fancy skills are completely pointless against raw, overwhelming strength. To them, brute force beats everything else, a motto that Rachel herself wholeheartedly lives by as the niece of the Spear Saint. She straight up asks Gamma if Chloe is his girlfriend. And our main guy instantly says no, which immediately turns Chloe's absolute rage right toward him. He quickly says she is just a friend, making Rachel even more hooked on the entire situation. Honestly, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, Gamma is still totally clueless about what this chaos is even about. Once he rubs his eyes and takes in the room, he finally spots Abel, looking just as stressed out as he was. He gets straight to the point and asks why they are looking for him, and Rachel blabs that Abel was just dying to see his face. Abel blushes and screams that it is a total lie, blaming Rachel for dragging her all the way here. But Rachel argues that Abel must have wanted to see him since she followed her straight to the tiger class. With the whole room staring at her, Abel shyly tries to explain that this is all a massive misunderstanding. But Gamma just wants them gone. He tells them to beat it, which shocks both girls while Rachel tries not to burst out laughing. That cold attitude only makes her more obsessed, and she absolutely loves interesting guys. She literally invites him to her dorm for some late-night fun, and that is the absolute last straw for Chloe. She screams at Rachel to get away from her Gamma right now, and while Rachel sneers, Abel finally snaps too. Even Abel can't hide her rage at Rachel's heavy flirting, so sensing things are getting too hot, Rachel finally backs off. But not before whispering that she will see him later, which Gamma shuts down instantly by telling her to never return. The dude finally leaves the room, and Gamma immediately passes back out while Chloe rushes over to fuss over him. Nobody even notices Abel pausing at the door to steal one last sweet glance at Gamma before walking away. As they head back, Rachel cannot stop talking about how incredibly impressed she is by Gamma's zero-nonsense attitude. Sure, he is cold, but looking closely at those hollow, empty eyes, Rachel could feel a subtle, dark instinct warning her that he would slit her throat if she kept pushing his buttons. She only wanted to test him, but he blew past her expectations and actually gave her goosebumps from that brief clash. She can easily tell he is leagues above all the flashy, style-over-substance-rich kids that fill up the elite star class. Her clan doesn't hold back when securing marriages with the most overpowered, beast-mode warriors. So in her eyes, Gamma might just be a rare prize she has absolutely no intention of letting go. And as we wrap up this crazy encounter, Rachel suddenly apologizes to Abel. Abel thinks it's about the classroom scene, but trust me, Rachel has something else entirely on her mind. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a love triangle where she is done playing nice and wants our main character. Meanwhile, over at the school clinic, Knox is dragging himself down the halls, absolutely fuming and obsessed with putting Gamma in the ground. This guy went his whole life undefeated, hyped up as this acoustic genius. And now, some random kid just humbled him with literal kitchen knives. Seriously, just picturing Gamma's smug face is enough to make him absolutely blow a fuse. He is ready to call in his entire family of assassins just to slice off Gamma's head and get KH-Lo back. KH-Lo has the potential to become even stronger than him, and he is not about to let some random, special admissions nobody steal her away from his grasp. One single call to his clan is all it takes, and they will teach this kid a lesson. Well, that was his grand plan. But guess who is already chilling right inside his clinic room, casually eating an apple? Yep, Gamma himself. But rewind a bit. Back during class, Gamma was actually keeping a worried eye on KH-Lo. The other girls left, but KH-Lo is still super stressed out, even though she was the one who actually pulled the weapon first. While she is having these totally unhinged thoughts, Gamma walks over to hopefully calm her down. He can probably talk her out of whatever crazy mental breakdown she is currently sliding into. But he really wishes she would put the literal box cutter away first. He asks how Knox is doing, and she sadly reveals her brother is in the campus medical ward. Now pay attention here, you cannot actually get hurt inside that virtual subspace. So he should not need a doctor at all. Yet, KH-Lo says he was admitted without a single scratch on him. She says he shouldn't worry about it, but our main character cannot help but overthink the whole situation. Sure, Knox got sliced up in virtual reality, but he is way too tough to be traumatized by that. To make sure no crazy drama goes down, he needs to pay Knox a quick visit. He asks KH-Lo for the room number and even gives her a head pat to sweeten the deal. Apparently, that is a pro tip he learned from reading Yandere romance series. And that brings us right back to now. As Gamma stares at a completely shocked Knox, he casually mentions how insanely rich these elite acoustic mages must be to afford a private luxury hospital room like this. Before Knox can even ask how the heck Gamma snuck inside, our main character grabs a sharp skinning knife from the bedside table. You and I both know what is coming next, right? Knox immediately goes on guard. But nope, Gamma just snatches up another apple, peels it with lightning speed, and sets it back down. Then, Gamma walks right past him, casually telling him to eat more fresh greens for his health. This completely triggers Knox. He slips a hidden dagger from his sleeve, ready to backstab Gamma, but our boy is already 5 steps ahead. Gamma drops a chilling threat. If Knox ever tries to get revenge, he will slice him up along with his entire clan. Just like that. Gamma slams the door shut, and the shockwave instantly slices the peeled apple into perfect pieces. He cut it so fast Knox didn't even register the movement. Our main character walks out of the clinic, mission hopefully complete. Now, Knox's spirit is totally crushed, leaving him feeling like a candle about to be blown out. That was some legendary-level bluffing, and Gamma really hopes his trash talk doesn't backfire on him later. Because let's be real, his enemies are top-tier assassins, and there is no way he can fight an entire clan with only 30 seconds of pain immunity. Sure, he could probably drop 10 guys in 30 seconds, but fighting the rest of them would be absolute suicide. And that's assuming the absolute worst-case scenario. Honestly, he really wants to avoid any bloodshed if possible. Strolling back to his dorm under the moonlight, he feels like he is standing right in the eye of a hurricane. Honestly, he's starting to get used to this chaotic new life. As long as Nox stays quiet, things should stay relatively chill. But there is another massive issue waiting for him, and her name is Rachel, the one girl he wanted to avoid. In the original story, she was supposed to chase the hero and bond with the female lead, Abel. But now she is targeting him instead, which is a massive red flag that the timeline is completely broken. Plus, midterms are right around the corner, and he actually has to lock in this time to secure his reward. The exam requires a 5-man team to take down a massive demonic monster. And that's where we leave it. Let's see how they survive this team-based monster exam. Look, you and I both know personal skill is cool, but trusting your squad on the battlefield is everything. The absolute best move for a weak student right now is finding some powerhouse teammates to carry them to victory. Not that basic monsters are even a threat, but this test has them hunting some super dank demonic monster mermen. Gamma remembers these guys looking totally hideous in the game, so meeting them in real life is gonna be nasty. If they were pretty mermaids, at least they would have some nice eye candy. But mermen are just pure ugly. Actual mermaids are classified as elite demonic humans, serving as the main force of the demon army, making them way more powerful. Next to those elite demonic humans, these basic demonic monsters are basically just guard dogs or pets. Luckily, only the mermen are chilling on this island, so students do not have to fight the scary humanoids. It has already been a full month since Gamma arrived at this academy, and tonight is his very first peaceful moment. It has been 700 years since humans and demons signed a truce. But just like human history, things have not been totally quiet. There have been several clashes between both sides over the years. For example, 50 years ago, Vasman, the commander of the 6th Legion, declared he would revive the legendary 1st Legion leader. That crazy stunt triggered a whole week of brutal warfare that left the city painted red. Humanity won and crowned 7 epic heroes, but 3 of them died, and neither side wanted to push for a full-blown war. Ever since then, peace has mostly stayed intact. But Gamma seriously doubts this is true peace. Honestly, whoever sealed that 1st Legion commander solo 700 years ago must have been an absolute beast. It took 7 legendary heroes just to beat the 6th commander. And they still lost people. Now, there are only 3 years left before the second Human-Demon War kicks off. And this time, the actual Demon King is joining the fight. Trust me, that future is terrifying, but worrying changes nothing. Right now, Gamma just needs to lock in and focus on the upcoming midterms. First order of business: find a squad. Too bad that is easier said than done when you have 0 friends. Still, he is currently the most famous kid in school, so maybe he can use that clout to solve his little teammate issue. There is no way he is staying under the radar for 3 whole years, so he decides to switch up his motto. No more trying to blend in, he just wants a comfortable life. Now he has to hustle hard to get people into his squad. But get this, a whole week passes, and our boy is still totally flying solo without a single invite. Turns out, everyone is probably just absolutely terrified of him. Looking around the classroom, the only other lone wolf is KH Lo. Maybe she became an outcast after that big fight where her brother got totally wrecked. Or maybe it is because of the way she acted when Rachel showed up. Either way, he walks over and asks if she still hasn't found any cadets to partner with. Since they are both alone, Gamma is genuinely worried about her. He is totally used to the loner lifestyle, but she actually had friends before they all ditched her. She says she will be totally fine as long as she has him around. In any case, he proposes they team up and find 3 other members to join. With KH Low on board, her insane skills are gonna be a massive asset. Since he can only fight for 30 seconds, she is basically 30 soldiers packed in a cute bundle. But their peace breaks when Rachel bursts in screaming Gamma's name. He shows zero love for seeing her, while KH Low radiates pure bloodlust, instantly whipping out a box cutter. Rachel keeps annoying him, even dramatically flopping down right onto his desk. Then, she asks if he has managed to secure a group for the upcoming test. Since she is clearly not listening to him anyway, he just answers her. Learning he is still solo is perfect for her, so she invites him to her squad. Gamma gets super suspicious of this random offer, since tons of other students would kill to join her group. So why pick him of all people? She bluntly explains that he just seems way more fun to do this test with than any other student. Gamma tells her he is already teamed up with KH Low, but that is totally fine. Since Rachel's group conveniently has 2 spots open. Still, Gamma smells a rat since this is a massive risk for Rachel. A move like this could seriously tank her grades if they mess up on the island exam. He looks over at KH Low, and she gives a reluctant nod, agreeing to tag along. With no more excuses, he agrees to join. Rachel instantly whips out her phone to text someone, warning him that he absolutely cannot back out now. Gamma asks who else is in the squad, and trust me, we're both gonna scream when she says Leon. Alright, you and I are starting with the absolute worst-case scenario. Meeting Leon, the guy Gamma hates the most. Our boy is seriously wondering what kind of crimes he pulled in his past life to get such trash luck. Sure, he spent 30 years swinging a sashimi knife, but come on, that was just his day job. Somehow, he keeps tripping into these hot heroines' lives, and even though he tries to stay low-key, he's getting sucked right into the main plot. Honestly, the girls are pure eye candy, so hanging out with cute chicks isn't the worst thing ever. But the real nightmare is Leon Van Reinhardt. He's the actual main character, and messing with him will ruin the story. Gamma has absolutely no clue how this is going to end, but he's totally sure everything will somehow be blamed on him. He even tries to find a way out of this group. But Rachel already signed him up without even asking. For the first time ever, he genuinely wants to slice and dice a girl with his kitchen knife. And let's not forget the absolute biggest red flag, the Yandir classmate he's stuck with. Speak of the devil, she sneaks right up to ask if he's okay, since he's been frozen stiff since Rachel left. He just plays it off, saying he's stressed about taking the exam alongside the elite star class cadets. KH Low hypes him up, saying nobody in star class is stronger, and he just gives a weak thanks. He can't ditch her now since he's the one who asked her to join. But look, let's think about this rationally. These guys are actually the strongest teammates he could ask for. This could be a total win if he wasn't such a doom poster. He asks KH Low when and where their squad is meeting up, and she tells him they're heading to an on-campus cafe. Since they're almost out of time, he suggests they start making their way over right now. They end up arriving first, so he and KH Low grab some quick drinks. KH Low orders a delicious-looking avocado smoothie, and Gamma can't help but stare in pure jealousy, thinking about how insanely expensive that single cup is. He takes a sip of his cheap espresso and almost dies from the horrific taste. Turns out, this cafe is a third-party shop, so school cards are useless here. So, for the first time, he's forced to spend his own hard-earned cash. While he's regretting his life choices, his phone buzzes. It's Rachel saying she's arrived, and a second later, she walks in with Leon and another guy right behind her. And just like that, Leon and Gamma finally meet face to face. Then Gamma sneaks a glance at the other guy standing next to them. First impression, this dude looks exactly like a total high school delinquent. Leon is the first to step up, reaching out his hand to greet our main character. Gamma shakes it, and Leon immediately hypes up the epic fight our boy had in the subspace the other day. You and I can already tell this golden boy is a perfect mix of brain and class. When they finally sit down, Rachel suggests proper introductions. Leon goes first, introducing himself as the squad's leader and a top student from star class. He somehow got stuck with the leader role, but he seems super nice and genuinely hyped to work with everyone. Rachel is up next, but since literally everyone already knows who she is, she passes the turn to the guy sitting next to her. His name is Speedwagon, and he's also a star class student. His intro is super quick and punchy, but Gamma is totally distracted by that wild name of his. Khlo goes next, introducing herself as a Wolf class student who only got onto this crazy team thanks to Gamma. Rachel immediately teases her for calling him Makun, triggering a tense stare-down between the two girls before Khlo sighs, cools off, and wraps up her intro. Finally, it's Gamma's turn to speak. And his introduction is even shorter than Speedwagon's, literally just giving his name and class before shutting up. The team rolls with the awkward silence as Leon whips out a laptop to finally start talking business. He hits a key, and a massive holographic map of their exam location pops up right in front of them. The test site is Scapulae Island, and they'll be teleported straight to their starting zones through a dimensional rift. But here's the catch. Once they cross the gate, they are on a real island. Everything becomes real, and those nasty demonic beasts can actually rip them to pieces. Their squad is assigned to the northeastern coast, competing with two other teams to hunt down mermen. The catch is, there's a limited number of monsters out there. So the goal of this test is to slay as many mermen as they possibly can. With the briefing done, Leon shuts down his laptop and asks if anyone has any questions. Speedwagon immediately asks if there are other dangers on this island. Trust me, we're not ready for the answer. All right, you and I are checking out an island that the instructors cleared beforehand to ensure there are zero monsters besides those mermen. Then Khlo casually asks if they can jump and fight other teams, totally stressing out the rest of her group. Leon plays it cool, explaining the exam is only about smashing monsters, so picking fights with other cadets gets them disqualified. Talk about assassin habits dying hard, right? Since nobody else has any questions for now. Leon sends them off to prep for the midterms until their next big brainstorming session tomorrow. The others head out, leaving Gamma alone with Leon. The vibe gets super awkward, so Gamma tries to bounce, but Leon suddenly stops him to ask where the heck he actually came from. Gamma freezes up, trying to wrap his brain around this weird question. He heard this before, but coming from Leon, it is way different. The guy looks dead serious, and Gamma cannot read his mind at all. He could have asked during intros, but Leon specifically waited until everyone else cleared out of the room. Seeing the awkward silence, Leon says sorry for dropping that bombshell out of nowhere, but says he feels like Gamma is just like him. Sure, the official game language is Korean because of the developers, but other cultures still exist in this world. Besides, anyone can tell Gamma is Korean just by looking. Watch closely here, because Leon asking where he is from makes zero sense, and Gamma is just sitting there completely lost in this bizarre talk. Leon tells him to just forget he said anything before packing up and leaving the cafe. Gamma stops him in his tracks and throws the exact same question right back at him. It was a total reflex, and he regrets it instantly, but he knows he won't sleep a wink tonight without an answer. Leon calmly shakes Gamma's hand and drops a wild reveal, saying he is from Germany. He walks away without another word, leaving Gamma wondering what the heck is going on with this guy. Back when Leon first asked, Gamma had a crazy thought. Could the game's actual main character be an Isekai survivor too? It sounds totally wild, but it is actually a real possibility. There's no rule saying only one person can get sucked into this game, and stealing the main character's body makes way more sense than a side character. Gamma spots a knife on the table and gets an idea since his sword god blessing heightens his senses like crazy. Maybe triggering his epic cheat code will give him some answers. Now I know what you're thinking, but as he uncovers the knife, a system message pops up confirming Leon is actually native to this world. It's super similar to that faint voice he heard while clashing with Khlo under the influence of his sword god blessing. But trying to analyze, it gives him a massive headache that even his pain block skill can't stop. Still, the Leon he met today is definitely the real deal from the game. No actor could pull off that vibe. That random country question was already weird, but saying they are similar, yeah, that part is genuinely keeping him up at night. He checks the lore wiki, but there is absolutely zero info about Leon's past in this world. With things getting this spooky, Gamma decides he is completely done dealing with Leon after this. If more weird stuff pops up, he'll just consult media, even if she tries to elope with him again. Gamma is honestly shocked by how chill he is staying despite all the crazy drama unfolding around him. Maybe it's his passive skills working behind the scenes. He pulls up his status screen, and yep, his stats are climbing nicely. His willpower and gear are still the same. But his physical strength is way up from his daily grind, and his weapons should upgrade once he grabs Murasame in the midterms. The wild card here is his synchronization rate. It has shot way up, and it looks like he is about to unlock something crazy. Maybe it is tied to all the quests he completed. It is annoying not knowing what it is, and he cannot exactly go around asking. But wait, there is a brand new feature at the bottom. His absolute pain block blessing got an extra 10 seconds, meaning he can run it for 40 seconds straight now. Looks like all that sweat and tears are finally paying off in a big way. As the days fly by, and everyone meets up to lock in their battle plans for the big exam, Gamma keeps grinding his skills until exam day finally hits. Everyone gathers in front of the massive pocket dimension portal, and man, this place has a way heavier vibe than their usual training ground. And that's where we leave it. You and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch this squad break down their ultimate battle strategy. Rachel is on the front lines as the heavy hitter, while Leon calls the shots to keep the team glued together. Speed Weapon is backing Leon up as support, and Chloe teams up with Rachel to dish out extra pain. And finally, Gamma has got their backs at the very rear, making this one seriously solid lineup. Gamma checks out their gear and is totally blown away. Rachel is rocking an S-rank weapon, the Vermilion Phoenix halberd. And even though Leon lacks bowman, his sword is still incredibly strong. But get this, Speed Weapon's gear is a literal recorder. Wait, musical entertainment. Rachel laughs it off, explaining that this recorder is actually rare S-rank gear that heals the party. And trust me, finding an S-rank healing item is like winning the lottery. Since it's such legendary loot, Gamma leans in for a closer look, totally catching Speed Weapon off guard. But their little chat gets cut short when the speakers blast that the first-year midterm exams are kicking off. Their Wolf class instructor, Lee Wanbin, walks over to give them a quick pep talk. Since they already know the drill, he keeps it super brief, telling them not to hesitate to run away if things get way too wild. There is zero reason to risk their necks for some extra credit. If they get hurt or want to tap out, they just need to call an instructor. Watch closely, because the big test is finally kicking off. Instructor Lee Wanbin tells them to stay cool, but Chloe is visibly sweating bullets, so Gamma asks what is up. She mentions hearing rumors about dangerous mermaids spawning on this island, but Gamma promises her that the teachers already double-checked and cleared the entire zone. Chloe tries to play it cool, but her nerves are still totally wrecked. Growing up in Sicily, she saw plenty of mermaids, and they always left a massive trail of destruction behind them. Sure, humanity has a peace treaty with demons now, so they rarely show up outside of dungeons. But since those creepy rumors still exist, it means the exact conditions of how these creatures spawn are still a complete mystery. Gamma gently pats her head to soothe her anxiety just as the instructors call the cadets to step through the portal. She smiles, choosing to trust him. Sometime later, she hears Gamma's voice echoing through a thick fog in her mind. Looks like she zoned out for a quick second, and now everything has gone completely sideways. Snapping back to reality, she sees her squad standing face to face with a massive, terrifying monster. Rachel frantically asks Speed Weapon if he has reached an instructor, but since they are deep inside a cave, his phone has absolutely zero signal. To make matters worse, another cadet is bleeding out on the ground, and right in front of them stands the culprit, a real mermaid. Hold up, let us back up a bit and see how they got into this mess. The moment they landed on Scopuli Island, their biggest enemy wasn't monsters, but severe motion sickness from portal travel. Gamma is the only one standing tall, casually bragging that he has got a stomach of absolute steel. Moments later, they spot a merman. The creature stares at them in absolute shock before instantly making a run for it. He is pretty gross, but way smaller than Gamma actually expected. Leon points out that tiny runts do not give any points, meaning they have to head deeper into their zone to find the adult ones. Chloe dashes ahead to scout out the area, while the rest of the squad moves in at a chill pace. When they finally arrive, Chloe slides back to the group to deliver some spicy info. She tells them about a cave just 500 meters ahead and leads the squad straight to the entrance. Before they even step into the creepy cavern, dozens of glowing eyes are already locked right onto them. Leon counts around 50 to 60 mermen chilling inside, all huddled up together around a massive campfire. Wiping them out would instantly lock in first place for the midterms, but they have to play it smart and prioritize safety. Going inside means losing all signal, making it impossible to call the teachers if things go south. It is a massive high-risk, high-reward play, and the final call lies solely on their leader, Leon. He spent so much time crafting the perfect battle plan before they even landed here, so now it is time to step up and carry them to victory. With zero hesitation, Leon gives the green light, and Rachel winds up, launching a glowing golden spear deep into the darkness. The blast snuffs out their campfire instantly, plunging the cavern into darkness and totally panicking the mermen. Before the monsters can even process what is happening, Rachel is already in their faces, slicing and dicing as heads go flying. And trust me, we are watching Speed Weapon totally supercharge her next attack. Alright, you and I are dropping right into the action where Rachel is picking off monsters one by one. Gamma is totally awestruck by her beast mode, and KHLO definitely noticed too. So our resident Yandir pulls out her katana and pops her blessing to join the party. She goes full speed ahead to match Rachel's kill count, slicing mermen like butter as they charge at each other. Neither of them shows any signs of slowing down, headlining a massive collision course. And poor Gamma is sweating bullets, thinking they are straight up going to crash. They get super close, but pivot at the very last second to slice the final merman between them. Then they effortlessly step back and keep cleaning house, letting Gamma finally breathe. Turns out, my guy was stressing over nothing. And just like that, 60 mermen are officially history. With the area cleared, Leon suggests they move on to find the next part of their exam. That heroic vibe is why the blonde main character is the heart of the squad, proving to Gamma that Leon really is the star of this game. Seriously, nobody else could ever pull off that main character energy. Now pay attention here, because right as Gamma looks away for a split second, everything goes completely sideways. He looks back just in time to see our blonde hero get absolutely impaled in the gut. Everyone freezes in pure horror, as a massive aura rises from the pile of dead mermen. It is a demonoid mermaid, the exact nightmare boss KHLO was terrified would gate crash their island trip. Gamma knew things were going way too smoothly, and his bad feeling was spot on. Now they have to decide whether to run or stand and fight. Honestly, trying to escape with a half-dead lion is going to be a total nightmare. Rachel immediately yells at Speed Weapon to call the instructors and report the emergency. But the signal in this cave is absolute garbage, leaving them with zero ways to contact help. Everyone is completely losing their minds, while Gamma is the only one keeping a cool head. Since their main guy is knocked out, someone else needs to step up and run the show. Gamma takes charge and starts barking orders. He tells Rachel to hold the line against those mermen. Then he tells Speed Weapon to spam every single healing spell he has on Lion. Finally, he snaps Khlo out of her trance, telling her to evacuate the other cadets and warn the instructors about what is going down. It takes a second for her to process the plan, but she quickly runs off to do her job. With the squad sorted, Gamma steps up to face the mermaid monster, totally shocking everyone. He tells Rachel and Weapon he is leaving the minor mobs to them. But get this, carving up big fish is literally his day job. I know what you're thinking, but wait, these demons use magic, which is basically a dark cheat code. We are talking about real magic, a power that literally one-shot the main character. That shows the crazy gap between humans and demons. Gamma has the sword god blessing, but that does not guarantee he gets out of this alive. In the original game, beating a magic-casting demon without a full party was completely impossible. Yet here he is, trying to solo a boss that normally takes a whole raid team. Basically, Gamma is in deep trouble, but there is no backing out of this now. Khlo is going to need at least 10 minutes to find help and return. And he has exactly 40 seconds to fry this fish before he ends up worse than Lion. Rachel is pushing her limits to hold back the mobs, while Speed Weapon focuses on healing Lion. The wound is nasty, but the healing works. Even so, the support cadet cannot take his eyes off Gamma. Just looking at this mermaid sends shivers down his spine, yet Gamma is taking her on alone. The demon strikes first, firing the exact same water laser that wrecked their main character. Gamma dodges and closes the gap with his knife. This oversized goldfish seems to rely purely on water magic. He does not know magic, but he knows this demon is still made of flesh and bone. All he has to do to win is get in close and start slicing. He lunges in for a close slice, but she slips away and charges straight towards Speed Weapon instead. But before she can reach him, Gamma flashes in and slices off one of her fins, making the monster scream in absolute agony. That cut was way too shallow, and as Gamma goes in for another swing, the boss melts into the water. Since she targeted their support, it is clear this smart fish is going after the weak links. Lion is finally stable, and as Speed Weapon calls out, we can finally breathe. But stick with me, because Gamma is already charging right back into the fire for round 2. Stick with me to Speed Weapon, Gamma is absolute peak. Back in their earlier chats, Speed Weapon always rambled about looking up to true heroes who would sacrifice everything for other people. But ever since he stepped foot into this academy, he has not seen a single person worthy of that title. Which is exactly why he teamed up with Rachel, hoping to find his dream hero in Lion instead. He even told Gamma straight to his face that he was nowhere near a hero. Yet, in this absolute mess, the guy stepping up and risking everything is Gamma himself. The mermaid keeps up the assault, firing off fish-shaped magic blasts that Gamma slickly dodges. But this time, instead of flying past, they pull a U-turn and hunt him down. This beast is actively steering them, chasing Gamma all over the cave. With Gamma occupied, the demon lunges at Speed Weapon. Gamma zips over just in time to slash the beast before it strikes, but the cut is way too shallow. Paper cuts are not going to finish this thing. If he wants to put this demon down for good, Gamma has to drive his blade in deep. The mermaid fires another massive blast, but Gamma ducks, letting the beam shatter the cave ceiling and rocket straight up into the open sky. The explosion is so insanely huge that nearby students see the light and hear a terrifying roar echoing across the mountain. To make matters worse, the rain starts pouring. An instructor nearby orders everyone to grab the wounded and move fast before the storm slows them down. Meanwhile in the cave, the mermen begin to fall back. Giving the kids a quick breather, the mermaid got buried under falling rocks from the blast, but Gamma knows she is definitely still kicking. Right on cue, she explodes out of the rubble and charges straight at the helpless students. Up until now, Gamma could not even fight seriously because he was constantly worrying about the injured lion. But with the minions gone, he tells Rachel to watch over Speed Weapon and Lion while he handles business. Speed Weapon can't believe Gamma is soloing a demon. He thought this guy was just a lunatic, but now, he is realizing we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Honestly, Jayama is just relieved he can finally go all out without worrying about protecting his teammates. He has only 10 seconds left on his painless buff, so he needs to finish this fast if he wants to survive. The two lock eyes for a brief second, then charge in for the final clash. Elsewhere, Kh-Lo is sprinting through the woods at breakneck speed, desperately searching for any kind of backup. She is completely exhausted and hurting all over, but stopping now means everyone she left behind is as good as dead. Every time her legs want to give out, she pictures Gamma back in that cave, fighting a monster alone just to save them. He is truly the most powerful warrior she has ever encountered. The guy hates unnecessary violence and avoids drawing his sword whenever he can. Since he made the ultimate sacrifice to stall that monster, she has to give everything to find help. Still, she cannot shake the painful feeling that if she were only stronger, she might have actually been useful. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes behind her, ripping open the cave wall. She knows that is Jayama clashing with the mermaid. Panicking, she trips over a vine and nearly face plants, but scrambles back up and keeps pushing forward. Falling is not an option until she finds someone who can save them. Sprinting onward, she senses movement ahead. Her mind is spinning too fast to tell what it is, but she immediately fears the worst, merman. She draws her blade to protect herself and swings with everything she has at the nearest shadow. But wait, the figure blocks her blade. You and I both know that is definitely no monster. It is Abel. The moment she realizes she is finally safe, all her energy vanishes and she collapses. Abel's squad instantly goes on high alert, thinking they are walking right into an enemy ambush. With the last of her strength, Kh-Lo gasps out that they need to go help Gimma. Luckily, Abel remembers her from when she and Rachel visited Gimma's class. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Speed Weapon is staring in absolute awe at the fight. He seriously doubts he will ever see anything this mind-blowing for the rest of his life. The way Gamma handles his sword is like a master chef, slicing up a fresh fish on a chopping board. This is not even a battle against a demon anymore. Gamma is straight up styling on this thing. This absolutely legendary display unfolding right now is something that will be burned into his memory forever. And trust me, you and I can see even Rachel, the elite Spear Clan heir, has never witnessed this level of skill before. Yo, stick with me here, she literally dives to shove him away the second a stray blast flies their way. Speed Weapon completely loses his mind because of how crazy this looks. Gamma is actually fighting a magic-using demon here. A sword versus magic is a terrible matchup from the start, even if our main character is totally winning right now. If that demon drops an unblockable spell, Gamma is in serious trouble. Right when Speed Weapon thinks that, almost right on cue, the mermaid raises its hands, unleashing a crazy new magic attack called Needle Squall. The rain literally freezes in midair, locking everything in place. Then, she drops her hand, and a million sharp ice needles rain straight down on Gamma. He dodges and parries like a beast, but these ice blocks are way too hard for his knife. His weapon begins to shatter mid-fight. Instead of ditching it, Gamma just yeets the broken blade straight at the mermaid. It slices right through her side, leaving a massive, gaping hole in her waist. Gamma immediately follows up with a finishing move, slicing through her scales with one epic slash. But the mermaid dodges and throws a merman's body to distract Gamma. Next thing you know, she is charging a giant spell right in front of our main character. No lie, this is way too close, and there is absolutely no way he can dodge it. Right before the blast lands, while he's totally panicking, his mind suddenly gets warped into a blank white void. Inside this space, he spots a glowing red line showing him exactly where to strike, while a voice whispers that he can slice anything. Instead of running away, Gamma tightens his grip on the knife and literally cuts right through the magic attack. That slash triggers a massive shockwave that blows everything away, and once the smoke clears, Gamma is standing over the dead mermaid. The dying demon lets out a few weak noises before Gamma straight up kicks her back into the water pool. Rachel and Speed Weapon are completely frozen in shock. I mean, how does a literal freshman take down a high-tier demonoid solo? Suddenly, Gamma drops to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Rachel immediately sprints over to help, while Speed Weapon goes to check on Lion. Luckily, our hero is okay. But weird noises echo from behind. Speed Weapon turns around, expecting those runaway mermen to be back, but it's actually Abel and her squad carrying a heavily injured, unconscious KH Low. The very first thing Abel sees is Rachel holding an unconscious Gamma. This sight makes her super annoyed for some reason, but she shakes it off to look around. The whole squad looks like they are at death's door, but Lion is somehow totally fine. She lets them know she already called the academy, and backup will be there in about an hour. You and I both know she is dying to find out what went down here. She demands answers from Speed Weapon, but he is just mad at the academy instructors who claimed this island was completely safe. He knows they probably won't believe his crazy story, but he starts explaining what he saw anyway. Speed Weapon gives Abel a quick rundown of the battle and how Gamma soloed the giant mermaid. Just as he expected, she thinks it's cap. The fantasy stories her granddad told her as a kid sounded way more realistic than this. But even though the story sounds completely fake, the literal crime scene around them proves it's real. Why would he lie about this? Still, Abel simply cannot wrap her head around it. She is a literal descendant of the legendary hero Baylor Wa Weekend and his disciple Aaron Nibelang. That is her insane family legacy. Thanks to that, she was born with unique traits. Her bloodline has always been loaded with pure hype potential. She worked her absolute butt off to make sure she wouldn't just live in her ancestors' shadow. Yet, even with all those cheat codes, and how incredibly powerful she has actually become, Gamma keeps showing her there is a massive, untouchable gap between their skills, leaving her with a weird mix of fear, dread, and total respect. She orders her squad's healer to patch up Gamma while they wait around for the instructors. Looking closer, she sees he is completely beat up and clinging to life, yet he fought a whole demonoid solo and actually won. Abel can't help but feel a massive wave of envy. Speed Weapon quickly snaps her out of it, saying they should probably avoid telling the instructors exactly what went down here. The school claims they checked the entire island, yet a high-ranking demon popped out of a super obvious cave right next to them. Yeah, there are definitely some major plot holes in this whole situation. Leon cuts straight to the point, asking Speed Weapon if he thinks there is an actual traitor working with the demons inside the school. Leon tries to backtrack, saying that is not exactly what he meant, but honestly, they cannot completely rule that out. It is super obvious that this cave was too big for cadets to miss. And let's be real, without our main character, Lion's entire squad would have been completely torn to shreds. Alright, you and I are diving right back into 700 years of crazy history. But through all those years, those nasty demons never dared to lay a finger on the Academy cadets. See, the peace treaty literally said that any demon funny business would be a straight-up declaration of all-out war. Speed Weapon tells them to chill out, claiming they are totally blowing this whole situation out of proportion. Yeah, keeping an eye out for a spy is smart, but let's not lose our minds yet. For now, they just need to get their stories straight. Because if there actually is a mole in the school, then Gamma is a marked man. The second people find out he soloed a demonoid, Abel is definitely not down with keeping this a secret. But since Gamma went completely beast mode to save their skins, and everyone else agrees, she suggests they should talk to her grandpa first. The crew heads back, and poor Gamma gets rushed straight to the hospital. He wakes up to the bright morning sun in his eyes, Loki shocked that he is even still breathing. The last thing he remembers is that crazy mermaid firing one final magic blast right before kicking the bucket. It was way too fast to dodge, but he somehow tracked it. He whipped out his sashimi knife, sliced the line, and split the spell right in half. Thinking back, that magic sphere was 100% water. Now pay attention here, because activating that sword god blessing gave him a feeling he can't even describe. He opens up his stats just to make sure, and the status screen pops right up again. His mental strength went up by 1 point, which explains why he did not chicken out against that beast. His assimilation rate also jumped enough to unlock a mystery stat. The next one unlocks when he hits 15%. Maybe this weird new power is what let him see that red cutting line on the mermaid. While he is analyzing his power-up, the door flies open, and a familiar face bursts inside. It is Media, and she immediately tackles Gamma into a massive hug, while he literally struggles to breathe through her grip. She finally lets go and says sorry, but then drops the real reason she ran over here. She pulls a dimensional pocket right out of her purse, grabbing his dream exam reward, the legendary Murasame sword. The Murasame is a B-rank blade with insanely high stats, and it is exactly what Gamma wanted. He stares in pure shock, while Media asks if he actually likes it. I know what you are thinking, but she apologizes for this sketchy handoff instead of a proper ceremony. Meanwhile, a sneaky shadow watches them. Media spots the shadow and tells them to quit lurking at the door like some kind of awkward creep. Siegfried Nebulone clears his throat and walks in looking super embarrassed, standing right next to Media. This whole setup gives Gamma some major déjà vu from when he first set foot in this academy. He straight up asks what the legendary Sword Emperor is even doing here. Media says she heard the whole story from his team. Then, both of them bow down and apologize for the school. They take full blame for the absolute mess that happened during the midterm exam. Because of their major slip-up, the kids almost got wiped out, leaving Gamma completely speechless as she keeps talking. She promises they will find the mastermind, while Siegfried speaks up to thank him for saving the class. Gamma just rubs his neck nervously, muttering that he only did what he had to do. Media adds that while his heroic actions were top tier, they absolutely must keep this secret under wraps. She is positive the rat is inside the academy, so silence is key if they want to stop a massive public panic. Gamma gets it and does not hold any grudges. Media laughs, saying he basically acts like a wise old man trapped in a teenager's body. With that, the two big bosses head out and walk back to the offices. Walking down the hall, she asks her old buddy if he remembers their very first day at school. Siegfried was slacking on a bench. She insulted him, and he immediately drew his sword without saying a word. He plays dumb, making her smile. It feels like it all happened yesterday, but 60 years have already flown by. Yet, they have not even covered a fraction of Wacken Academy's history. Back when they started, this place was already ancient and packed with legendary lore. And that is where we leave it, knowing this legendary school has protected its own for 700 years. Yo, get ready, because we're jumping right into some absolute madness, as Medadia's crazy aura literally shatters the windows. Before midterms, she'd verified the island was completely safe. I mean, Scopuli Island was known for super rare mermaid sightings, but still. So she basically went full mama bear to keep her precious students totally safe. And yet, a total disaster still ended up happening on her watch. Siegfried puts a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. She apologizes, but then instantly flips into total fangirl mode, gushing about how freaking awesome Gayama is. Soloing a whole mermaid is next level wild, so she asks Siegfried what he thinks about it. Now, Siegfried has seen tons of prodigies in his life. He's seen plenty of hyped-up chosen ones lose their spark and completely fade away forever. See, glory-hungry hero families throw the word genius around way too easily. The moment a kid shows some basic potential, they get labeled a prodigy just because of their family name. He even banned anyone from calling his own granddaughter Abel by that loaded word. But with Jayama's crazy, off-the-charts talent, maybe that genius label actually fits him. If he keeps grinding and getting experience, Siegfried wonders how high he'll climb. Maybe Kangeyama will actually reach the heights that Siegfried could only dream about. Leaving her hanging, Siegfried walks past Ma, but warns her to stick around the academy. She smiles and tags along, and the two keep chatting as they stroll down the hallway. Later, Gimma gets discharged and heads back to class as usual. But you're going to want to watch closely here, because the headmaster completely covered up his epic demonoid victory. Gamma realized these kids only get to chill, because he literally saved their skins from that mermaid. Right after leaving the hospital, his very first stop was the school forge to upgrade his sword, Murasame. Right now, that weapon basically felt like a metal rod. With the sword god's blessing, reforging it was crucial, so he met the blacksmith, Volander, hoping for a successful upgrade. While lost in thought over everything, he suddenly hears Khlo calling him over. He turns around to see her hobbling over on crutches with her leg in a cast. Thanks to Speed's crazy emergency first aid, the doctor said she will be off those crutches in just a week. She is honestly looking so much better. Now, let's pause for a second. Even though Gamma soloed the boss, it actually took the whole team to make it out alive. Khlo called for backup, Rachel cleared the merman, and Speed's clutch heels all kept them breathing. The only guy who literally did nothing useful was Leon. Gamma seriously doubts this dude can beat the Demon King when his drive is that pathetic. But hey, maybe getting wrecked first ruined his mood. Their gossip session gets cut short when the teacher storms in, telling everyone to sit down and listen up before the training assembly starts. Once they're quiet, he drops the news that they'll have a brand new guest instructor. The class is ready to complain about the surprise change, until the door actually opens. Siegfried strolls right on in, leaving everyone completely stunned, while Levon Bin bows in absolute respect. Even Gimma loses his cool, totally shocked that humanity's absolute strongest warrior is standing in his classroom. Meanwhile, in some dark corner, an old man gets slammed into a wall and grabbed by the collar. A savage pink-haired chick slaps him so hard he goes flying onto the floor. He begs instructor Kim for mercy while she fumes with rage. Turns out, this terrifying lady beating him to a pulp is actually the 5th Demon Corps commander. She demands to know why he didn't play ball earlier, and when he tries to apologize, she just clocks him again. Clearly, this brutal purple-haired instructor is totally done with excuses. Their whole evil plan was to bring Leon back from his exams barely breathing. He might be a hero candidate, but there's no way he survives a solo mermaid fight. But thanks to this old geezer's massive screw-up, Leon is chilling safely at school. Instructor Kim kicks the old guy in the teeth again, but instantly gets annoyed because he ruined her nice shoes with blood. She still can't process how a literal demonoid got wrecked by a pack of basic freshmen. Though looking at this year's insane batch of rookies, it kind of makes sense. But then, the old man stammers that only one single cadet did it. You and I both know she's assuming it's Leon. Alright, you and I are about to see a wild new target get locked in. He clarifies that it is the Academy's top student, Kang Jayama. Hearing that special admission name tells the demon commander everything. Looks like she just found some fresh new prey to hunt down. But honestly, this guy is not going to be an easy target. Meanwhile, Wolf class is back on that daily grind, except for Chloe who is still rocking crutches. Gamma is super jealous of her getting a free pass to chill, while he has to run for his life. To make matters worse, this old dude is literally breathing down his neck every single lap, and he is incredibly fast for a boomer. Siegfried runs right next to Gamma, yelling at him to pick up the pace, thinking he is still slacking from midterms. It is crazy that the legendary Sword Emperor is jogging with first-year noobs, especially a special admission kid. Remember, Siegfried is the beast, who later becomes the Sword Saint, and humanity's absolute strongest defender. On top of that, during the Second Demon War, He will actually train Leon in swordsmanship. His importance totally skyrockets in the later half of this story. So why is a total legend like him slumming it with wolf class? Now pay attention here, because this is where the main plot goes completely off the rails. If you remember, Leon never actually got the Sword Saint title, which was a massive problem in his past life. But Leon can't inherit the family name anyway, since he lacks the bloodline. So it is fine. Still, Gamma is feeling extremely awkward with all his classmates shooting him those deadly, jealous glares. Siegfried is running so close to him, they practically look like a jogging couple. The old man starts dropping some warrior wisdom, explaining that physical strength and stamina are the absolute base of any fighter. No matter how talented you are, it means nothing. If your body can't handle it, you're toast. Once Gamma is hyped, Siegfried bolts ahead, expecting him to keep up. With the running done, it's time for some weapon training, but no personal gear is allowed today. They have to pick from the school's basic arsenal and learn to make it work. Okay, you won't believe what the Sword Emperor dumps on the ground next, a literal sashimi knife. The rest of the class is completely stunned by their teacher's bizarre new rule. One student asks if it wouldn't be way better to use their heirloom family weapons. Well, because the basics are everything. Relying on overpowered, high-tier gear just makes you lazy and ruins your training. It is too easy to think a strong weapon makes you strong. A real master never blames his tools. Those words hit Gamma deep, and he nods along. No more talking. The Sword Emperor commands them to grab a weapon and get to work on the basics. Cadets who master these basic tools will get a massive grade boost, which determines their final ranking at the end of the year. Boom! That extra piece of info gets everyone hyped up, and they scramble to grab any weapon they can find. Gamma naturally heads for that random sashimi knife on the floor, but the moment he grabs it, he feels Siegfried watching him. The students gather back up with their chosen weapons, and Siegfried announces they're going to practice with them by doing one-on-one sparring, completely raw with no special subspace rules, to make sure nobody gets carried away and kills each other. Siegfried decides to show them a proper demonstration match first. Lee Wan-bin gets picked to face the Sword Emperor, but he's literally shaking with fear. He is absolutely not ready. This is officially the biggest crisis of his entire life. Luckily for him, Siegfried has a different target in mind. He calls Gamma up to the stage. Even though Siegfried is just holding a cheap, standard weapon in his hands, it looks like a deadly masterpiece. The other students are green with envy, totally confused about why the Sword Emperor is singling Gamma out like this. Gamma steps up, and before they begin clashing swords, the teacher asks if his bones are fully healed. He nods, and Siegfried tells him to draw. It is just a friendly spar. But Gamma knows this is way too dangerous. Going up against the legendary Sword Emperor is never going to end well. One wrong move and someone is losing an arm, or if things go really south, a literal head is going to roll. And honestly, you and I both know things are about to get incredibly messy. Alright, you and I are dropping right into a massive standoff where Gamma's instincts are begging for a fight, but he tries playing it cool. He tells Siegfried to put his sword away, but the other cadets are already whispering behind his back, mocking him for chickening out. Siegfried is not buying it either, calling Gamma out for constantly hiding his insane powers and throwing away his swordsman pride. Like, why have god-tier skills if you're just going to live like a total coward? Now, pride is something Gamma deeply cares about, especially back when he was known as the strongest swordsman in the land. In fact, that burning pride is the exact reason he never abandoned his blade. This little bait from the Sword Emperor, it is a total test. Falling for it now would definitely lead to major regrets later. But at the same time, his warrior pride and the desperate itch to fight are just too strong to ignore. Lee Wan-bin senses the sudden shift in energy and tries to step in, but Siegfried stops him right there. Now pay close attention, because Gamma has officially made up his mind. He unsheathes that sashimi knife and gets ready to rumble. They lock eyes in a tense face-off, and even at 70 years old, Siegfried clearly remembers the profound sword enlightenment from his youth. Back then, a legendary one-armed wandering knight had shown him what the blade was truly capable of. That mysterious knight's ultimate skill was on a completely different, almost godlike tier. And now, this kid he has been watching closely since the entrance exam. Kang Gama might just be the one to guide him to that peak. Gama makes the first move, rushing straight at Siegfried, but the old master is ready, welcoming him with a swift slash. Gama is fast enough to dodge and spin around for a counter, forcing Siegfried to block as their blades collide with crazy force. Gama's absolute guts to charge straight in without flinching is actually pretty impressive to the old master. Trading blows, Siegfried realizes that Gama's physical stats have surged big time. The kid is actually pushing the legendary Sword Emperor back without even breaking a sweat. But Siegfried's blade is no joke either, and he is definitely not holding back anymore. Meanwhile, the other students are watching the duel, completely clueless about what is actually happening. To them, Gama just got super lucky during that recent subspace training match against Nox. Still, it makes no sense why the Sword Emperor is paying so much attention to some random special admission kid. They are low-key hoping the old man gives him a brutal beatdown that leaves him crying. But wait, they have been staring at each other for minutes. I know what you are thinking, but Lee Wan-bin knows exactly what is going down. They are not just idling. They have entered a godly realm that the instructor doubted any student could reach. Before this even started, he warned Siegfried that if the headmaster found out, things would get absolutely chaotic. Plus, the surrounding cadets could get seriously hurt, but Siegfried promised he had no real plans of actually drawing blood against young Gama. The old master already knows that our main character can enter an incredibly special state. We are talking about entering the mental realm. To step in here and survive a mental battle with Siegfried, Gama must be way stronger than anyone ever realized. A duel inside this mind space is basically an intense battle of wits. And Siegfried can already tell from their brief clash that Gama is leveling up at an absolute lightspeed pace. Since that is the case, the Sword Emperor has to dial things up a notch too. He activates his overpowered blessing, the Sword Spirit Protection. Even out in the real world, the watching students feel a heavy, crushing pressure radiating from them. That glowing blue light on Siegfried's blade is definitely a high-level aura. Their imaginary battle got so incredibly intense that it shattered the mental realm, snapping them both right back to reality. This is getting way too dangerous. If Lee Wan-bin does not step in right now, someone is definitely going to get sliced. But before he can even move, Gama and Siegfried fly forward, launching straight at each other. But an angry scream halts them midair. Medea arrives before their weapons can clash again. Her grand entrance literally cracks the ground under her feet in pure rage. The duel instantly stops, and Siegfried gets dragged straight to her office for a massive scolding. He tries to apologize, but the angry headmaster is absolutely not having it. She completely loses it, screaming at him for picking fights with students after she went through so much trouble to pull strings and get him an instructor spot at this school. At that moment, Siegfried totally lost his cool and let his aura run wild. He would probably get roasted even harder, but he quickly turns down his power and bows his head to apologize to Medea. And after 50 years, trust me, we know she is not playing. You and I both know Siegfried never apologizes, yet today he said sorry twice. Crazy, right? Honestly, that is the only reason she is keeping her cool. She straight up asks why he unleashed the sword spirit's blessing on a literal student. If Medea had not stepped in right then, someone would have ended up dead. Siegfried admits that without that crazy power-up, he could not have beaten Jayama. That completely blows Medea's mind. For a super proud guy like Siegfried to admit that, unbelievable. She knows Jayama is a certified prodigy, but she also knows Siegfried is a total beast. Then he drops a bomb. Jayama already unlocked the mental realm. For comparison, Siegfried did not master it until he was nearly 30. A 17-year-old doing it is just too much to believe. Siegfried is clueless too, but there is no denying what he literally just felt. This whole thing is giving Medea a headache, but she remembers what she saw when she checked on Jayama after the fight. The moment she approached him, her pride as a teacher and one of the 7 stars completely flew out the window. Pay attention here, because she felt pure fear. It was the same terrifying vibe she got from the 6th Division commander, Vass. She cannot wrap her head around why a mere student would give her such massive goosebumps. Still, it makes Siegfried's wild story sound real, so she asks him straight up, "Did you actually lose?" And just like that, the usually quiet guy completely loses his cool. He screams that no matter how gifted Jayama is, he is still leagues above him. Plus, he claims he was not even fully armed, which is the only reason the kid stood a chance. Medea calls him out for breaking his rule and blaming his gear. Since when is gear an excuse against a student? His massive overreaction is honestly just embarrassing. Her roasting makes him so mad he tries to power up again, but a solid slap from Medea snaps him out of it. Meanwhile, Jayama wakes up from a dream where he is reliving that intense fight. Everything turned out fine, but that Sword Emperor is seriously hot-headed. If Medea had not stepped in, things would have gone south fast. Also, that mental realm is one bizarre place. You only unlock the mental realm once you achieve absolute mastery over your weapon. It is an active zone that triggers when you meet very specific conditions. And only absolute legends who have trained with one weapon for life can enter. Seriously, in the game, not even 10 heroes could freely access it. Even Leon, the main character with all those crazy hero cheat codes, needed 3 years of solo training to enter. That was exactly where Jayama quit the game. Yet Jayama did it instantly. Let us pause and look at why. He has been wielding that sashimi knife for over 20 years across 2 lifetimes. Plus, every single time he taps into the sword spirit's blessing, he experiences a hyperfocus that breaks reality. His past and present lives start blending together, unlocking insane new potential. Judging by his journey so far, running away only makes things worse. Instead of just coasting along, he decides to face his problems head-on. Now that he can control this mental zone, he wants to train his combat skills without relying on that god-tier cheat code. He gets up and slowly uncovers his trusty sashimi knife. With a bit of deep focus, he slips right back inside. Suddenly, the zone shatters, and a massive hand reaches out from the void. It reaches down and taps his shoulder, snapping him out of the trance while flooding his blade-holding hand with raw energy. But that power is too much, and the knife instantly shatters. Elsewhere, some academy elders are arguing in a dark room. That shady old guy who was talking to the demon commander is now throwing down with the other elders. He is desperately trying to convince everyone to investigate Jayama, suspecting the kid might actually be the chosen hero. But the others are not buying it, since everyone knows Leon is the official hero candidate. The old man argues that Leon is still totally half-baked and cannot even trigger his blessing yet. Meanwhile, Jayama has insane skills, like when he casually wrecked those genius twins during the placement exam. Plus, Medea is actively hiding his records under the excuse of protecting her student. Honestly, everything about him is suspicious. You and I both know an investigation is coming. You and I are diving right back in, as he warns them that the 7 stars are totally running the show, especially since media. One of those big shots took over as the academy director, making the elders look like total nobodies. Ever since Basman got wrecked, everyone only hypes up the 7 stars while treating these old elders like yesterday's garbage. And if a new hero pops up, yeah, their street cred goes straight to 0. The other old-timers totally agree, realizing they desperately need a public villain to hate if they want to keep their grip on power. So they all vote to take out this hero threat. Turns out, This dude only became an elder thanks to that purple-haired instructor, which is why he is pulling out all the stops to strong-arm the others into agreeing. Because if he messes this up, Yor, the fifth Demon King commander, will make him pay. Actually, he will make him wish he was dead. After some heavy convincing, they finally agree that Kangama has got to go. So, they decide to send the hit orders straight to the Adater family. But wait, pay attention here, because Gama has a whole other disaster going on as he glares at his trusted blacksmith, who is literally backing away in pure terror. He honestly just wanted to use the Murasami sword as a fancy sushi knife. But somehow Volander took his one ticket away from that god's blessing and literally made a kitchen knife. To make matters worse, this legendary B-rank sword got downgraded to a pathetic E- rank. Even Volander is completely baffled. Like, the dude has been forging weapons for 30 years and has literally never seen a fail this epic. Apparently, when he tried working on the blade, it was like the metal straight up refused to be forged. He rushed to melt and reshape it, barely saving the thing. If any ordinary rookie had tried this, they would have ended up with a useless lump of hot trash. Even with Gama's 20 years of knife experience, he has to admit the craftsmanship is actually pretty insane. And the build matches up great with that crazy sword god's blessing. But the durability is still E- rank. It still has potential though, so a quick upgrade could make it totally viable. All Gama needs to do is grab the upgrade materials and Volander will fix it up for free. Our boy is not buying it, though, furiously asking what happens if this cheap thing breaks again. Volander shakily promises that even as an E- rank weapon, it has the crazy potential to scale up to an A rank weapon and get even stronger. Plus, there is a legendary material that guarantees a successful upgrade, but he has to hunt down an A rank demonic beast to get it. Those big beasts are basically equal to E- rank demonoids. You and I both know that sending him there is basically a suicide mission, like fighting that mermaid again. Why risk his life for a simple upgrade when even weak mobs drop materials? Gama demands a solid promise, and the blacksmith literally swears on his professional honor. But wait! He wants Volander to cough up a half refund for the leftover scrap, which is worth 10 million won. Volander tries to back out, arguing he did exactly what was ordered and even offered to do the upgrades for free. Gama claps back that his sweet B-rank sword was ruined, so this payout is only fair. The blacksmith tries to argue, but one look at that shiny blade and Gama's terrifying death stare shuts him up real quick. Trapped, Volander begs to lower the price to 500, but Gama immediately doubles it to 1,000, which is still way too much for him to handle. But Gama is not budging, and he is more than ready to use that sword to get his money's worth. It is literally pay up or die, so Volander pays. Gama then heads over to a bench to check out his stats again. With the new gear, his overall power is up, and some fresh perks are finally unlocked. The main reason he hated using that sword god's blessing was because of the absolutely mind-numbing pain. But his new stats just lowered the pain by 1 tier, and he can keep upgrading it. Which means maxing out this pain resistance is officially his #1 goal. He tested it out, and even though it still hurts like crazy, it went from near-death agony to just losing his breath. If just one level up helps this much, then continuous training means he might actually use that sword god's power completely pain-free one day. It looks like his stats boost whenever he grabs new weapons or upgrades them. Now that midterms are done, weapon upgrading is his absolute main focus to grind those levels. So, you and I are going to stick around to see if he ever figures out this wild power, and who dragged him into this world. Alright, you and I are starting with our guy, getting totally snuck up on and scared out of his thoughts. Turns out it is Chloe, looking pretty healed up since she actually ditched her cast. Gama asks her if she is feeling okay now. She still needs crutches to get around, but she already feels way stronger than before. While they chat, Gama spots a stray rice crumb on her face and brushes it off. That tiny touch is enough to make her literally swoon and drop. But flat on the grass, she spots the Murasame sword resting on his lunch bench. This is literally the first real weapon she has ever seen him hold that is not a kitchen knife. Huge deal. He is still so annoyed about its E- rank. Sure, he got some cash back from that blacksmith, but he still needs to grind for materials to upgrade this thing into something usable. Honestly, Gayama does not even need to get stronger since he easily handles mid-tier magical beasts after slicing that mermaid. His main goal for upgrading this sword is just to cut down on pain. Kh-Lo totally misreads his serious face, thinking he is sad because she brought up its E- rank. Now pay attention to this wild Yandere logic, because she immediately decides that blacksmith needs to be eliminated. Gama snaps her out of her murder trance, but suddenly senses a creeper nearby. He walks over to a tree, gives it a massive kick, and shakes loose a hidden guest. Turns out it is Nox Editor, Kh-Lo's brother, and he looks pretty annoyed that he got busted. Chloe gets super defensive about him popping up, but Gayama does not smell any blood on the guy. And he is not carrying any weapons either. Still, he was definitely stalking them, so he must want something. Nox just stands there in dead silence. Gayama prepares for a fight, but Nox quickly clarifies he is not here to kill them. He actually came to warn Gayama that the Academy elders want the Adater family to take him out. Chloe confronts Nox directly, asking if that is the real reason he showed up, but he stays quiet. Instead, he points out that since she has been away from home so long, she has totally lost her edge. Chloe ignores him, telling Gama to get behind her so she can shield him. Both guys just stand there watching this injured girl try to swing at Nox from a mile away before he goes on. Nox honestly does not care what Gama has been doing lately. But those elders are weirdly obsessed with him. Plus, the whole Adater family is getting bad vibes from this, so they are putting the hit on hold for now. They ordered it completely in secret, even going right past the Academy head. But you and I know a direct order like that is hard to ignore, meaning the family might have to investigate our main character. Either way, since Kh-Lo is still part of the family. Nox felt like she deserved to know the truth. That explains his motives perfectly. He used family rules as a cover, but honestly, he was just worried about Kh-Lo. Having said his piece, Nox turns to walk away, but Gama calls out to stop him. He wants to ask about Nox's previous claim that Chloe was growing weak by staying by Gama's side. But the red-haired senior simply turns around and keeps on walking. Deep down, he knows Chloe is happiest with Gama, so he leaves it at that. Even Chloe has never seen her brother act so soft before. Before disappearing, he just tells Gayama to make sure Kh-Lo does not end up getting hurt again. Gama looks a bit clueless, which just annoys Nox, so he quickly nods along. Then, Nox takes his chance to ask how Jayama got so strong. Gama seems totally shocked that he is considered strong. To him, real strength means being able to defend yourself against any threat, 24/7. Just like the Sword Emperor. Since Gama can only hold his peak power for less than a minute a day, he feels he has absolutely no right to flex or brag about it. Nox used Chloe as a cover to share family secrets with an outsider like him. So Gama definitely cannot trust him to keep quiet either, prompting him to serve up some advice to satisfy Nox. He tells the redhead that he lacks pure desperation. No matter how skilled of an Adater Nox is, he lacks that battle-hardened, real-world vibe. If he just stays cooped up in this academy, he is going to hit a hard limit. He needs to get out there and face real danger. If he keeps grinding, he will definitely find his breakthrough. And that is about as much absolute nonsense as Jayama can drop without sounding like a total fraud. So he quickly packs up and bails before Nox can ask him any more questions. Later in class, the students are learning about history and how blessings actually work. But you and I both know Jayama is not paying attention, since those academy elders are officially targeting him now. Alright, you and I are about to see how Gama handles this mega-influential shadow organization, pulling strings across the entire world. In the original game, these absolute buzzkills existed only to annoy the main character and protect their own selfish assets. Players called them the corrupt remnants, but if they are supposed to be targeting the main hero, why the heck are they suddenly locked on Gamma? Our boy starts listing out all the wild reasons they might want him dead. Honestly, looking back at his Academy report card, he really has been a total magnet for high-key drama and chaos. He is basically main charactering at this point, but even with all his flexes, it makes zero sense for those high and mighty elders to target him. He remembers that mermaid brawl back on Scopuli Island. It is obvious now that the fish lady was not actually hunting him, she was trying to eliminate Leon for being in their way. Even though the media swept that mess right under the rug. Word of him absolutely destroying that monster definitely leaked to the top-tier big shots in noble society. Since they targeted Leon, a prime hero candidate, it means some of these corrupt nobles, or maybe all of them, are secretly playing team-up with the demons. They did not just play defense either, they went straight for the kill. They are totally cool with throwing humanity and the Academy under the bus to keep their power. Pay attention here, this is pure evil. Gamma could easily pull up to the Elders' chambers and slice them to pieces right now, but patience is key. When the perfect moment arrives, he is absolutely going to wreck them. This crazy realization completely locks in his plan to raid the dungeon and grab those sweet weapon upgrade materials. But first, he has got to build a crew, because flying solo is going to be way too brutal. Sure, Chloe is always down to help, but he needs more than just one loyal sidekick. Skip the hot-headed brawlers like Rachel, he needs a big-brain strategist, the first name that pops into his head, Speed Weapon. So, class wraps up, and Gamma struts over to the Dragon class to track down Speed Weapon. The second he arrives, some random meathead blocks his path, obviously salty that Gamma is walking around with special student status. This absolute third-rate extra is exactly the type of annoying pest that Gamma has zero patience for. Gamma tries to walk away, warning this wannabe tough guy to back off before he gets his face rearranged. But the bully just winds up his fist, totally ready to rumble. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, that punch was painfully slow. But before Gamma can even throw hands, someone else swoops in and lands a massive punch right on the bully's chin. Everyone stops and stares, while Speed Weapon literally blows on his own hand, complaining about how hard that guy's jaw was. Gamma has seen muscle mages, but a heavy-hitting healer? That is wild. Speed Weapon just grins and asks if Gamma came looking for him. They head outside to chat, and Gamma lays out the entire plan to his new buddy. Basically, he needs to build an elite squad right now, and he needs Speed Weapon to help recruit the heavy hitters. If they team up, everyone else gets a sweet split of the dungeon completion loot. Gamma just wants to keep the raw materials dropped by the monsters. He needs backup because if he tries to recruit in his own class, literally nobody but Chloe is going to show up. But if Speed Weapon works his magic and talks to the Dragon class students, recruiting will be a total breeze. Speed Weapon notes that if school rules did not get in the way, Gamma could probably solo 5 or 6 dungeons without sweating. Which would be true if he could actually handle his blessing without relying on his magical pain meds. Gamma admits he cannot even solo a single one, but Speed Weapon does not buy it and thinks he is just flexing his humility. They pivot to some casual banter, and Speed Weapon mentions that Gamma looks way healthier since those crazy midterm exams wrapped up. After catching up, Speed Weapon agrees to join. There is no real reason to say no, and he has a feeling teaming up with Gamma will be wild. The target is a C-rank zone called the Buffalo Dungeon in Cowan. With Gamma, Chloe, and Speed Weapon, they have got 3 slots filled. They just need one last recruit. Gamma immediately says he wants to avoid Rachel and Leon, though honestly, neither of them would want to join up anyway. Rachel has been in absolute isolation since Gamma was hospitalized, and she is grinding away inside the academy training grounds. Meanwhile, Leon is busy prepping for high-level dungeon raids alongside the second and third-year students. That works perfectly for Gamma, but it still leaves that final spot totally up in the air. Speed Weapon does have one specific person in mind, but knowing their lazy track record, they are probably already fast asleep. Gamma is completely baffled, since it is literally the middle of the day. That is just how they roll, so Speed Weapon is not shocked at all. He promises Gamma he will set up an introduction. But first, convenience store snacks. Stick around, because we are heading over to Speed Weapon's house to meet this sleeping mystery legend next. Alright, you and I are exploring a secret Japanese-style building that our main character didn't even know existed. Even back when he was grinding Miracle Blessing M, he never stumbled onto this hidden spot. In his past life, he cooked Japanese food for a living but never actually got to visit the country itself. They head to the backyard of the courtyard and find the girl Speed Weapon mentioned, sleeping like an absolute baby, just like he said. He tries shaking her awake, but the girl is out cold and completely ignoring him. So he leans in and whispers that he brought it, whatever that means, and she instantly snaps awake like she heard an alarm. Speed Weapon points straight at Gamma and tells her that the goods are right there with him. She dashes forward instantly, blitzing our main character and snatching the convenient store bag right out of his hand. The insane speed of her snatch sends her spinning through the air until she lands directly on top of him. Gamma is totally stunned as this random girl just chills on his chest, munching on the snacks they literally just bought. While he is trying to process this madness, she looks up and asks if he has any more yang ging, which is this sweet red bean jelly dessert. Back in Gamma's past life, he worked constantly, using the game Miracle Blessing M to escape his boring daily routine. Now pay attention, because this is where he sits on the toilet after dropping way too much cash, praying for good luck. The virtual angel who drained his entire bank account was Abel von Nibelung, and like every other gacha addict, he gets totally crushed when he realizes the game's drop rates are absolute garbage and will literally spit in your face as a completely different rare character pops up asking for sweet treats. This is Saki Rio, and seeing her gorgeous face on screen just proves that gacha games are a total scam. Miracle Blessing M is a story centered on the hero Leon and his massive harem of beautiful heroines. Among all of them, the devs officially pushed Abel von Nibelung as the absolute main female lead. Sure, every girl had unique skills, but the main plot was all about Leon and Abel surviving crazy hardships and falling in love. Even Gamma, back when he was a filthy gambling addict, fell hard for Abel and threw his wallet at the screen, spending a crazy amount of cash to unlock her. Because of that, the other female leads were totally ignored. And let's be real, you and I both know his very first 5-star character got benched instantly. Now, she's literally dropped onto his chest demanding her favorite jelly, and when he doesn't answer right away, she just sighs and calls him an idiot. But despite her incredibly lazy vibes, Rio is an absolute god-tier damage dealer for ranged combat. She also relies heavily on pure skill, unlike Leon. Since she barely affects the main campaign, recruiting her won't mess up the timeline, so Gamma should be totally fine, right? Speed Weapon nervously holds out more candy, which she grabs instantly before telling them to spit out whatever it is they want. He gets straight to the point, explaining that Gamma hit him up earlier to recruit a squad for the Big Buffalo Dungeon raid happening in a week. Rio stares at him with total confusion, then walks closer to ask if he's the guy who wrecked those older students during subspace training. Gamma stays quiet, and after an intense stare down, Rio shrugs and mentions that while dungeons affect their grades, she has no real excuse to say no, but she feels like Gamma is completely lacking any real drive. It's pretty wild for her to judge his energy when she's barely awake. But she makes it clear she won't team up with someone who acts so incredibly bored. Speed Weapon tries hyping Gamma up by bringing up his epic recent fight, but she is still not buying it. Then, Speed Weapon almost slips up and leaks what went down with the mermaid during midterms. He quickly covers his tracks before she gets suspicious, turning the tables by roasting her for literally drooling over sweet bean jelly all day long. Gamma just watches them bicker, totally unimpressed. A teammate can be greedy or rude, but definitely not both. There's no way Gamma is going to beg this girl. He turns on his heel and tells Speed Weapon to move out. They don't need her bad attitude dragging them down. Rio coldly asks if he really cares that little about the raid, sparking another intense stare down. Then, completely unprompted, he whips out a hidden knife and nails her target. Trust me, you're going to love what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see a flex so wild it will blow your mind. He throws another knife, splitting the handle perfectly. Rio completely loses her mind, and Gamma casually asks if she is finally down to join their squad. The very next day, she is already waiting for them. She greets Speed Weapon and Chloe when they walk in, then gets super nervous as Gamma takes his seat. Then boom, they get right to business. The dungeon permits are cleared, meaning it is finally time to plan their big raid. Speed Weapon steps right up to the whiteboard to break down the strategy for this run. This buffalo dungeon has C-rank demonic beasts. Known as water buffaloes, these big guys love charging from a distance to get up close and personal. Luckily, they hate ranged attacks. Honestly, it is a pretty basic raid, but the Academy has one absolute golden rule for anyone trying to clear it. Do not ever open that giant stone gate in the middle. Word on the street is there is some ancient seal on it, but nobody actually knows if that is true or not. Besides, the Academy rules say keep it closed, so there is really no point in messing with it. Now pay attention here because Gamma definitely knows what is up. He sweatily agrees they should not open it, but his tone is totally sus. When they ask if he knows what is behind it, he just straight up lies. In reality, he knows a hidden boss is waiting behind those doors, and it only opens under super specific conditions. It is completely locked up by the system for now. Forget the scary gate, their efficiency is off the charts. Gamma looks over at Rio, who is happily chewing on some candy. She is totally obsessed with these sweets, and claims her brain just needs the sugar rush to function. But while they chat, he senses a super bad vibe nearby. Aside from Chloe looking ready to end any girl who breathes near Gamma, someone else is definitely watching them, waiting to strike. Later that day, the squad heads out to the dungeon area in Gamioto Kairyuan. When Gamma left the army, he swore he would never set foot in the city again, yet here he is leading a whole team back. The bus pulls up to a checkpoint, where the driver has to tell the armed guards they are students from Halen Academy. Looks like normal people are completely banned from entering this dangerous dungeon zone. He can still feel the creepy elders watching his every move, and he gets a bad feeling about this whole trip. Speed Weapon snaps him out of his thoughts and offers him some eggs, teasing him for being scared of a basic C-rank dungeon. He offers some to Rio next, but she shuts him down fast and just stares out the window, completely ignoring the group vibe. But wait, we both know she is watching him, and he totally feels it. Seriously, between the Academy elders and his own crew, Gamma feels like everyone is staring at him. Finally, they arrive at the ancient demon nesting grounds, which has basically been demoted to a regular farming dungeon. Speed Weapon notices Gamma is carrying a massive bag and asks about it, only to find out it is literally just kitchen knives. As they head in, Chloe confidently steps up to take the lead like she always does. And just like that, they walk right into the dungeon. Just like at the border, the guards at the door double-check that they are actually Halen Academy students and make all 4 of them sign the visitor log. One guard keeps a super close eye on Gamma as he writes down his name. Before Gamma can say anything, Speed Weapon calls him over as the massive metal gate grinds open. Gamma sneaks one last look behind him as the doors slam shut, but that guard is still staring. The dungeon walls are covered in cute little drawings and names, left by students who visited before. Honestly, it feels way more like a tourist trap than a dangerous monster zone. He feels a little pull on his arm and turns to find Rio looking totally wiped out. She asks if he has anything sweet to boost her energy, so he pulls out some candy. But regular candy is not her vibe. She asks if he has any yang jelly instead. Gamma tells her he is not her babysitter and to bring her own, but she is saving hers. Their bickering gets cut short when Chloe spots a pack of monsters, charging from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon turns to make sure everyone is ready for action. He gets his buffs ready while Saki pulls out her weapon, looking ready to absolutely shred. Gamma instantly recognizes her gear. It is an S-grade weapon called the Crimson Bow. With a powerhouse weapon like that, clearing this zone is going to be an absolute breeze. So, what do you and I think? Can we actually trust this girl to help, or is she going to just stand there munching her candy while monsters rush in? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a dungeon, where Chloe is charging monsters with dual crossbows. She leaps into the air and lets two bolts fly, nailing two beasts right in the eyeball. They crash down, but the others just charge right past them. Gunning straight for Chloe, our favorite redhead grabs her sword when Speed Weapon tells her to back off, but Rio is way faster, sniping three beasts in a row with her arrows before they can even touch Chloe. Jayama is loving the skills, but he is low-key stressed about her breaking those horns he needs for upgrading his gear. Hey, damage is damage, and a hard carry is still a carry, making her a total beast of a damage dealer. They move deeper, but a half-dead monster suddenly leaps up and targets Rio before she can even blink. She spins to shoot, but her foot snags on a rock and she loses her balance completely. Utterly defenseless, she hits the dirt and can only brace herself for the incoming impact. But thank goodness, Jayama slides in just in time to catch her and slice the monster to pieces. Rio is totally dazed as he holds her up, and trust me, her adorable little hiccup is going to melt your heart. Meanwhile, outside, that creepy guy who was watching Jayama earlier picks up a call from a mysterious number. It looks like some shady business is going down in the shadows. With the main horde cleared out, Jayama takes his sweet time harvesting those chunky buffalo horns to upgrade his gear later. While he is farming, Rio sneaks up behind him and offers some food to thank him for that epic save. He is totally down to eat, but Chloe is standing right behind him, radiating pure yandere energy. He calls Chloe over and whispers a warning about that weird staff member from earlier, and she nods along as they secretly plan their next move. Speed Weapon immediately asks if they are dating since they are acting super cozy. Chloe blushes hard at the thought, but our main character swiftly friendzones her, saying guys and girls can just be buddies. Chloe is absolutely fuming and shoots him a deadly glare, but she keeps quiet. She changes the subject, asking why the dungeon is so empty. Even popular spots should have way more monsters than this. Rio also agrees that the lack of buffalo monsters in this area is super sketchy. Like they are actively running away from something. These creatures do not act like this, making their movements bizarre. Usually, they are incredibly gentle, and the local farmers even use them for plowing fields. You might think farming with demon beasts is wild, but something even more suspicious is brewing that Rio keeps to herself. At least they still have cell service to call for backup if things go sideways. While they keep walking, Jayama asks Rio how she and Speed Weapon even became friends. Well, Rio crushed the written exams in first place, while Speed Weapon took second, and bragged about it for weeks on end. She also notes that she ranked third in the combat tests. Jayama did not expect him to be such a chatterbox, but Speed Weapon admits Rachel is his cousin, so running his mouth is in his DNA. Since they are distant relatives, it makes sense why Jayama, as a game player, did not know about his link to the main cast. His family is just a side branch of the Changgong clan, while Rachel belongs to the prestigious main family. That is how they know each other, but Weapon tells Jayama to stop worrying because he is currently living his absolute best life. Honestly, Jayama is the real superstar here, so nobody needs to stress over Weapon anyway. Weapon even claims Jayama could join the 7 heroes, which Chloe totally agrees with, though Rio stays silent. Instead, she stomps ahead of the squad and proudly announces her absolute hatred for the 7 heroes, leaving everyone confused but with no time to ask. Right now, they just need to team up, clear this dungeon quickly, and get the heck out. They need 20 kills to secure the clear, but as they walk, Jayama notices some bizarre, cursed claw marks ripped into the walls. Weapon and Chloe pull ahead, calling out to Jayama to snap out of his thoughts and keep moving. Back outside, that sketchy guy is still scheming with the mysterious voice on the other end of the line. He confirms that the squad should have run into the enraged buffalo monsters by now, just as he was ordered. He is absolutely sure those crazy beasts have taken care of them by now. But the caller warns him not to get too cocky, asking if he will take the fall if this plan totally flops. He shuts up, and the instructor says to call back with results. Let us wait and see what happens next. All right, you and I are staring down these open dungeon doors, with a guy who's basically doomed either way. Turns out, he rigged the gate open just to make sure the kids inside have absolutely zero chance of surviving. But man, remembering Gamma's creepy look, it's like that teenager knew exactly what was going down the whole entire time. So our guy creeps inside to check out the damage. Meanwhile, Chloe warns the crew that trouble is coming hot from behind. Thanks to her blessing, she senses 50 angry beasts heading right for them. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like crazy as a whole stampede of wild buffaloes charges straight at them. This horde is just way too massive. Honestly, it's hard to believe these are actually just regular old buffaloes. They're usually super chill, but this angry mob is clearly triggered by something major. Right then, Gamma remembers a solid piece of advice from his old mentor: every single blade has its purpose. You don't use a tiny chicken knife on an ox, because sushi knives are strictly made for slicing fish. But back then, Gamma asked if he could make beef sashimi instead, which basically means using a fish knife on a cow. His mentor raised his blade, making Gamma think he was toast. But the old man just smiled at his freshly cut fish and admitted the kid actually had a point. Flashback over, Gamma realizes he's literally about to use a tiny fish knife to carve up a stampede of cows. With zero time to waste, Gamma starts calling the shots, telling Chloe to distract the stampeding herd without rushing straight in. Her goal is just to mess up their formation, no fighting. Next, he grins at Speed Weapon and asks if he's ready to roll. Weapon knows our boy is about to pull off some crazy miracle and just grins right back. Totally born ready. Meanwhile, Rio, who has absolutely no idea how much crazy plot armor Gamma has, is losing her mind over how chill they are. Gamma calls out and tells her to lock down the front line and freeze anything that tries to slip past. She shakily agrees, then whispers to Weapon, asking why Gamma is so relaxed. Weapon just laughs and tells her to brace herself. Sure, 50 buffaloes is a whole lot of meat, but that's exactly why Gamma packed an entire army of sushi knives. The first beast finally breaks through, and Gamma starts chucking his kitchen knives at it like an absolute ninja. Within just a few minutes, all 50 buffaloes are chopped into piles of fresh steak. Rio is so stunned, she literally drops her jaw, since everything went down in a literal blink of an eye. Chloe charged in with her cat blessing, slashing some of those mad buffaloes while dodging the rest, making the ultimate distraction for Gamma. Now, watch closely as our boy leaps in with his knives, slicing through dozens of them without a break, until a massive roar from one beast actually makes him stagger and freeze up. The rest of the herd instantly piles on top of him. Seeing this, Rio starts panicking, thinking our main character is totally getting buried under that heavy mountain of meat. But in a flash, that massive pile of buffaloes gets blasted away in a shower of sliced beef, leaving nobody standing but Gamma and his crew. After putting on that absolute masterclass, Gamma just casually packs away his blade and starts harvesting those horns for some sweet loot. You and I both know that 40-second painless blessing made slicing those buffaloes an absolute breeze. While Chloe runs over to celebrate another win, Gamma stays humble and credits the team's help. But as they chat, Rio is still just staring at him in complete, jaw-dropping shock. Speed Weapon tells her not to sweat it since he did warn her, but honestly, he gets why she's speechless, because even he can't believe what he just saw. Staring at Gamma and Chloe standing over that massive pile of dead beasts, they both wonder what kind of actual monster this kid really is. With that done, the crew keeps hiking toward the dungeon entrance. The clear requirement here was only 20 buffaloes. Yet Gamma basically soloed that requirement twice. Our main character tries to claim he did nothing during midterms, so Speed Weapon brings up his crazy fight with the mermaid. But then quickly remembers that whole incident is supposed to be a total secret. He quickly changes the subject since Rio is right there, and they keep strolling toward the exit. But as they walk, Chloe points out that the area is getting super quiet. They stumble upon this creepy pillar structure, which looks exactly like the one gate they're strictly banned from opening. As they stare at it, the massive gate suddenly starts creaking open, and the heavy ceiling chains begin to shatter. Meanwhile, deep in another corridor, that shady worker stares in pure shock at the mountain of dead buffaloes. He can't believe they wiped them all out alone. His mind immediately races back to his 20 billion won debt from Chair 1 land. So you and I are about to see what kind of shady offer this fake Halen instructor brought him. Alright, you and I are about to watch this debt-ridden guy sell his soul. She promises to wipe his bills clean if he uses a demon stone to send the giant buffaloes into a total frenzy when Kanama shows up. To top it all off, he needs to crack open that deep stone gate to finish the job. Initially, he hesitated because she literally wanted him to sacrifice a bunch of students. But getting his debts wiped, too juicy to pass up, he snatched that stone, completely drooling over the thought of all his financial stress finally vanishing. The instructor bounced, telling him she would hit him up later and to make sure he answers every unknown caller. With 20 billion in debt about to disappear, there is absolutely no way he is gonna cry over some school kids. Once those giant stone gates swing open, those poor kids are complete toast. Gamma and his squad stroll through the stone gates, totally lost. Suddenly, it clicks why their run has been so suspiciously easy up till now. Yep, they walked straight into a trap, all because Gamma ignored his own gut feeling. See, this door only unlocks when the giant's demon stone enters the dungeon. That thing is a mid-game quest item, and those fragments they found earlier were just pieces of its mana core. Still, he never expected a few tiny fragments would actually leave the door wide open like this. Now pay attention here. If this plays out like the game, the reward is going to be absolutely massive. But first, our boy has to actually survive. He spots a weird mark on the second door, a single red line carved right into a stone gate that is supposedly indestructible. But the real issue is that he already burned through his 40-second painless blessing during the last brawl. If his Murasame sword can just hold together a bit longer, he might be able to slice the gate and escape before it shatters. But before he can even test that theory, an insanely heavy pressure makes everyone freeze and turn around. It is a gigantic, terrifyingly strong buffalo beast. Defeating this behemoth drops a legendary prize, the Blessing of Transition. This broken skill lets the user transfer and amplify their own buff to a teammate for one-time epic usage. The powerhouse guarding this incredible loot is an A-grade threat named the Inatoros Minotauros. Better known as the Buffalo King. Suddenly, the torches ignite on their own, lighting up the massive boss and its two giant bodyguard beasts standing right beside it. Those two flanking guards look way beefier and meaner than any of the regular mobs they have fought so far. And let's be real, the Buffalo King itself is incredibly scary. Even if Gamma chops down the gate to run, the moment this boss wakes up. I know what you're thinking, this is just like the midterms, right? Nope, this time he has actually fought these Minotaurs before. At 100%, Gamma could solo 3 of them, But remember, his 40-second painless blessing is completely drained. Time to play smart. He asks Speed Weapon to cast a quick pain reduction buff, needing it to last for just 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon drops the spell for even a split second during the clash, Gamma is absolute history. So, he leaves the sidekicks for Saki and Kh-Lo to handle while he goes toe-to-toe with the big boss himself. Strategy set, the squad braces themselves as the Buffalo King rouses with a terrifying, earth-shaking roar. Gamma unleashes his sword god blessing, but the sudden backlash of raw agony immediately makes him spit up blood. Still, with the weapon's supportive buff active, he can actually move around. The beast charges forward, and Gamma flies in to meet it, slickly dodging the initial swing and sliding to its blind spot. The sheer stress of the sword god buff has him constantly throwing up blood from the intense strain. But at least, he has the raw power to trade blows with this monster. Gamma parries another heavy strike and slips behind to land a crippling blow, but the massive beast kicks him mid-motion, blasting him backward across the room. He recovers midair and wipes more blood from his chin. It is wild. All those physical limits he normally ignored with painless blessing are suddenly rushing back to life. Instead of breaking him, letting himself feel the unfiltered strength of the sword god blessing actually makes him feel incredibly free. Gamma charges in once again, dodging a brutal swing from the boss's massive axe, moving so fast the others can barely track his movements. The deadly dance continues as Gamma effortlessly slips past every heavy blow. Losing its temper, the Buffalo King hoists its massive axe overhead and slams it down with sheer, crushing force right where Gamma stands. When the smoke clears, Gamma is chilling right on top of the giant axe, completely untouched. Rio can't believe her eyes. How is a human even moving like that, let alone fighting at that speed? But hey, you and I can't just watch Gamma, because Rio is busy dealing with a giant buffalo guard of her own. She gets the fundamentals of combat. Muscle control, perfect stance, and redirecting kinetic energy are second nature, letting her easily break her opponent's balance with barely any effort at all. But, alright, you and I are about to watch some crazy combat action. Knowing how to fight and actually doing it are totally different. She channels Gamma, snipes a buffalo right in the eye, and sends it charging in pure rage. But even when staring straight at death, Gamma is locked in with that absolute focus. His vibe honestly reminds her of Siegfried, the legendary sword emperor. She draws her bow back, aims at the rampaging beast, and totally blows its head off with one epic shot. Looking back at Gamma, she remembers the gossip about a crazy strong transfer student who actually forced the sword emperor himself to use his sword aura. Meanwhile, Gamma is flexing some heavy aura too, terrifying the Buffalo King into a mad rage as it tries to swat him off its massive axe. But Gamma smoothly dodges the strike and completely slices open the monster's arm before it can even touch him. Over on her side, Kh-Lo clutches up and drops her buffalo too, wiping the blood off her face. She is still pretty new to fighting demonoids, but she knows the golden rule: the more human they look, the deadlier they get. Seriously, if a demon can act that much like a human, you know it's a high-level threat. Which means the beast Gamma is fighting is on another level. The monster howls, gripping its bleeding arm, and grabs its axe with the other hand to prep a magic spell. Now pay attention here, because demonoids normally cannot cast magic at all. But looking closely, this isn't normal spellcasting. This beast is literally burning its own life force for raw mana, releasing wild energy that makes it impossible to get close. Even so, as Speed Weapon plays his flute with everything he has got, he truly believes Kangeyama can pull off a miracle here. Meanwhile, the beast raises its axe, which is now freakishly fused to its remaining arm. Then it swings it right at our hurt main character, who is still coughing up blood. Gamma hoists the Murasame and blocks the heavy blow, sending a shockwave of energy blasting across the area. He hoped to slice right through the magic attack, but the density is just too high. And he can't just dodge it either, since his crew is right behind him, and they would get absolutely vaporized. The Buffalo King keeps pressing the attack, slowly pushing Gamma back. It looks like game over for him, but suddenly an arrow snipes the monster right in its eyes. Gamma looks back at angry Saki, who yells at him to stop spacing out and finish the fight. Gamma blinks, focuses, and suddenly unleashes a whole new power. Slowly, the axe begins to crack, and the Murasame glows with a brilliant blue light. This blue energy looks exactly like Siegfried's sword aura from when he and Gamma sparred. Gamma pushes forward, cutting straight through the heavy axe and slicing the Buffalo King completely in half with one clean strike. I know what you're thinking. His crew has seen wild stuff, but they are still completely speechless. The massive beast collapses into two giant pieces of meat. Gamma stares up at the ceiling, catching his breath as the realization hits him that he actually pulled it off. Rio just stares at him in utter disbelief. Finally getting why Speed Weapon hypes him up so much. Best of all, his assimilation rate jumped from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon collapses to the floor, his lips completely bruised from blowing that flute for so long. At this rate, Kangeyama is totally shattering logic. That blue light radiating from his blade was literally bright enough to light up the entire cavern. And he is already throwing out an aura at his age. It is hard to believe he is even human. Ria walks over and snaps him back to reality. She admits she finally gets his warning about Gamma, and why he keeps tagging along with the guy like a loyal fan. Then she asks if the academy rules prevent Gamma from transferring into their class. Maybe they do, but nothing stops a student from switching classes to join him instead. Rio grins, wanting to tag along too, while Gamma gasps for air as his adrenaline fades. Even with Speed Weapon's buff, his body is feeling the massive strain of that fight. But fighting without relying on painlessness is a huge step up. Suddenly, KH Lo tackles him, crying and asking if he's okay. He tells her to chill, because her crushing weight is making his deep injuries way worse. She backs off blushing, while Gamma basically rethinks his whole life. Just then, a system notification pops up, showing he unlocked a brand new blessing. This blessing was originally meant for Lion, and it's a spirit rank, the rarest tier in existence. It only unlocks its true power when paired with something else. This epic transition buff lets him transfer blessings to others, and trust me, we're in for a wild ride. There is a catch though, he has to actually touch the target. But it is a must-have buff to control bowing. A wild split-element sword Lion gets down the road. So stick with me, because our boy Gamma is going to make the absolute most of this broken cheat code. Just then, he spots a sneaky onlooker by the cracked stone doors, and asks KH Lo if she remembers that favor. In the blink of an eye, she tackles the guy before he can flee and pins him down by stabbing his thigh. Both Speed Weapon and Rio are completely clueless, but Gamma just casually strolls over, explaining that he asked Chloe for a favor earlier. The dude tries to play dumb, crying about what he could have possibly done wrong. But the rest of the crew connects the dots. The stampeding buffaloes and open stone gate were totally this guy's fault. It is super sketchy, because there are absolutely zero security cameras inside this creepy dungeon. Yet he magically shows up right on time. Now you and I know he is targeting them, but why? Rio immediately cracks the case though, realizing this random staff member could never pull this off alone. Since he wants to play hard to get, Chloe and Gamma threaten to end him right then and there, staring death in the face. He completely folds like a deck of cards, admitting a school instructor offered to wipe out his massive gambling debts in exchange for helping her wipe out this entire group. Speed Weapon is absolutely disgusted that someone would sell out actual students just to clear a dumb debt. The guy tries to complain, but that only pisses Speed Weapon off more. Rio restrains him from beating the dude and asks what this teacher looks like. He squeals that she is a really tall lady with striking purple hair and matching purple eyes. Rio quickly connects the dots to her class assistant instructor, remembering her sharp, menacing gaze that really stood out before. Speed Weapon realizes she is probably the mastermind behind that wild midterm disaster too. Rio demands details, so Gamma finally spills the beans about fighting a crazy demonoid mermaid during their midterms. It all clicks for her now. Lion ended up in the hospital because he clashed with an actual demon. Since the cat is out of the bag, Speed Weapon proudly boasts that Gamma actually soloed that massive boss all on his own. After seeing his insane power today, she does not even doubt it. While they bicker, Gamma quietly stops recording on his phone. He got the confession on tape, which means this corrupt staff member has officially outlived his usefulness. Chloe brutally yanks her blade right out of his thigh, making him scream in absolute agony. You and I both know this illegal dungeon is the perfect, quiet spot to make a traitor vanish forever. As Gamma turns around to walk away, he coldly tells their resident assassin to take out the garbage. Chloe wastes zero time, snapping straight into terrifying Yandir mode, and his pathetic screams are cut very short. Strolling out of the dungeon, Gamma mentally dares the Hoken Academy elders, corrupt teachers, and anyone else targeting him to bring absolutely everything they have got. No matter their schemes, he will delete them all. Back at the school, Gamma shows off his epic dungeon loot, the Cow King's horn. This is the Minotauro's horn, a legendary drop guaranteeing a flawless upgrade for any weapon below a grade. He heads straight to the blacksmith, asking to buff his Murasame with the legendary horn. The blacksmith is completely stunned that Gamma scored in a grade material. Even for a Hoken Academy student, this is beyond insane. He demands to know how on earth Gamma took down such a monster single-handedly. Gamma just acts humble, saying he could not do it without his crew, before dropping his completely wrecked Murasame on the desk for repairs. Volander goes from hype to utterly horrified, seeing how quickly Gamma thrashed the E-rank blade he poured his soul into. But one icy death stare from Gamma instantly shuts him up. With the deal done, Gamma walks off, leaving his sword in the smith's hands. As our main character strolls away, Volander seriously questions every single life choice that led to this moment. To petty revenge him, the smith contemplates making the brand new blade way shorter. But before leaving, Gamma tells Volander to sell the extra scraps and buy himself a nice drink. The blacksmith just sighs, wondering how this kid hijacked his peaceful life. Later, sitting in his classroom, Gamma takes a breather to appreciate his crazy power growth. He is definitely getting stronger, but he notes that squeezing Speed Weapon for more broken blessings later is a must. Staring at his cheat screen, he laughs because this list of stats seems to double in size every single time. The biggest shocker is his assimilation rate, which skyrockets like crazy right after he finishes a massive boss fight. And trust me, you and I are absolutely staying tuned to see what kind of insane powers he unlocks next. So, you and I are back with our main character, whose stats are going crazy, but dude is literally getting gray hair from his spars with Chloe. Now Gamma is legit stressed that he's going to go completely bald once his hair turns fully white. With assassins crawling out of the woodwork, he needs to be ready. He cannot let some silly hair loss lead to a pointless death. Plus, he seriously needs to figure out how this blessing of transition works. Sure, he totally swiped it from Lion, but come on, he's the main character here. Dude is destined to drown in overpowered buffs anyway. His to-do list is massive, but recovering comes first. Glancing down, he spots a gift of Yoken on his desk. This candy is so insanely, sickeningly sweet that it is basically inedible. This gift is definitely from Rio. And it instantly reminds Gamma that he just led his very first team to clear a dangerous dungeon. Dodging hitmen is just a regular Tuesday for him now. But hey, having a few actual friends by his side is not a bad deal. Weapons and KHLO are not exactly main plot players, and he is honestly not even sure if KHLO actually likes him. She ended up in the hospital with a massive fever after the dungeon, so Gamma thinks about paying her a quick visit. There is no time to overthink things though, because the instructors of Wolf class march in and tell everyone to shut up and sit down. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number, asking him what he is up to. Gamma has absolutely no clue who this is, and thinks they probably got the wrong number. Check this out, the mystery sender tells him to look straight ahead, and boom, there is Rio walking in with this insanely smug smile on her face. She waves her phone at him, showing off the exact same wallpaper as that mysterious contact. The teacher officially announces that starting today, Saki Rio is joining their class. With the announcements done, they are ordered to gear up and get to the training grounds in 30 minutes flat. The rest of the students are losing their minds, especially since the teacher mentions she personally requested this transfer herself. Everyone tries to hit her up as she struts past, but she completely blanks them. Gamma watches her make her entrance, wondering what on earth she is doing in this class. See, among the new recruits, she is a certified prodigy and ranks in the elite top 4 of the school. The others being him, Rachel, and Abel. She is number 1 in exams, and her combat skills are off the charts. She is the ultimate brains and brawn package. Plus, her parent is Kajima Saki, one of the legendary 7 heroes, also known as the Absolute Bow. Kajima is also the Prime Minister, making Rio a literal princess in a world where Japan is still a massive global superpower. So yeah, the class is totally geeking out like they just spotted an A-list celebrity. Well, everyone except Gamma, who is praying she stays away. But she flashes him a smile, ignores his cold shoulder, and literally leaps right onto his desk. She lands perfectly, shoving her phone in his face, basically demanding that he save her number right now. Turns out, his bad feelings are never wrong. Let's head over to Gamioto Korin at the dungeon gates. Detectives are currently questioning witnesses about a guy who mysteriously vanished inside the Buffalo dungeon. The last thing the guard said before going in was that he was worried about the cadets and had to check on them. Besides looking a bit pale, there was absolutely nothing weird about the guard before he went inside. The detectives dismiss the witness so they can get back to inspecting the actual scene. Once night falls, they step out for a smoke break. Sure, people dying in dungeons is totally normal. But no matter how bad the accident is, there is always a body. This time, however, not a single human remains. Instead, they found nothing but a massive pile of fleas, blood, and slaughtered buffalo carcasses. It is wild to think this was done by a bunch of students, especially since they all got out safely, while the staff member who went in after them vanished completely without leaving a trace. Something is definitely fishy here, but the detectives just cannot piece it together. They wonder if he somehow got inside the ancient stone gate, but that is highly unlikely since it has never been opened. And they cannot exactly just barge into the academy and interrogate the cadets directly either. The school is packed with powerful nobles, so a warrant is out of the question. One cop goes to take a leak, while the other leans on a crate, racking his brain. Suddenly, his partner drops, and you and I are left watching these slender legs step right out of the shadows. Alright, you and I are starting with a detective sensing pure magic, which means a demon is near, but instead, a human walks right up. Before he can even process what is happening, this chick cleanly slices his head off, leaving his body to just drop to the floor. His final brain cell realizes she made a literal pact with a demon. She is a demi-demon, which is basically half human and half demon. Basically, she is a total villain. Meanwhile, Rio is happily munching snacks in her new seat next to Jayama. She asks Jayama why he ignored the snack she offered, but he just tells her that Khlo usually sits in that exact spot. But Rio could not care less about who owned the seat before. To her, it is first come, first served. Gamma tries using this moment to ask why she even transferred to their class. But the teacher suddenly cuts him off, announcing there are only 5 minutes left until the big assembly. While everyone else packs up and heads out, Rio just slaps on a sleeping mask and gets ready to pass out. Gamma asks if she is coming to morning training, but she declines, claiming she needs to meditate instead. But let us be real, she is just taking a worry-free nap right there in class. Before he leaves, she tells him to stop calling her Saki and start using her first name, Rio. Back home, close friends use first names, but Gamma points out that Weapon still calls her Saki. She brushes that off and tells him to go have fun training before totally drifting off to sleep. Now let us switch gears to the Dragon class, where Rachel is stretching and complaining about the noise today. She strikes up a chat with Abel, bringing up how Rio recently transferred out of their class. Which is super weird since she is famous for just sleeping all day and doing zero actual work. Abel acts like she does not care, but Rachel keeps pushing, sensing it secretly bugs her. See, transfers only happen when there is an open spot, and their class was short by one student. It is honestly impressive Rio even found out, considering she is always sleeping in the archery hall. Abel wonders why she should even care, but Rachel drops the bomb that Rio and Gamma cleared the Buffalo dungeon together. Abel immediately blushes as Rachel starts teasing her about having a massive, obvious crush on Gamma. Abel tries to play it cool, but Rachel knows she acts way different whenever Gamma is brought up. You and I both know she is totally busted. Abel shakes her head, insisting she has only talked to the guy a couple of times. There is absolutely nothing going on, and she wants these rumors stopped. Rachel basically translates that as nothing is happening yet, but things could definitely change. But then, Rachel gets serious and tells Abel that she can lie to others, but lying to herself is a bad look. That completely freezes Abel up, leaving her to just think about it. This instantly triggers a memory of a talk she had with her granddad. He told her he was going to start teaching at the school, and she absolutely hated the idea. She thought he was just joining to spy on her, which would suck since she already gets way too much attention. But Siegfried clarifies he is actually there to keep watch on the brand new first-year students. After the crazy midterm events, Abel asked him for backup, which is why he decided to look out for them. He promises they won't cross paths often, but Siegfried has a sharp glint in his eyes that he cannot hide. The legendary swordmaster, who never cared before, is suddenly jumping into the game. Abel knows there is only one person who could make her granddad act like this, Kangeyama. A total prodigy who completely ignores social status and smashes through noble rules with pure strength. The guy has broken levels of talent that make absolutely zero sense, being a fast-tracked student. When she first saw him, he was just a scrawny kid sneaking around. Now, he has grown into a strong, sharp-eyed powerhouse. He easily outshines Leon Reinhardt, who is supposed to be the actual hero candidate. Gamma is walking a true hero's path, yet he never brags or shows off his achievements. He just moves forward quietly. If he was cocky even once, she would probably hate him. But he is just too different. She is even jealous that Siegfried recognizes him, which makes her feel embarrassed. Suddenly, Rachel hits her with a smug look, snapping her right back to reality. And that's where we leave Abel, desperately lying to herself that she has zero room in her heart for Gamma. What do you think? Let's jump into this. Rachel thinks this is perfect since she can now go after Jayama with zero competition. She just needs to take care of Rio to clear the field. Meanwhile, Gamma is sitting through a lecture about blessings and their ranking system. Basically, the rank depends entirely on whatever spirit is chilling inside of it. Got a guardian spirit? That's a guardian-level blessing, but if it's a true spirit, you get a spirit-level blessing instead. During the lecture, Rio suddenly sits straight up in her sleep before flopping right back down. Yeah, even the teacher can't wake this girl up, so the lesson just keeps going. It's been 2 days since Rio transferred, and she still hasn't spilled why she joined this class. That's mostly because she sleeps all day, so there's literally zero chance to ask. And honestly, if she's just going to nap, there's absolutely no reason for her to sit in the corner next to him. It's probably a good thing KHLO is still hospitalized, or this whole situation would get super messy. Still, Rio totally covered for him after that crazy dungeon mess, so everything ended up fine. She's on a whole different level, way better than any weapon. The teacher keeps going, ranking blessings into 4 distinct tiers. The weakest is personal, followed by guardian, then true, and finally the legendary heroic blessing at the very top. Most of the academy cadets only have a personal spirit blessing, which is basically the bottom tier. But surprisingly, a personal spirit blessing can actually beat out a guardian level 1. Pay attention here, spirit level blessings are crazy rare, and Gamma somehow scored one of them called transition. Then you've got heroic level blessings, which are straight up stuff of legends. Since blessings first appeared, only one guy has ever awakened it, the legendary hero of origins, Valor Hawekin. Nowadays, rumor has it there's one more person, and Gamma knows they're talking about someone with the miracle blessing. Class ends, and the teacher tells them they'll finish up next time, but Gamma's got one burning question. He asks about that weird phrase he always hears whenever he activates his sword god blessing. Specifically, may the blessing of the gods be with you. Hearing this makes the teacher completely freeze, and even Rio wakes up a little. The teacher has no clue what he means, because there's a massive plot hole in Gamma's question. You see, there are absolutely no gods left in this world, meaning that divine blessings shouldn't even exist anymore. As the teacher leaves, Ryozo laughs at Gamma's super embarrassing question. Gamma asks Rio if she's finally done sleeping, but she just rolls over. Honestly, Gamma doesn't even blame her, and decides it's the perfect time for his own nap. But right as his consciousness starts drifting away, a weird pop-up message appears. He snaps awake to see a massive notification, stating that the game master wants to have a chat. Look at this with me. Gamma's suddenly dragged into a trippy, abstract world with random debris and floating messages everywhere. Then, the pop-up changes, asking him straight up if he accepts a face-to-face meeting with the game master. It says the game master is literally rewriting the world line using raw code. World line is a phrase Gamma has never even heard of, and none of this makes any sense. Everything suddenly goes dead silent, and a warning says the dimensional gap is too huge and his level is too low. Plus, he hasn't unlocked the requirements for a mysterious new trait. The system asks if he still wants to press forward anyway. He hesitates, glancing around the void to try and wrap his head around this madness. It definitely doesn't feel like a dream, and this might finally give him answers about his sword god blessing and why he got ice-guyed here in the first place. He hits accept, and the entire reality starts warping as the system edits the code around him. Suddenly, the world shatters, dunking him right back into that familiar zone from when he first awakened the sword god blessing at the entrance exam. And there it is, a glowing light at the end of the tunnel. Just like before, he can't quite tell how far away it actually is. But Gamma knows he's making progress. Step by step, if he just pushes a little bit harder and does a little more, he will finally reach it. Out of nowhere, a voice starts yelling at him to wake up. A hand rips through the darkness and grabs his shoulder, making the system flag an external interference. Gamma reaches out, trying desperately to hold onto this bizarre reality, but the hand violently drags him out of the space. Right before he's yanked out completely, the game master leaves one last note. And that's where we'll leave it. The message tells Gamma to sever everything, ending by wishing him the blessing of the gods. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in, as Rio screams at Gamma to wake up. He always tells her to stay awake, yet here he is catching some serious ZS. But her constant yapping stops when she notices he is literally crying and totally zoning out on her. Later on, Gamma chills on a bench, his mind totally drifting back to that bizarre dream. Rio actually seemed super worried when she saw him tearing up, but thinking about it now, he cannot even remember what went down in his sleep. Plus, getting caught crying by Rio of all people is incredibly embarrassing. While he is overthinking, his squad of quirky new friends rolls up. They are meeting up to swap notes on everything they have dug up so far. They know for sure that some shady insider is targeting him, and they need to deal with it ASAP. Rio completely cuts off Weapon during his speech, because she already knows the tea and does not need a recap. Gamma was actually the one who asked Weapon for the rundown, but the poor guy is struggling hard. While those two are bickering, Gamma spots Khlo coughing in the back. She is wearing a mask and looks far from healed. He asks if she is feeling any better, and she says she is fine. But she is keeping her distance just in case she is still contagious. He turns back to the bickering duo, asking Rio if she has dug up anything new since their last chat. She is way more annoyed that he called her Saki instead of Rio, and instantly corrects him on it. Look how Gamma checks on Khlo. But she seems way too sick, or worried about spreading her germs, to react with her usual energy. To keep the peace, Gamma calls her Rio like she wants, shifting the talk back to their situation with the Academy elders. Weapon thinks they really need to clear the air and figure out their next moves. Besides knowing the elders are targeting Gamma, they also snagged a description of that sketchy female instructor from the guard. None of this info actually solves their problems though, and the elders' motives are still a total mystery. The Aviator family will probably end up sorting it all out anyway. But regarding that female instructor, Rio has a strong hunch she saw her while digging through every employee in the Academy security system. She found someone who matches their suspect perfectly, but weirdly enough, her identity is completely wiped. Gamma is absolutely shocked she can pull that off, but to her, it is just tech business as usual. The school security is top tier, so she had to pull off this crazy hack at dawn when their system was weakest. She was already running on fumes, and now she is fully running on empty, which explains her classroom nap sessions. And yeah, I know what you are thinking, that is definitely how she swiped his number. So basically, they have got nothing set in stone, and they cannot just march up and threaten the elders. But Weapon has a totally different game plan. He wants the four of them to start a club. School clubs get total freedom of movement and decent funding from the academy. The school really pushes student teamwork, meaning the perks are pretty sweet, especially being treated as an official, academy-affiliated group. Being in a club also gets them official protection, since just being normal students is not cutting it. A club gives them a solid double layer of defense against enemies, lurking both inside and outside the school. Gamma already knows exactly how these clubs operate from playing the game in his past life. This club system was a huge feature in the Academy game, a fun gameplay mechanic that let players customize and decorate their own hangout spot with furniture. You could invite characters to boost their affection, which was basically just a scheme to drain the wallets of hardcore fans. They called it the housing system. And Gamma never cared about it since he had zero free time. Who knew it would actually come in handy in his real life? But setting up a club has rules. They need at least 5 members, plus they have to turn in a proposal form to the admin office. They are short by one and need to recruit another member. As people grow up, relationships usually get way more calculated. Yet these guys fully trust and back him up despite barely knowing him. He is honestly so grateful to have them in his corner through all this madness. But first things first, they have got to pick a killer club name. Khlo suggests naming it Memories of Assassination, but that is definitely way too edgy for the rest of the squad. Rio wants a totally random name since nobody cares anyway, but Weapon immediately shuts down her lazy proposal. So what do you and I think? Will this new travel club actually save their skins? Alright, you and I are diving right back into this story, as the gang launches their brand new undercover travel club to clear dungeons, without drawing any attention. But first, they have to lock down a faculty advisor absolutely ASAP, and get everything sorted out before their highly stressful exams kick off next week. No advisor means no club, period. And that is the hardest part, because the advisor has to be at least professor rank. Chloe suggests hitting up the Blessing Studies professor, since he is super nice and popular with everyone. But that guy is always swamped with work, so he probably won't do it, even if he is the absolute perfect fit. This school has over 500 staff members, but only 30 professors, and they can only pick from first-year teachers. That leaves them with just 10 options, showing how the school talks a big game about clubs, but makes it super hard. They ask Gamma if he has any brilliant ideas, and he suddenly remembers someone who is ranked way higher than a regular professor. Yes, there is one powerhouse in this academy who sits way above all the normal teachers, and Gamma is ready to ask them. Pay close attention here, because when he reveals his crazy nominee to the group, they literally cannot believe their eyes. To make this club official, the president has to submit the application face to face. Since Gamma is the boss of this group, he has to march right up to the admin building to hand over the paperwork. But the lady at the front desk instantly doubts he can lead anything, behaving like a total bully instead of a school worker. She is straight up trash-talking our boy Gamma just because he got in through special admission. Gamma tries to keep his cool and tells her to just process the form if everything is filled out correctly. This lady stands up and completely towers over him, lecturing him that they absolutely need a real faculty advisor to get approved. But looking at his papers, she claims no professor in their right mind would ever sponsor him. Gamma asks her what she is trying to say, even though her elitist attitude is totally obvious. She thinks that because Gamma is a special admission student, no prestigious professor at this academy would ever want to associate with him. Because of his status, she acts like his club dreams are dead in the water. Honestly, this nasty attitude is not a surprise. Gamma had a tiny bit of hope for this school, but now it is totally gone. Having worked nearly 20 years in customer service, he has dealt with countless toxic people, and staying quiet is usually his go-to move. But man, that does not mean he does not want to punch her right in the face. You know what he does instead? He just whips out his phone to call in some serious backup. He casually tells the person on the line that he is in the admin office registering a club, while this lady starts screaming at Gamma for having the nerve to make a call right in front of her. The caller says they are super close and will be there in a flash, so Gamma just hangs up with a grin. Once he hangs up, this lady starts chewing him out, completely losing her mind because he dared to disrespect her inside her own office. Gamma simply warns her to do her job because the person he just called is already walking over. In the middle of her angry rant, she is too clueless to notice all her coworkers bowing their heads and avoiding eye contact. She keeps bragging that she is the cousin of a super close friend of the principal, boasting that she can get a special admission kid like Gamma kicked out of school in a heartbeat. Gamma just giggles at that, leaning in to tell her she needs to lower her voice because she is way too loud. That totally breaks her, and she makes this completely unhinged face that Gamma calls her true monster identity. Suddenly, the door literally explodes open, making everybody jump in pure shock. Through the broken door steps a super angry headmistress, and Gamma tells the lady to show some respect to his new club advisor. The headmistress smiles warmly at Gamma, thrilled to see her favorite student again. Gamma tries to apologize for bothering her, but Medea says she would come running whenever he calls. Hearing his name out loud, the rude lady finally realizes she has been trash-talking the absolute top freshman student of the entire year. Medea happily tells Gamma to just leave the documents there and head off to study for his upcoming exams. Now that she is on the scene, she will make sure everything gets handled perfectly. The moment Gamma leaves, Medea completely flips her switch as a terrified staffer rushes to bring her a chair. The receptionist stammers, trying to claim this is all just a huge misunderstanding. But the headmistress does not even need to use her blessings to know this woman was mocking Gamma's poor background. And trust me, messing with a student backed by both the headmistress and the swordmaster, that is how you ruin your entire life. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in, as Medea uses her blessing to drop a resignation letter, and gives her 5 minutes to write. With everything finally sorted out, Medaidia says the club app is good to go, we just need one more member. That rude girl is totally getting fired, but Gamma has zero sympathy. She tells him to swing by her office after class, so Gamma heads off to visit his favorite frenemy, the blacksmith Volander. He's just here to grab his gear, and Volander tells him to hold on a sec. The guy actually looks like a legit blacksmith now, but Gamma has no clue what Volander thinks of him. As an ex-player, his feelings are super mixed. Especially since the bad vibes got way stronger after all the recent drama. Still, Gamma kinda feels bad for the dude. This blacksmith was the main NPC in charge of all those brutal gear upgrades. And since games love to torment players, he was either loved or absolutely hated because he was famous for wiping out player wallets. Gamma was a budget player back then, so he didn't fully get the pain. Watch closely, the real whales held rituals, begging for crazy luck, and praying that Volander would finally bless their gear just once. But honestly, most players just screamed insults at him because upgrade rates were pure RNG, and even Gamma cursed his existence when his Murasame dropped all the way from B grade down to E grade. Volander snaps him out of his daydream and asks what is on his mind. Then he reveals the freshly upgraded sword, bragging that his work this time is practically a masterpiece. Even better, some sweet bonus options got added to the weapon, giving Gamma a nice little surprise. The Murasame is looking shiny and brand new, and Gamma literally calls the blacksmith a god for this insane stroke of luck. Thanks to this sweet upgrade, his painless blessing leveled up, boosting the active time all the way to 50 seconds. When Gamma planned out his future dungeon runs, 40 seconds felt way too short, but an extra 10 seconds is going to make a massive difference. And since he is combining this with his transition blessing, raising his weapon levels later down the line is going to pay off big time. And you and I both know that more perks is absolute music to his ears. Even though he used to trash talk it, this painless blessing is actually super versatile for a basic spirit level buff. Volander also points out another cool detail. The sword has officially been bumped up to D-grade status. Still, after all that grinding, the tier upgrade is a bit underwhelming. Since he used materials from that A-grade Buffalo King, he totally expected a solid C-grade. Still, knowing he will be pumping aura through the Murasame constantly, getting a 2-grade boost to its durability is a huge win. At least it won't snap mid-fight now. Plus, there's a glowing button on his status screen that's practically begging for a tap. But Gamma gets a bad vibe from this. He taps it, and some fresh info pops up. Thanks to a successful upgrade and the weapon's insane growth potential, he can now add up to 3 special abilities to his sword. These special abilities need magic stones, and they will trigger completely at random. Magic stones are incredibly hard to find, and Gamma is totally shocked that his sword needs them just to get stronger. Meanwhile, that shady elder allied with the demon commander hurls his cup straight at a mirror. Then he chugs straight from the bottle before tossing that aside too, staring up at a ceiling portrait of his father, Raman von Bimmark. The man was one of the legendary 7-star heroes, known as the Mad Tiger. But he died in battle 40 years ago fighting the 6th Legion commander, Vasman, leaving society to worship him as a noble hero. Right after that, his greedy family members made countless attempts on his life, desperate to seize control of the Beamhark name. To survive, he had to completely harden and poison his own heart. But the relatives who plotted his death were easily manipulated into destroying each other instead. In the end, he rebuilt his family's crumbling legacy without his dad. By age 30, he was a Hacken Academy elder, on a mission to guide foolish humans and keep the elite class in absolute power. Luckily for him, demons provided the ultimate enemy for humanity, which basically justified the elites keeping all the power. But there are always annoying wildcards ruining his plans, like Leon von Reinhardt, the destined hero born with the power to crush the Demon King. Honestly, you and I both know his chances of actually beating the Demon King are pretty much zero. Let's dive into this crazy story where the first Legion commander, Lycan, sealed by the legendary hero Baylor H. Waken, kicks off a whole new era of madness. Then out of nowhere, this lady who looks exactly like an instructor approaches him with a wild offer to handle the hero candidate herself. Naturally, he is like, how does this low-ranking nobody dare to speak to a literal commander so casually? But one quick look into her eyes makes it crystal clear who is actually running the show. See, she is a human who threw away her humanity to strike a contract with a half-demon Legion commander. Basically, she is a straight-up villain. And man, things were already super messy with Lyon around. But now, some poor scholarship student is making things 10 times worse. Even the school investigators are dragging their feet, claiming they do not have enough proof to do anything. So the old elder, Clavon by Mehark, just orders them to call in the undertakers. Cut to the next day, and Jayama is scribbling notes during his boring class. He is mostly plotting how to upgrade his Murasami sword using magic stones, because weapons with them are on a whole different level. Seriously, landing a weapon with 3 open slots for special traits is a massive jackpot. Now pay attention here. These magic stones only drop from specific dungeon bosses and high-rank demonic beasts. So basically, it looks like Jayama is cursed to fight literal demons for the rest of his life, just to level up. Maybe it is just because demon is literally in his name. He looks over at Rio, who is totally knocked out wearing a weird sleep mask, wondering if she pulled another all-nighter. It has already been a week since they beat that dungeon with his new club crew. To open the big stone gate in the Buffalo King territory, he needs a special magic stone from a giant monster called a gigant. But get this, someone already took down a gigant and snatched the stone. Back in the game, these behemoths could literally shake the earth with one step. And crazy enough, a gigant is absolutely nothing compared to the nightmare monsters added in the later game updates. Those endgame bosses were basically walking natural disasters. Now Jayama is wondering if risking his neck for sword upgrades is even worth it. Honestly, hunting beasts for stones was supposed to be Lyon's job. While he is spacing out, Khlo walks into the classroom and says hello. She is a bit annoyed to see Rio snoozing in her favorite seat, but she decides to keep quiet about it. Jayama asks if she is feeling better, and she smiles, saying she is almost fully recovered. She mentions how he suffered after releasing that weird blue light from his sword, but he quickly shuts down the conversation. That blue light is actually aura, a crazy powerful skill that only absolute top-tier fighters can pull off. You and I both know how lazy he is, but grinding those stones might actually be worth the hassle. For the first time, he is craving real power, throwing all thoughts of a quiet, safe life out the window. Even so, his main goal is still the same: survival is everything. Random wildcards keep popping up, and things that never even existed in the original game are now coming straight for his head. The storyline he knew is totally broken, and it feels like the universe itself is plotting to ruin his day. Believe it or not, it has already been a month at the Academy, and that massive World War 3 years away is creeping closer. Leveling up himself and upgrading his gear are not just cool options anymore, they are literal survival requirements. He cannot guarantee who wins the war because he has absolutely zero faith in Leon as the chosen hero. I mean, even if that mermaid was a demon, getting one-shotted by it is just embarrassingly pathetic for a main character. Honestly, this entire situation is just way too exhausting for him to even think about. He is so deeply lost in thought that he does not even notice Weapon walk in until Rio punches him right in the face. Weapon asks about their official club status, and Jayama tells him the headmaster approved it. They just need one more member to start. Weapon also drops some spicy news that Lyon has been going absolutely berserk lately. He has been speedrunning high-tier dungeons, finally acting like a real main character, making Jayama rethink his trash talk. Rumor has it Leon cleared in a rank dungeon yesterday with a tiny squad, while Jayama's team barely survived a C rank. Weapon points out that Rio knows way too much about the blonde hero, and it is super obvious she has a crush. She stays quiet. She just stares blankly at Jayama for a second, then looks away and claims she is completely over him now. Leon is definitely leveling up fast, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see him get belong on that island. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this, because honestly, how Jayama survived this long with a simple sashimi knife is a miracle. Hypothetically, maybe he is just a meat shield absorbing all the crazy heat meant for Leon. But even if that is true, Jayama is not about to just sit there and take it. When it comes to surviving, he will slice and dice without a single second thought. He is not trying to be some shiny hero, and he is definitely not the main character of this world. He literally mumbles that he will chop down anyone blocking his path. Rio overhears this edgelord speech and asks if he is into anime, because that line is straight out of a game. Meanwhile, a bunch of sketchy-looking thugs follow a maid through the fancy hallways of the academy. One guy is super confused about why the big shot Hacken Academy elders are even calling them. Honestly, since they are getting so popular, they might as well make this whole assassination gig a legit day job. The big boss, a silver-haired lady, tells him to shut his mouth unless he wants his teeth yanked out. Another goon whispers to the new guy that their boss absolutely loathes high society snobs, but this gig just pays too well. Now pay attention here. The boss snaps at her crew to zip it, because this payout is simply too massive to pass up. They finally reach the elder's office, and the maid politely knocks to let him know they have arrived. The old guy tells them to enter, and Jang Taeping is the first to walk in. He is followed by Perry, a basic grunt, and their leader, Rui Shen. These three belong to the Undertaker Syndicate, a shady mercenary villain alliance. The elder smiles and thanks them for making the long trip. Then he gets right down to business, telling his maid to hand them a special package. Inside is a file on Kangama, making the goons wonder why they are targeted on some random academy kid. Ignoring them, the elder commands that Gamma must be taken out during next week's island survival training. If they pull it off, they will score 100 million up front, plus a sweet bonus once the target is officially sleeping with the fishes. Rui asks how they should dispose of him, and the old man says to toss him in the ocean for the sharks to snack on. You and I both know exam season is stressful, but Gamma is just chilling, eating a sandwich while scanning his notes. He completely crushed the midterms earlier, so he does not really need to sweat this one. Still, they put the test scores on a public leaderboard, so he cannot completely slack off here. Plus, the two other club members are basically ranked first and second on the written exams, so he cannot look like a total slacker. While he is hitting the books, Rio texts him to make sure he eats breakfast before the test begins. Gamma replies that he had a sandwich, which triggers her into a massive rant about why sugar is crucial for his brain. Honestly, Rio loves to spam random nonsense first thing in the morning. It is a total mystery how this girl actually gets the top grades. Jamba mentions that his hometown has traditional exam candy, and her ears instantly perk up at the thought of sugary treats. But he shuts down the chat, telling her to eat. She immediately starts spamming him, asking what he meant. Gamma just tosses his phone on silent. He is not dealing with her spam today, since he has to lock in and beat that crazy Yang Gang member on the exam. But that is easier said than done, because plot twist, Jayama is kind of a dummy. While Rio and Weapon bicker over their test answers, Kh-Lo slides over to ask how he did. He says he guessed on everything, but that is a lie. He actually survived the test using random gaming trivia. Still, he surely beat Kh-Lo, right? He asks if she has got any new updates or heard from Nox lately. She says her brother called around 7 in the evening, but she missed it because she was totally passed out after pulling a massive all-night study session. Jamba knows she is a total night owl, meaning she probably ignored that call on purpose. Since secret member contact details are classified, KHLO is his only real way of getting any solid intel on Nox. She has reasons for ghosting him, but their sibling vibe is still incredibly awkward. Gamma thinks siblings should get along, while Weapon loudly whines that he studied for days with zero sleep. Yet despite all his hard work, it looks like Rio totally destroyed him on the leaderboard again. While Weapon has a massive panic attack, Rio slides over to sit right next to Gamma, asking if he and KHLO are secretly dating. While KHLO starts daydreaming in the background. Trust me, you and I can see the panic as she leans in closer, asking why he constantly ignores her texts if he is single. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos, as he swears he only ghosted her once. But their talk gets shut down by KHLO, who is furious that he has been texting Rio. He spins around to a creepy voice calling his name, finding KHLO in full on Yandir mode. She glares at the two of them, asking too quietly about their little texts. KHLO's random mood swing completely throws Jamba off. This redhead was totally chill when they sat together, but now she is losing her mind over a simple text message. Even Weapon is completely lost by her sudden attitude shift, but Rio actually thinks this drama is hilarious. She teases Gamma about why KHLO is acting so wild, but he begs her to stop before everything blows up. Now pay attention, because she ignores him and keeps pushing to find out why KHLO is snapping. She definitely knows why KHLO is losing it. She is clearly just messing with them for fun, completely oblivious to the fact that a giant Yandir bomb is about to go off. KHLO is sick of them flirting right in front of her face. Gamma never even gave her his number, but he is already texting Rio like they are best buddies. Gamma tries to claim her number is private, but she is totally tuning him out. Instead, she is obsessing over his old promise to be her one and only prince. Rio hugs Gamma, super curious about the drama, while you and I watch him try to explain under his friend's heavy murder vibes. He warns her that KHLO is a total Yandir, but she plays dumb. That is when Weapon grabs her face and drags her away, knowing exactly how bad this is. Suddenly, KHLO whips out the classic Yandir box cutter, ready to slice and dice everything in sight. This is way worse than her usual Yandir outbursts, and Gamma is completely freaking out. He has been slacking on his Yandir survival videos on NeoTube, and now he is totally clueless on how to calm her down. KHLO takes a few slow steps toward him, whispering that from now on, she will make sure he never looks at anyone else, and without giving him a single second to react. She lunges forward, slashing with that box cutter. Even Rio finally realizes that things just got incredibly dangerous. And that is where we leave it, with her slashing away and crying about how he always breaks her heart. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the drama, where this psycho girl throws a box cutter that completely misses our main character and flies straight at poor, clueless Rio. Luckily, Gamma moves like lightning, slapping her hand away before she can even touch the girl. Then he pins her right down on the table, climbing on top to keep her from wriggling away. Weapon and Rio just watch in utter shock while Gamma tries to talk her down, though the archer looks seriously annoyed. With her pinned under him, he tries to get some answers. She is struggling and trying to push him off, but her strength is totally fading with him holding her down like that. But she is completely tuning him out, though. Watch closely here, he ghosted her for weeks, but now he suddenly wants a heart-to-heart. Gamma leans in super close, whispering that he wanted to talk face-to-face instead of just texting through some dumb piece of metal like a phone. That actually chills her out a bit. Alright, let's dive back in as Gamma thanks KHLO, completely short-circuiting her brain into absolute, next-level Yandir overload. Gamma's Riz is so insanely powerful that even his weapon starts blushing. With KHLO totally frozen by his raw charisma, Gamma gets back up and brings up the Buffalo Dungeon, reminding her of how they work together as a team. They've been through way too much together for her to go off the deep end over nothing. Since she finally cooled off, Gamma takes the chance to make a quick escape, incredibly relieved he survived that mess. We both see Rio is totally disappointed here, staying quiet while Weapon asks if he is doing okay. Their conversation keeps moving, and Gamma tells them to pack up, while Rio quietly slips out of the room. A bit later, Rio and Weapon head back to the dorms, both of them unable to stop thinking about Gamma. They already knew from experience that whenever Gamma's name came up, KH Lo would instantly radiate a straight-up murderous vibe. It takes zero brain cells to see she is crazy about our main character, but man, those feelings are seriously twisted. But trust me, you and I are going to lose it seeing Gamma hide a literal sashimi knife behind those sweet words. You and I know he loves talking his way out of sketchy situations. But make no mistake, Gamma was ready to throw hands if things went south. He wields fear like a weapon, making him look like the bad guy. But honestly, that ruthless energy is exactly what makes a true king stand out from the crowd. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to see this kid rise to absolute greatness. While thinking this, he spots Rio aggressively thumbing her screen. She has been throwing mad shade with her face, so it is super obvious that something is majorly bugging her. She is totally tight-lipped about whatever is ruining her mood. So he just asks why she is tapping her screen like crazy. Turns out, she is deleting an unpopular video from her NeoTube channel titled The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere. Yup, the exact same tutorials that Gamma used to survive KH Lo. Not that Weapon has any clue. Oddly, the video has over 200,000 views, but she is still dead set on hitting delete. Claiming she does not need it anymore, Weapon quickly changes the subject, and they keep chatting as they stroll across campus. Meanwhile, at the Academy Library, Gamma is hunting through stacks of books alongside other students. Starting next Wednesday, they have a 3-day, 2-night deserted island survival gig scheduled on Avalon Island. It sounds like a brutal wilderness test, and the students are only allowed to team up in squads of 1 to 4 people. The Academy even blasted out an official school-wide memo with all the juicy details. Pay attention here, because this event gets incredibly wild. Similar to a casual camping trip, Gamma is currently grabbing every survival guidebook he can find to prepare for this upcoming island adventure. They will be graded on raw self-reliance, but thankfully, the final scores will not actually impact their grades. Looking back, even for Gamma as a former player of the game, this specific training event left a massive, unforgettable impression. This is a major main storyline quest, where the protagonist scores the hilt of Bamung, his legendary signature weapon. And during this training, a crazy incident goes down that sparks some serious romance between Abel and Leon. He was totally obsessed with that plot point back then, but now he is not even jealous. Surviving constant, life-threatening danger since starting at this academy has left him pretty cynical about romance. With shady school elders targeting him and a mysterious new instructor on the loose, he has way too much on his plate to be chasing girls. No matter how gorgeous they are, he is in no position to catch feelings right now. Romance can wait for his next reincarnation. Right now, as a swordsman, he is way more hyped about the holy demon's sword, Bamung. Honestly, since he is a blade fanatic, he cannot help but drool over it. As an ex-gamer, he knows its location and stats, but tracking down those scattered sword shards is a massive part of the main story. But here is the catch you and I need to watch out for: he still cannot get them. The requirement to claim Bamung, which selects its own wielder, is to trigger the miracle blessing. Meaning that legendary blade is basically custom-made strictly for the main character. Compared to Gamma wielding a literal raw fish knife, the gap in their power levels is just insane. Rather than wishing for the impossible, he needs to lock in and study for those 3 days in the wild. Due to that crazy disaster back on Scopuli Island, the principal begged the legendary Sword Emperor to step in as a guest instructor for the lower-tier classes. The absolute strongest hero on the planet is basically babysitting freshmen on a summer camping trip. The original plot is completely derailed, but at least he can secure his loot safely with a cheat code bodyguard around. Gamma heads back to the bookshelves to grab another guide that might contain some key secrets. He did not hit up the library just for basic outdoor tips he could search online. He is hunting for something highly specific regarding Avalon Island. Crack, he opens up an old tome detailing the island's ancient history and dives right in. Located deep in the western seas, Avalon is a magical island where the actual terrain constantly shifts. Right in the dead center, there is a legendary lake known as the Queen's Lake, which some local tribes call the Land of Beginnings. Currently, nobody lives there. This is all basic lore that Gamma already memorized, meaning he will have to raid the entire library to find the hidden details. While sorting through the shelves, a friendly voice calls his name and a hand claps his shoulder. It is none other than Leon, who flashes him a bright, heroic smile. Nearby fangirls literally start squealing just from looking at the handsome protagonist. But Gamma is staring at the book in Leon's hands instead. It is a beginner's guide to magic, meaning the main character is trying to patch up his weaknesses from the midterms. But even with that excuse, honestly, you and I both know that something is majorly fishy about this suspicious setup. Leon pulls up a chair across from our main character and asks what he is researching. Gamma casually explains that he is just studying up on Avalon for the big trip. Alright, you and I are jumping back into our main character Gamma being surprisingly hardworking, which he can't even deny. Between non-stop workouts, dungeon raids, and hitting the books on magic beasts, the dude is absolutely swamped. Knowing the world is basically ending in 3 years, Gamma is grinding like crazy right now just to save his own skin. Deep down, he is just looking out for number one. Lion ponders this for a second, then throws out that they are completely different. This instantly triggers a flashback to when Lion asked our main character where he actually came from. Now, this blonde hero is acting just like his secretive game counterpart, but something still feels totally off compared to the Lion Gamma remembers. You can see a flash of real sadness on his face, mixed with some seriously troubled vibes. Before Gamma can even process what is happening, Lion suddenly gets up, wishing him a safe trip back home. Something is definitely up with this hero. Maybe carrying humanity's whole fate is crushing him. Pay attention here, because that heavy burden is definitely wearing him down. Once Lion leaves, Gamma gets right back to hunting for info before the library locks its doors. Survival training day finally arrives, and the entire class packs into the training grounds for orientation. Abel and Rachel cross paths with Rio and Chloe, sparking an instant stare-down between Gamma's harem. Abel and Rio swap some words until Rachel decides to crash the party. She immediately calls out Rio for sneaking into Gamma's class just to steal him behind their backs, but Abel quickly stops her before she goes way too far. But Rachel keeps going, getting even louder, spilling how Rio not only raided a dungeon with Gamma, but literally started a whole club with him too. And now they are about to spend 2 whole nights and 3 full days together on a deserted survival island. Rio shuts it down, revealing that Gamma actually wants to tackle this entire survival training completely alone. Apparently, he has some skills he wants to test out on his own, so he is going total lone wolf. This gets Rachel super hyped, realizing Gamma will be completely solo for 3 whole days. She cooks up a little challenge for the 4 of them while they roam around. Sure, Gamma said he wanted to go solo, but there is absolutely no rule saying they can't stalk him. She officially introduces the Rachel game, where the ultimate prize is getting some sweet, uninterrupted one-on-one time with their favorite guy. Now watch this, Avalon's terrain always shifts. Even after jumping through the teleportation gate, everyone gets scattered in completely random locations across the map. Meeting up is going to be incredibly tough, making teams almost impossible, so this game has only one single rule. The first girl to track down Gamma wins, and the others must back off, leaving the winner to keep him all to herself. They can totally team up or split off if they bump into each other, but sabotaging is strictly off the table. They all agree, but Abel turns beet red just imagining having Gamma all to herself. She straight up refuses to play, which honestly works out great for the others since it is one less competitor to worry about. Meanwhile, Gamma, the absolute center of attention, is barely keeping his eyes open after pulling an all-nighter in the library. He's got all his notes saved on his phone and came packed with 24 sashimi knives plus a secret weapon up his sleeve. Ma is spamming his phone like a mom, checking if he's fully prepped and literally reminding him to pack fresh underwear. She is basically his school grandma at this point. But before they ship out, Gamma carefully scans the teachers standing around the training grounds. He is looking for a tall female instructor boasting purple hair and eyes. Her motives are a total mystery. But if she wants him dead, this deserted island trip is the perfect chance to make him disappear. Plus, the island's constantly shifting terrain makes hiding a body way too easy. The same rule applies to Gamma, of course, but he isn't exactly thrilled about stabbing a human. Still, he can't just sit back and let himself get murdered either. The major headache is actually finding the right teacher. But everyone in this fantasy world must have been dipped in food coloring, because there are way too many ladies with purple hair and eyes. Suddenly, Siegfried and Abel cut off his train of thought as they walk past him across the grass. The Sword Emperor tells Gamma to keep grinding and bring home those big results, while reminding him to catch some sleep and actually have some fun out there. Following a bit more chat, they take off, but Abel glares back at Gamma for a long beat before storming away. Gamma just shrugs and laughs. Trust me, you and I both know she is getting a boyfriend soon in the game story. Alright, you and I are about to watch our boy get sneaked up on by Rio, with a super mischievous grin. Or so she thinks, because Gamma suddenly whips around and hits her with a massive forehead flick. She screams and leaps back, totally shocked that he just blasted her out of nowhere with that. She literally just wanted to wish him luck, but now, she is way too mad to even look at him. Gamma is honestly clueless about Rio. He is barely sleeping lately since she is always lurking around. If he ignores her, she just gets super restless and starts pacing like crazy. He has zero clue why she is so obsessed with him. But hey, she is technically the female lead, and he wants to keep his distance as much as possible. Suddenly, the portal to Avalon Island sparks to life, and the academy students are ordered to head inside. Gamma walks up to the gate, totally locked in. He is determined to find his target and get through this whole event without causing any major drama. The portal spits him out, and just like that, he lands in Sacred Avalon, right in front of the legendary Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil, but there is no time for sightseeing. This survival test is no joke, and with everyone grinding, he cannot afford to slack off either. Luckily, our boy was smart enough to snap a quick photo of the map in the library. He already pinpointed the exact spot for the regeneration blessing, using his meta-knowledge from playing the actual game. The map looks super familiar, and here is where we need to watch closely. He thinks the spot is by the central lake, which means he has to hustle and get as close to that world tree, lakeside as possible. From there, he can easily navigate the rocky zones and the woods. They only have 3 days for this training, and the academy is definitely not making it a vacation. Their main mission is to hunt down special orbs hidden all over the place. It is basically a high-stakes treasure hunt, kind of like a regular school field trip. And obviously, the more orbs you grab, the better your final grade is going to be. Even better, these orbs double as upgrade materials, which makes Gamma even more hyped to hoard them. Using a handy tip from those survival books he read, he whips out the secret weapon he brought specifically for this exam. A cheap, medium-sized machete he literally snagged from the supermarket hiking aisle. Sure, it is meant for clearing weeds, but most importantly, it is long enough that it will not trigger the sword god blessing. He got this cheap blade because he needs to save those precious 50 seconds of his painkiller blessing for a real boss fight. While he is testing the blade, a tiny rabbit pops its head out of the bushes, staring at him. Gamma thinks this is a perfect dinner opportunity, but wait, you and I know it is never that easy. Because the second that Bunny hops out of the bush, it turns out to be absolutely massive, towering right over him. It looks insanely menacing, but come on, Gamma beat a literal cow king, so a giant bunny is nothing. He does not even need to activate his sword god blessing to slice this big guy in half. Meanwhile, Abel spots a rabbit of her own, and thankfully it is a normal, cute little fella, unlike Gamma's monster. She actually tries to help the poor thing find safety, but the little demon bites her hand and runs. Abel immediately draws her sword, completely done being nice, and decides this bunny is going straight into the stew. Plus, this is the perfect target to test out the results of her intense special training. The rabbit sprints off and literally smirks back at her like it is superior. And honestly, that smug look totally reminds her of Gamma, who always hides his true strength. She charges forward to grab it, but the ground suddenly shifts, making her trip and splash face first into a lake. The rabbit just stares down at her with pure disappointment from the shore, and yep, she thinks of Gamma again. Meanwhile, the guy on her mind is having his own epic struggle with that giant mutant bunny. He trained his absolute butt off to get into peak shape, but without the sword god blessing, he can barely even keep up with a wild rabbit. Gamma just falls to his knees and gives up. He would rather starve than waste any more energy on this. He is ready to let it go, but right before leaving, it gives him a smug smirk. Gamma instantly snaps, activates his crazy blessing, and deletes that bunny on the spot. Deep in the woods, Rachel is running wild, desperate to find Gamma before anyone else. She has been running in circles, but she cannot let herself get discouraged yet. After all, she is the one who literally made this game, and she talked a massive game. So she darts off blindly, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see where she ends up. Alright, you and I are jumping in as this girl screams so loud that Rio hears her from across the island. She is desperately hunting for Gamma. Ready to win this wild game after landing on Avalon Island's beach, she is locked in, modifying her survival goals on the fly to conquer this insane terrain. The only landmark that stays put is the giant world tree. Since she knows Gamma is a total loner who went solo, she bets he is heading straight for the center. Tracking him down will be a huge pain, but no way is she letting anyone else find her man first. Meanwhile, Chloe is having the absolute time of her life searching. She doesn't even care about the crazy monsters trying to bite her as she sprints through the thick jungle. As a top-tier scout, she is totally sure she will track him down first, making him fall head over heels for her. Spotting a figure up ahead, she speeds up, praying it is her beloved Gamma. Meanwhile, our boy Gamma is chilling by a campfire, roasting some fresh rabbit. After skinning that monster all day, he finally has his food supply totally secured. Now, watch closely here. He hears footsteps crashing through the brush and instantly locks on, wondering if some assassin is hunting him. In this place, letting his guard down is a death sentence, especially with academy enemies wanting him 6 feet under. Luckily, he still has his secret blessing ready for a crisis. Chloe bursts through the bushes toward her target, only to find Rachel instead. They instantly start bickering, absolutely furious that they keep bumping into each other. Back at camp, Gamma barely stops himself from slicing Abel right in half. They freeze, staring until Abel's stomach lets out a massive growl. Hilariously, even though she claimed she was skipping this stupid game, she stumbled right into him. She glances around his sweet little camp setup. And man, Gamma is living like a king, with a warm fur coat and piles of delicious jerky. Even out in this wild survival test, Abel feels like she is totally losing to him. It is super embarrassing, plus she is freezing from her lake swim. Suddenly, Gamma slides up and drapes his warm fur coat over her. And let's be honest, we all know she only came because of the food, but his warm coat definitely stops her shivering. Turns out, she also busted her ankle while chasing after a rabbit. Gamma instantly jumps into action, gently wrapping her ankle to make sure the injury does not get nasty or infected. He asks why she is wandering alone out here. The silly find Gamma game pops into her head, but she cannot confess that. Instead, she claims she just prefers being solo, matching his own lone wolf vibe perfectly. She recalls bragging to the other girls that she would never play along. But standing here, she cannot resist taking the win, snapping a quick picture to prove she found Gayama first. She drops it in the group chat, flexing her victory so the others cannot get near him. Rio and Rachel lose their minds when they see the text. But the deal is done. She stares at her phone as he hands her some meat, sitting in comfortable silence before she speaks up. She asks how he got so insanely strong, leaving him quiet for a second. Even though his battles end in under a minute. His raw power has caused a massive stir at the academy. He tells her it is all thanks to his master. She totally gets it, having spent 17 years studying the sword under her granddad. She thought she knew swords better than anyone, but meeting Gayama shows her there is still a long way to go. She asks which legendary family taught him his style, but he keeps his mouth shut. Instead, he notes that raw strength does not guarantee a victory out in the wild. Only those who endure and refuse to give up will survive when it matters most. That is who he calls strong. Abel just stares at him before bursting into laughter. To her, that cheesy line makes him sound exactly like an old man like her grandpa. And honestly, you and I can see this is their first real heart-to-heart since that bench talk. Let's dive back in as he hands her some more meat, which Abel happily takes. She gets so incredibly cozy that she passes right out, only waking up the next morning. By then, Gamma is already long gone, leaving all his food and supplies behind without saying a single word. Even better, her busted leg is fully healed, all thanks to his treatment from the night before. Abel cannot help but tear up, realizing this is the very first time anyone has actually cared for her. Through all the ups and downs of her life, she always had to face everything completely alone. Whenever massive walls stood in her way, she conquered them by herself. Because honestly, carrying the famous Nibelung family name meant you did not get to ask for help. Yet here is Gamma, doing all of this for her without asking for a single thing in return. She has spent her entire life feeling super jealous of people who get to experience pure, unconditional kindness. But now she finally has it. Feeling completely re-energized, she grabs her sword and gets ready to roll. Sitting around crying will not solve a thing, so it is time to get back on the grind. Rocking the coat Gamma left her, she proudly heads out to continue her brutal survival training. Meanwhile, Gamma is hiking through the deep forest, his mind drifting back to Abel. I mean, he thinks she is absolutely gorgeous, but he also feels like she totally dislikes him. Still, he is not stressing because he knows her personality. She has always been a proud, cold, noble girl. Helping her was just a random freak occurrence, not because he actually had a crush on her or anything. She just looked so incredibly sad and helpless that he could not bear to walk away. Now, you and I need to watch closely, because this little interaction might completely change the main storyline. See, today is supposed to be the big day where Abel and Lion start falling for each other. Gamma just hopes she does not give that warm fur blanket to him. Either way, after hours of trekking, he finally makes it out of the woods. Now, he is laser-focused on finding his prize before sunset. He is hunting for the blessing of regeneration, a top-tier guardian class power that is just one rank below transference. Basically, it supercharges your body's natural healing. But the catch is, it normally only works on the person who actually owns it. Which basically makes it magical steroids. But since Gamma has the blessing of transference, that pesky little limit does not apply to him. This means he should be able to easily fix up his broken sashimi knives too. At first glance, it feels like a total cheat code, though it cannot regrow chopped-off limbs. Okay, I know what you are thinking, but this is just a hidden game bonus that does not affect Lion's overall scaling. Since Lion gets insanely overpowered later with massive buffs anyway, Gamma needs to snatch this cheat ability right now. After walking a bit further, Gamma finally spots his target, the Blessing of Regeneration, sitting right next to a massive trial orb. It is sitting right in the open, making it a total freebie. He came for a buff but got an epic bonus orb too. But just as he reaches out to grab his loot, a sudden figure steps in and blocks him. It is Lion, and he knows damn well that Gamma is not here just to enjoy the beautiful world tree scenery. The hero stares him down, fully aware that Gamma sneaked out here with some sneaky, alternative plans. Gamma plays dumb, lying that he just saw it from afar. But Lion draws his blade, telling him to come and take it if he thinks he can beat him. Ever since Lion was born, the entire universe has basically coddled him. That is his whole deal, and he just found proof of his heroic status. Lion's blade glows brightly as he stares down his rival. But wait, this is wrong. Lion should be with Abel right now. Today was supposed to be a major turning point for the main plot. Looks like Gamma accidentally hijacked their special event, ruining their night. But even knowing that, throwing hands over this feels completely pointless. Suddenly, Lion slashes the stone wall behind him, obliterating it instantly. He is dead serious about this clash. That is when Gamma finally spots the blade in his hand. It is Bamung, the legendary sword of heroes. But its current state looks completely bizarre. See, Bamung is actually the most sinister demon sword ever, and that blue gem is a catalyst. The jewel infuses the holy demon sword with divine power, which perfectly neutralizes its dark magic. But since Bamung relies heavily on magic, even with the ether gem keeping things stable, its alignment is deeply warped by the wielder's personality. And that is why you and I know this blade can become holy or demonic, depending entirely on user choices. Stick with me, you're about to watch a total underdog take on a chosen hero. Lion tells Gamma to chill, treating this like a simple, friendly spar. Honestly, there is no way in hell Lion can beat Gamma right now. Lion steps up, clearly trying to use our main character as a stepping stone to level up after unlocking his legendary sword, Bamung. The onlooker can kinda get where Lion is coming from, but it's just a hunch. One thing is for sure, that orb is just a cheap excuse. Lion is totally done talking, charging straight at Gamma to kick off this epic clash. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Rio is dragging her feet, totally exhausted. She ended up bumping into Speed Weapon, and now they're hiking together as she searches for Gamma. Weapon definitely didn't plan on meeting up with her, but they're stuck walking together anyway. He calls her out, guessing she's looking for Gamma, and she doesn't even try to deny it. By now, it's crystal clear to Weapon that Rio has a massive crush on Gamma. I mean, last month, she did nothing but nap at the archery range. But now, just hearing Gamma's name makes her spring to life and act completely different. He even noticed her taking on extra chores without being asked, which is wild since she absolutely hates tedious, complicated stuff. Rio suddenly stops, turning around with a bright red blush, and asks Weapon if her feelings for Gamma are really that obvious. Now pay attention here because just as they are talking, a massive blast shakes the forest and sends birds flying. It feels like a straight-up earthquake, but Rio knows this chaos is all Gamma's doing. Speaking of Gamma, he's facing a major dilemma right now. Lion is way stronger than Gamma ever expected, and the secret machete Gamma was holding has already been snapped clean in half. Lion thinks Gamma isn't even trying to fight back, taking it as a total insult from our main character. But the real truth is, Gamma simply couldn't react in time. He never expected Lion to actually swing the legendary Bamung at him, and he definitely doesn't want to get dragged into a pointless fight. He hesitated because if he unleashed his god-level blessing, he might accidentally slice Lion to pieces. But if he just stands there, Lion is going to take his head off. Lion is the actual protagonist of this world, so underestimating him is a death sentence. As the blonde hero slowly closes in, our main character is forced to pull out his trusty sashimi knife. He's about to duel a total monster, and trying to survive without his blessing would just be pure suicide. He needs to throw away the childish idea that he can somehow get through this without activating his powers. He finally triggers the blessing of the sword god, clashing blades just as Lion charges at him again. You and I both know how tough those knives are, but Lion snaps the first sashimi knife like a toothpick. Gamma quickly reaches into his bag, pulls out another and chucks it. The blonde hero easily slices through every single knife flying his way. Then charges Gamma again, slicing down massive stone pillars in his path. Gamma barely dodges the deadly strike and backs away to create some breathing room. Lion is on a completely different level compared to their midterms, but even the protagonist cheat code has its limits. One more giant swing from Bamong sends chunks of the landscape exploding everywhere. By this point, Lion has completely drained his stamina. Yet emerging from the dust and rubble, Gamma walks forward completely unscathed. He asks why Lion is taking this so far, causing the blonde to freeze and stare at his sword. It feels like Gamma's sword is destined to bring joy to the world. But since Gamma arrived, all the hard work Lion put in apparently doesn't mean a thing anymore. Now, this entire duel is meant to show Gamma who the real boss is. Lion ignites his blade once again, charging up an even more devastating strike before bringing it crashing down. Our main character rushes forward right under the giant falling slash, and the two of them collide in a huge explosion. As the massive energy finally clears, a tiny piece of Bamong chips off. Lion freezes in shock, staring down at his chipped legendary weapon. It feels like the golden destiny Lion was promised is now completely out of reach. Standing there, it's clear Gamma is the one who should have been the chosen hero. Gamma quietly sheathes his knife, the wind blows through the trees, and when the dust settles, Lion has vanished. It was a totally random fight for Gamma, but it's clear he used it as an opportunity to push his limits and grow stronger. Gamma has zero intention of losing to anyone, no matter their excuses. Lion didn't hold back at all, making it impossible to end things quickly, and Gamma ended up losing several of his favorite sashimi knives. If Gamma had taken things easy or made a single mistake, he would be a goner. He went out of his way not to hurt Lion, which meant he spent the whole time dodging instead of fighting for real. Even so, Lion's insane growth is exactly what you'd expect from a main character. Still, Gamma chipped Bamong, and trust me, things are about to get crazy. Alright, let's jump right back in. As long as he repairs and upgrades this thing, reaching its final form is a piece of cake. Plus, he didn't actually have to take out Lion himself, which would have been a massive mess. Since the coast is clear, Gamma grabs the training survival orb and snags his sweet new blessing while he is at it. The moment he touches the blessing, a system pop-up flashes to confirm this crazy new skill is officially unlocked. It is a passive skill, so to test it out, Gamma slices his own skin with a sharp rock. Instantly, the cut vanishes without leaving a single scar. Exactly what he wanted, but man, getting here was a total nightmare. He slips back into the woods and chills by a campfire, trying to clear his head. He still cannot shake off that completely random fight with Lion. Honestly, the only explanation he can think of is that he accidentally ruined Lion's special quality time with Abel. But Lion literally told him that their showdown was bound to happen eventually anyway. The vibe was too intense to ask questions then, but now he is dying to know what that blonde hero actually meant. He already knows Lion is a real deal in this world. But what exactly is he? And even beyond that, who the heck brought Gamma into this reality in the first place remains an absolute mystery. Honestly, you and I know he can't solve this mystery yet. He's just gotta trust his gut and keep moving. Back in his past life, he had a hot temper. He has been keeping a lid on it, but he can never just look away from bad guys. He used to throw hands with trashy customers all the time, never backing down no matter how scary they got. I guess that is just Gamma's own quirky code of justice. Originally, he tried his best to avoid messing with the main plot. But before long, simply staying alive became his absolute top priority. He only wanted to snatch a quick blessing without altering the story, but now he is out here brawling with Lion. To make matters worse, assassins are hunting him down. His neck is seriously on the chopping block. And if this keeps up, he might have to kill an actual human, not just some random beasts. He really hates that idea, and the dark reality of what he might have to do starts dragging him down. Well lost in deep thought, Rio pops up behind him, teasing him to stop muttering like a weirdo and just act natural instead of stressing out. He spins around to face her, but she is already gone. It was just a mind trick, but he knows she would say exactly that. He takes a brief second to wonder what the rest of the gang is up to. Now pay attention here, because for the first time, he's actually thinking about his friends. That word feels super cheesy, but it brings him comfort. As the night rolls on, Gamma finally drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, the bushes rustle as a shady gang of bad guys creeps closer, clutching some seriously wicked blades in their hands. Their leader, Rei Shin, gives a quick nod to unleash the sneak attack. And two thugs send flying shurikens straight at Gamma. He snaps awake, dodging the blades with only a couple of light scratches on his arms. Gamma confronts the Undertaker Syndicate and instantly locks eyes with their boss, Rei Shin. In the original plot, she becomes the first half-demon Leon has to battle. She was actually born a noble, but after her trash family betrayed and exiled her, she turned into a cold assassin. Fueled by hatred, she ended up as a minor villain destined to be crushed by Lion. Basically, her whole life is a certified tragedy. As tragic as her backstory is, Gamma has zero sympathy for a hitman who threw away her humanity. The assassins close in as Gamma carefully backs away, but the killers can instantly tell this kid is built different. Even though he is completely cornered by high-level killers, Gamma looks ready to slice them to pieces. Rei Shin steps up first, demanding to know which secret organization he belongs to. Gamma stays quiet, mostly because he has zero clue. Why on earth would a professional hitman ask him something like that? Maybe they assume he can't be a simple student because he is too good. Based on the henchman's whispers, this is the first time Rei Shin has ever cared about the person she was sent to put down. They knew he was a target, but they never expected him to put up any real fight. Gamma ignores their trash talk and simply keeps a close eye on their movements. Then he realizes that if these guys are after him, the mastermind must be an elite elder in the academy. This completely blows their minds, because they had no idea he was already onto them. To him, the Undertaker Syndicate are just pathetic sellouts who slaughter people for cash. Gamma steps right up to Rei, mocking her face to face. And trust me, you and I are about to see a bloodbath. You and I are about to watch one foolish grunt find out what happens when you disrespect Jayama. But in a split second, our boy activates his overpowered sword god buff and completely claps this random extra. The dude is literally talking trash about Gamma running away, while his own head starts sliding off his neck. Gamma sliced him so clean, the poor guy kicked the bucket before he even realized he got hit. And just like that, Jayama scores his first real-life body count outside of the Academy simulator. While the rest of the gang panics, Gamma's assimilation rate goes absolutely wild, skyrocketing from 12 to 88. Meanwhile, in another reality, Chef Kim checks his phone past midnight and decides to wrap things up super fast so he can finally go to sleep. He is apparently searching for his lost humanity, but it is nowhere to be found. Digging through the fridge, he spots a bunch of juice boxes spelling out blessing of the sword god. Staring at this weirdly organized juice setup, he transforms back to Jayama, but he is still totally empty-handed. Those juice boxes are basically giving him a straight-up command, telling him to slice and dice absolutely everything in sight without holding back. And pay attention here, because a blinding red light suddenly floods out of that fridge, swallowing him whole and dragging him back to reality as his left eye goes dark with a crazy manic glare. It is officially game over for anyone dumb enough to stand in Jayama's way right now. These other goons clearly do not know they are already dead, so they charge him like absolute headless chickens. But Gama does not waste a second, meeting them head-on and instantly slicing down 3 guys. 2 more assassins try their luck, charging in with blades drawn. And our main character effortlessly leaps over their swings, spins midair, and lands a lethal backslash. They drop instantly. The remaining thugs scream at each other to not let a single kid wreck them, charging all at once. Meanwhile, their leader Rui Shen watches in horror from the back, as limbs and blood literally fly everywhere. Seeing her crew get absolutely shredded like cheese, she seriously starts wondering if this monster is actually just a student cadet. The kid is playing a whole different sport compared to these clowns. At this rate, they are all getting completely wiped. One utterly terrified lackey screams out to her, begging his captain for some kind of escape plan. But before Rui can even blink, Jayama teleports right next to the guy and deletes his life bar instantly. This target was supposed to be an easy payday, a quick, forgotten hit job they would pull off before the weekend. And yeah, you and I both know she is definitely next on his hit list. Now it makes total sense why that client offered an insane pile of cash for what was supposed to be an easy assassination. That old geezer basically scammed them, throwing them at a literal half-human, half-demon monster masquerading as a high school cadet. Gama's gaze locks onto her, and before she can even take a step back, she is pinned to the ground with Gama sitting right on her chest, pressing a cold blade against her throat. He wrapped up this entire massacre with 9 whole seconds still left on his painlessness buff. His entire daily limit got wasted on these Undertaker trash bags. Sure, it was self-defense, but Jayama really hopes he does not have to pull this trigger again. Slicing up actual people feels way different than shredding mindless monsters. Even if he hates the taste of it, these guys were literal hitmen trying to put him in the dirt. He had 0 reasons to play nice and has absolutely no regrets. Now, only Rui Shen remains, and she has completely lost any desire to fight back. He quickly ties her up to a tree to keep her secure. He kicks off the interrogation, demanding to know who hired her, but Rui tries to act like a tough professional and keep her mouth shut. Too bad for her, Gama is not about to play games. This is his big shot to find out who has been targeting him, and he just needs to figure out how to make her talk. Gama leans in close and straight up asks her if she is stupid. Since all her goons were just turned into forest fertilizer, she is definitely going to join them if she keeps pushing her luck with him. Gritting her teeth, she is absolutely convinced Gama is a demon, but now she finally gets why the elder put a massive bounty on him. She reveals that she tried checking his background, but all his files were wiped clean, no parents, no family, absolutely nothing. That piece of info completely freezes Gama in confusion, and he completely tunes out the rest of her yapping. He has absolutely no clue what she means by his family history being deleted. He tries to remember his parents, but now we realize something terrifying: he has no memory of his own family. Stick with me, we are kicking things off with him unsheathing his sashimi knife for some answers. He originally just wanted the name of whoever hired these mercenaries, planning to let her go without any trouble. But since she just dropped a massive bombshell, it looks like our boy has to play for keeps now. He straight up tells her that if she does not play ball, Gama is going to start taking limbs as souvenirs. Honestly, as long as her mouth still works to answer questions, he does not care what gets broken first. Out of nowhere, this heavy-duty magical gravity slams down, pinning Jayama and Rui to the dirt. Jayama looks back and sees literal rivers of blood rising from the corpses, swirling straight toward Rui. Now watch this. That calm face of hers completely shatters into pure terror as the blood wraps her up. Meanwhile, Siegfried uses this downtime to try out his shiny new fishing rod. He has not caught a single thing yet, but hey, you cannot beat a little peace and quiet. A sudden splash in the water makes him think he finally hooked a big one. But nope, fish are literally flying through the air like the entire island is having an earthquake. He instantly knows things are bad when he senses a crazy surge of magic equal to a literal demon commander. With the blood cocooning her body, Rui starts screaming in agony and begging Gayama to save her life. Her skin turns a nasty purple, and her eyes go completely blank while she begs Gayama to save her. Then, boom! A colossal explosion detonates right where Rui was lying, lighting up the entire night sky so bright you could see it across the island. Once the smoke finally clears, there is someone standing right in the middle of the crater. But hold on, that is definitely not Rui anymore. This new chick has glowing, burning marks all over her skin. She just stretches casually and mutters about how she has not visited the human realm in 700 years. This ridiculous magic power makes that killer mermaid look like a tiny minnow, and those dark, chaotic flames confirm exactly who Gayama is dealing with. She is none other than the 5th Legion commander of the demon army. The legendary succubus demon of the bewitching flame, Agor. You and I both know Gama is slowly turning demon, but now he has to fight a real commander. The succubus giggles as birds literally fall roasted from the sky because of the extreme heat. She playfully asks Gama if this is how humans do greetings these days. Cut her some slack, it has been 700 years since she left the demon world. So she is a little rusty on local etiquette. Shrugging off the awkward intro, she politely introduces herself again, says it is nice to meet him, and asks for his name. Gayama is completely frozen in shock, her voice sounding like static as he tries to process what is happening. Right now, he is desperately digging through his old gaming memories, hoping any tiny detail can give him an edge to survive this. See, his ultimate cheat code for surviving this fantasy world is his past life knowledge from playing Blessing of Miracles, like a total nerd. If he remembers right. Succubus Aegir is a fire-type Legion commander. While her physical stats are pretty mid compared to the other bosses, her mind control and illusion magic are completely broken. That is basically all the wiki info he can recall about Aegir from back when he dropped the game. But he has absolutely zero clue why a big boss like her is visiting the human realm after 7 centuries. Plus, she literally hijacked Rui's body to get here. But hey, he does not have any time left to overthink it. Aegir speaks up again, asking if he was the one who trashed all the mercenaries lying dead on the floor. Because the second she spawned in, she knew Gama was definitely not some basic, run-of-the-mill human. Honestly, the fact that he is still standing and has not lost his mind, just looking at her proves he is built different. Sure, he looks like a total newbie right now, but she can tell he has got that main character potential. So she decides to offer him a deal and hook him up with a contract. While she speaks, she activates her mind control, completely putting Gama under a spell. He tries to snap out of it and ask what she is doing, but she immediately shuts him up. He should be honored that a top-tier boss is giving him the golden opportunity to become her personal servant. After all, humans love acting all righteous, but they just end up hating each other and fighting over petty status. They only care about greed and hurting others. Instead of letting him rot in a trash world, Aegir is offering him a dream of absolute glory. Trust me, you and I are about to watch his mind break. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as he realizes she is right. Humans really are just judgy and get in their own way. If he wants to survive this mess, taking Aegir's wild deal is basically his only real option. Plus, staying alive is going to be way easier if he just teams up with the Demon King's army. But wait, his opponent is Aegir, the literal succubus queen. He has to snap out of it, fight off her mind control, and make his own choices. Just as he barely breaks through her mind tricks, Aegir realizes he has completely smashed her high-level magic. She is totally shocked and wonders if her human host body is making her powers weaker. She only made a contract with Lean because she would not stop whining, but now she is majorly regretting it. While she is busy trash-talking her own host, Gamma literally starts laughing out loud at her ridiculous rambling. Agor just stands there in pure silence, trying to process what Gamma just said. And then he whips out his sashimi knife to answer her question about being a slave, slicing the air and telling her to get lost. Agor just smirks at his rude attitude as massive flames start swirling around them. Gamma easily slices right through her fire attacks, while she literally yawns like she is bored out of her mind. But our main character is not even going all out yet. He bursts forward with insane speed, forcing her to jump back while laughing like a maniac. Now pay attention, because this is where she completely falls for him. Even though her slave offer was just a joke, she decides to see how far his abilities can really go, unleashing a massive wave of power and throwing multiple fireballs straight at him. Gamma slices through them like butter, charging straight through the wall of fire right at Agor. His crazy sword skills are seriously blowing her mind. He gets so close, she actually has to turn and run as he chases her down. The guy has totally broken past human limits. Meanwhile, she is adapting way too slowly, even though she came down to this world several minutes ago. Our main character catches up and swings his knife to stab her right in the back. This time, Agor is actually sweating, genuinely shocked by how insanely fast Gamma closed the distance on her. They crash into each other, triggering a massive explosion that completely tears up the ground. As the smoke clears, Agor is standing over him, casually blocking the knife that was about to pierce her. She teases him for being so incredibly impatient and asks if he is in a rush, mocking him because she has all the time in the world. But I know what you are thinking, of course Gamma is in a massive rush. With pure strength, he breaks her grip, frees his hand, and lunges in for another strike. His body starts glowing with a wild aura as he pushes past his limits to end this. He cannot waste a single second, because the timer on his pain-free blessing is rapidly running out. Agor notices he is somehow getting even faster, completely shattering what should be humanly possible. The two of them keep clashing, sending fiery sparks flying in every single direction. As the seconds tick away, their clash gets brighter and brighter until his pain-blocking blessing finally runs out, leaving Gamma completely drained and panting heavily, barely able to stand as she looms over him. Meanwhile, Agor looks completely fine, only showing a single sliced-up hand that is dripping with fire. If it were not for the laws humans and demons signed 700 years ago, this fight would be way different. Staring at her hand, she is totally freaked out seeing her own red blood pour from the cuts. It is like she is becoming human. But just like that, she uses her flames to instantly heal her arm, making it good as new. She walks up to Gamma, who is barely upright, and tells him it is a total waste to leave him human. His burning drive completely captivates her. Sure, his manners are trash, but Agor absolutely loves his fiery passion. At his age, he might even have way more potential than the kid prophesied to host the legendary hero. Agor laughs while Gamma just keeps glaring up at her. Now that she is adjusted to her new body, she wonders if Gamma is the one who will make the demon's dreams come true. To find out, Agor decides to give him one final test to see if he is truly the chosen one. She whips up even more flames around him as she floats up into the air, telling him that if he survives this next attack, he passes. The fire rises and forms a massive sphere in the commander's hand. It is hotter than anything yet, and as his eyes glaze over, trust me, you and I cannot wait to see what is next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos, where our guy is totally out of juice, and Agor literally throws a mini sun at him. But out of nowhere, another shadow bursts onto the scene. Leaping right in front of the blast to shield Gayama, it is Siegfried, showing up at the absolute last second to save his young student from getting vaporized. Pouring every ounce of his strength into blocking that massive wave of fire. He screams at our main character to snap out of his daze already. Agor is seriously annoyed by this old dude crashing her party, telling Siegfried to stay out of their business. But there is no way this Grandmaster is letting Gamma die, not with all that insane potential, since the Swordmaster is literally risking his life here. Agor is more than happy to test him and see if he can actually keep the young kid alive. Meanwhile, Gamma is floating in a pitch-black void, desperately trying to wake up. He wonders if he is dead, but then he hears someone coughing right in front of him. Now pay attention here because this is heavy. He blinks his eyes open and sees someone standing there with a smoking, charred stump where an arm should be. As his eyes finally focus, he realizes the Sword Emperor is standing there, short one arm. Even with his arm gone, the old master refuses to let an absolute prodigy like Kangeyama die in a pointless fight like this. He used every bit of his remaining strength to block a direct strike from a literal demon commander. And even after losing his whole arm, he is still standing tall like an unbreakable shield. He is doing all of this because he knows this kid is the ultimate bridge between humans and demons, destined to become the hero who breaks this endless cycle of war. Seeing our main character wake up, the old man tells him to just lie back and recover his strength. Siegfried knows things are looking bad, so he has to hold the line while his student recovers. Gamma frantically points out his missing arm, but the old man tells him to stop stressing about it. Besides, who needs two hands to swing a sword anyway? Right now, Gamma just needs to focus on surviving. Now, you and I both know villains hate waiting, so Agor cuts off their chit-chat. She cannot comprehend how an old guy is taking her magic head-on. Seriously, he is just a mortal who should be frozen in terror just standing near her. Let alone holding his ground. Siegfried ignores her trash talk, silently assessing the deadly situation he just jumped into. He is staring down Ager, an actual Demon Legion commander. For a powerhouse like her to manifest, they have to sacrifice human flesh just to weaken the barrier separating the demon world from theirs. Then they possess a human host to anchor themselves, but because of the massive magical backlash, these demons cannot unleash their full godlike power, but they are still absolute, walking natural disasters whenever they show up. Luckily, it looks like Ager and her host body are not a perfect match. Struggling against Jayama makes sense because he is insanely overpowered, but now she is getting pushed back by a dying old man. She has no idea what crazy trick Siegfried used to survive her attacks for this long. But she promises her next strike will take a lot more than just his arm. With a scream, she charges, and Siegfried rushes forward to meet her head-on. Gripping his sword in his one remaining hand, they flash past each other, and our savage grandpa chops off her arm as sweet payback. Agor shrieks in pure agony as her flaming arm drops heavily onto the dirt. She stares at it in total disbelief while Siegfried asks if she is scared yet. Now they are completely even. That sends her into a blind rage, and she unleashes an absolute sea of fire covering everything. Siegfried stays perfectly calm, charging his blade with aura for a devastating counter. He might not know her ultimate master plan for invading the human world, but he can clearly see the terror in her eyes. When the flames lash out like a molten whip, the old man easily slices right through and dodges. He leaps away at blinding speed, completely vanishing from her sight. Yet, this arrogant demon still refuses to take him seriously as a threat. She is so busy laughing and talking trash that she barely dodges getting her head sliced off. Siegfried teleports right next to her, aiming a lethal strike at her throat that she barely escapes. His aura is so incredibly dense and overwhelming that she cannot even track his movements anymore. And that is when she finally looks at his face and gets the shock of her life, realizing Siegfried is descended from the legendary hero Orin. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy showdown as Ager tries to chill before panicking. I mean, Siegfried is basically just a grandpa way past his prime. Like, there is no way she should be stressing over an old-timer like him. She zooms up into the air to get some space, then summons a whole bunch of flaming spears right above her head. Bloodline of Orin or not, There is absolutely no way a frail old body like his is dodging what comes next. Those spears literally paint the sky red, and the crazy heat actually starts melting the clouds away. She is straight up cackling, while both Kayama and Siegfried realize this next attack is going to be a nightmare to avoid. Without even giving them a single second to react, she drops that fiery rain straight down on them. Gramps might be ancient, but he still has some spring in his step, dodging that fiery downpour like an absolute boss. Kayama can only watch and scream for his master. He desperately wants to jump in, but right now, just staying awake is taking every bit of energy he has left. If he drops his weapon now, he is done for. Letting go of his special blessing in a mess like this is basically a fast track to the grave. Meanwhile, Siegfried is parkouring around, dodging those boiling spears as they completely shred the earth around him. Using his only good arm, he swings his blade to deflect any flying fire that gets too close, cleanly slicing those fiery spears right down the middle. Even Ager is low-key impressed by what this old-timer can pull off. Now pay attention here, because even though she promotes him from an annoying bug to a fast rat, those endless attacks are still raining down. But Siegfried is not just running for his life. He is actually closing the gap with every step, and now, he is ready to leap. Getting closer, he straight up admits that yeah, demons are ridiculously stronger than normal humans. Honestly, when he was younger, he hated the world once he realized how unfair that power gap was. Knowing all his hard work would never be enough, but now that he is old, he finally figured something out. Ager just laughs at his speech, but even with all her trash talk, she cannot deny his insane skill, showing off decades of master swordplay. Siegfried is finally close enough to strike. And she still has not found a single opening, but as he lunges closer, she spots it. His left side, where his missing arm should be, is a total open target. She smirks as a wicked idea hits her, telling Siegfried to keep babbling. The old-timer launches himself into the air, charging up his sword for one final strike, yelling out at Ager. He tells her that humans can grow and adapt even in the worst moments, and that is exactly what demons fear most. Which is why they are always trying to conquer the human world. Siegfried finally gets close enough to pierce her, raising his blade for the killing blow. But right as he gets near, Ager just laughs. Flicking her hand, a fire spear shoots up from the ground, impaling him right through the foot. We both knew that heroic leap was too good to be true. Now he is wide open, and Ager does not waste a second. She closes in, putting her hand flat on his chest. She is done hearing him talk, and there is only one way to shut him up. She blasts a beam of fire right from her palm, punching a massive hole straight through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The blast explodes, completely swallowing the old-timer in roaring flames. Ager just strolls away, looking totally bored of the whole fight, while Siegfried coughs up blood, collapsing to his knees in agony. His body is literally burning, his arm is gone, and he has a massive hole blown through his stomach. Honestly, the poor guy has seen better days. Now that he is down, Ager steps right on his head with a flaming boot, pinning him down. With absolutely zero energy left in his body, it looks like Siegfried is finally out of things to say. Ager knows humans inside out. Whether it was 700 years ago or today, these hero types are always so predictable. The legendary Sword Emperor cannot even open his mouth to talk back, as she completely roasts his entire existence. Kayama screams out for his master again, still way too weak to even move, let alone save him. Ager had almost forgot the kid was even there, but his shouting quickly brings her attention back to him. For the first time, she actually uses his name, walking over to finish the chat they had before Siegfried crashed the party. Now that the annoying distraction is out of the way, it is time to give him the grading on his little test from earlier. The weakened Sword Emperor tries to scream for his student to run, but it is already far too late. Kayama passed her test, and his prize is a one-way ticket back to mind control land. His fragile mind cannot resist as she grabs him with her burning hands. You and I both know Kayama will make the absolute perfect host for the demon race. She softly tells him that they will see each other down in hell. All right, you and I are jumping right into the action as Siegfried screams at his enemy not to ignore him. But Agor just laughs, preparing a nasty tongue seal for our main character. She has absolutely zero interest in hanging out with some old geezer. All her attention is locked on Jayama. Leaning in, she presses her tongue to his forehead, stamping him with a devil mark as a reward for passing her test. Just like that, Jayama collapses to the floor, totally consumed by the demon lady's creepy magic. That dark crest digs deep into his head and surges across his body, wrapping him in her overwhelming power. Right away, the system spots this sketchy, unauthorized hack and starts losing its mind, instantly firing up its emergency self-defense mode. But it's the exact same problem as the Sword God's Blessing. The program crashes because our boy's level and the world line are way too low. So the system takes a shortcut, using Yggdrasil to temporarily boost Jayama's level to the sky. Next, it forces a hard sink, forcefully realigning the entire world line. Now watch closely because this means our overpowered main character is about to get absolutely busted, and Agor is completely cooked. Jayama's synchronization counter shoots from 12.7% all the way to 100. Boom! The conditions to unlock his secret ultimate power are finally met. Our boy is finally waking up. Meanwhile, Siegfried is desperately trying to fight the cocky demon, but in his totally battered state, he can barely scratch her. He is way slower. But even Agor has to respect that he is still standing despite those brutal wounds. Honestly, it makes sense to her, since literal bugs keep squirming even after you chop their heads off. Siegfried swings wildly while Agor basically plays tag, effortlessly dodging every single strike. He does not care if he dies here, he is dragging her to hell with him. His sword blazes with energy, and Agor immediately recognizes that glow. It is the exact same power the Sword Saint unleashed 700 years ago during the war. His power flares up, a final, desperate burst fueled by his fading life. Agor realizes she needs to put this old man down before he causes real trouble. She charges in to finish the job, and Siegfried steels himself to clash with her head-on. But their clash is suddenly cut short as a massive beam of magic crashes down from the sky, hitting Agor and shaking her to her bones. She whips around, growling as she looks for whatever hit her, and her eyes pop wide open in absolute shock. Initially, she thinks she is staring at Jayama, but there is no way this powerhouse is that kid. You feel that goosebumps level chill too, right? Because she hasn't felt a terrifying presence like this in 700 years. The system overrides everything, cranking up the tiers of all of Jayama's buffs, including his absolute pain immunity and high-speed regeneration. Next, it triggers his transference skill to completely redirect and nullify all damage using those two broken abilities. A deep growl slips from Agor's mouth as she glares up at this uninvited guest, ruining her master plan. She screams out the name, Waken, as Jayama floats down from the heavens right in front of them. With his sword god buff temporarily offline, the system declares that the gods themselves must watch him unleash his legendary pseudo-invocation blessing. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, Abel rests her blade on her shoulder, walking through the thick woods. Today is the final day of their survival training, but as she strolls along, a super creepy vibe washes over her. Something is totally off. It is almost 7 a.m. as Rio checks her phone, completely dumbfounded. Weapon wakes up behind her, asking why on earth she is wandering around when the sun is not even up. But she points out that dawn passed ages ago. Sunrise came and went, yet the sky is still pitch black like it is the middle of the night. No matter what crazy stuff is going on, it is time for the students to pack up and head back. Everyone is supposed to gather, even Khlo and Rachel, who are currently fast asleep dreaming about their favorite guy. The rest of the class is slowly rubbing their eyes, realizing they need to hurry to the extract zone. Rio clutches her backpack strap, a massive knot tightening in her gut. This is seriously a bad sign. Back at the fight, the heavy smoke swirls around as Jayama slowly touches down. Agor is totally losing it, unable to believe that Waken has actually shown up. For the very first time, that tiny spark of terror Siegfried spotted earlier has now completely taken over her entire face. But as our main character's feet touch the dirt, crackling with raw lightning, Agor finally gets a clear look at him. This is not the legendary Waken she has dreaded for 700 years. It is just Jayama, the kid she was literally teasing 5 minutes ago. Now that she is staring right at him, she realizes how stupid she was to think this could be the legend. No matter how overpowered he was 700 years ago, he was still just human. There is no way he is still kicking. Yet that does not stop the icy dread drowning her as Jayama steps closer. The pressure is so heavy that her normally sharp, brilliant battle mind goes completely blank and sluggish. And trust me, we'll find out where Siegfried is next time. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness as he just stares, completely breathless like he is looking at a literal god. The second Gamma gets close, Bro's knees buckle, and he drops to pay respect. Gamma just looks at him for a second before lifting his hands. Boom, Siegfried's nasty wounds immediately start healing up. Now that Siegfried is patched up, Gamma shuts his eyes to focus his mind. He snaps them open and straight up explodes with pure energy. Massive lightning bolts surge out of him, completely swallowing up the whole battlefield. Just like that, he vanishes. Before Ager can even register what happened, he is right behind her, casually walking her way. The Legion commander is completely frozen, her brain short-circuiting trying to understand this. She can barely even lock her eyes on his shape. It is like his entire existence has gone way past anything she can comprehend. She thinks maybe it is because her current host body is weak, but deep down, she knows it is way deeper than that. This is totally impossible, she thinks. None of this makes sense, but there is one thing she is absolutely sure of. This guy in front of her is not human anymore. Now pay attention here, because she realized she has to take back everything she boasted about earlier. She says sorry to Gamma for eating her words, then reaches down, pulling hot magma from deep in the earth for one final, insane attack. Honestly, it is a pity she has to blow all her power to delete him. His body would have been the ultimate vessel for her. But if she does not put him in the dirt right now, he will definitely end up blocking the future of all Dinkind. Gamma just watches, totally chill, while she charges up this crazy attack. Boiling lava bursts through the floor and starts swirling right in front of her. Then she condenses the whole thing, forming a massive fireball and holding it right over her head. Siegfried's jaw drops, his teeth gritted at this absolutely ridiculous show of power. But Jayama, he just watches the approaching inferno without a single shred of emotion. She hurls the giant fireball straight at Jayama, bidding him farewell with a promise that they will finish this chat down in hell. The massive ball of fire streaks toward Gamma and Siegfried, ripping the literal ground to shreds as it barrels their way. Siegfried is watching in pure horror at the size of this thing, totally helpless. But Gamma, he just calmly steps forward as the firestorm approaches. For the first time since transforming, he actually speaks. Meanwhile, his system is calculating at lightning speed. The world line is unstable. He can only hold this form for 60 seconds, but for what he has planned, 60 seconds is a lifetime. Everything goes dead silent as he walks toward the fireball, his sole focus, slicing it clean in half. Thousands of strike vectors paint themselves across the burning sphere, but his eyes zero in on the one perfect line. He triggers a brand new skill, Thousand's Sword. With one smooth swing, his willpower slices straight through the fireball and keeps going. It strikes Agar where she stands, her hand still reaching out. The fireball detonates in a massive, blinding flash that turns the entire screen pure white. As the light fades, Agar collapses, sliced perfectly in half. She crashes down, completely drained of life, her blood pooling on the ground like hot lava. Her mana core, the literal source of her power, has been chopped in two. With her final breaths, she just stares up at the sky. All across the island, the other trainees are pointing up in total shock. You see that too, right? The dark sky itself got sliced clean open, letting the morning sun through. They have absolutely no clue what just went down. They just assume the sunrise here is super bizarre. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Jayama's God mode transformation finally runs out. All that crazy power drains away, and he instantly collapses unconscious. Spotting an opening, the dying commander starts dragging herself toward him. She refuses to go out in such a pathetic way. Even worse, she realizes Kangeyama is going to be a total disaster for all Dinkind. Gathering her last bit of energy, she starts a final spell, but gets cut off. Suddenly, a sharp blade bursts right out of her mouth, stabbed straight through the back of her skull. Siegfried stands over her, looking cold as ice. He tells her, "I warned you, never turn your back on your enemy." He pumps his aura straight into the blade, silencing her angry screams forever as her body crumbles into absolute dust. As her ashes fade away, Siegfried finally drops his real name on the quiet battlefield, saying he is no mere descendant. He is Siegfried Faunabalong. He then walks over to the unconscious Jayama and gives him a quick check. His breathing is totally normal and there are no deadly injuries. He is safe, but staring down at the kid, Siegfried can't help but wonder, what is he? He remembers how his own body moved completely on autopilot, forcing him to drop to his knees in ultimate respect. It was a total reflex, an instinct buried deep inside any true swordsman. Since the dawn of time, humans have believed a mysterious power lives in everything. Crazy storms, shooting stars, lightning out of nowhere. And that is where we leave it. You and I just saw a god-tier legend born. Over time, people dubbed these beasts calamities or literal gods. And just like that, we have hit the very end of today's epic recap. Honestly, what rating do you and I even give this manhwa? Gamma's journey was a total roller coaster, and that ending was just straight up fire. But now the spotlight is on you. What did you think? Drop your 0 to 10 rating in the comments below, and tell me which hype moment had you screaming. Thanks for watching, and we will hang out in the next one.